I'm gonna be completely honest, where the heck did all of you come from? I'm so used to having to wait like half an hour for anyone to show up. Normally we'll have like 2 early birds, but I already have people asking for keys, Rory. Every time you ask, I remove 1 key from the keyring, Rory. I hope you're having a lovely day, because your day is about to get a whole lot worse, Rory. But hello, 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 hello. What's up? Hello, DP and Skeltris and EJ and Noah and B, and I see you're gonna lurk, so no worries. Hey Can, Rory, and Sanak and Yesubel. An absolute pleasure to have all of you here. Hey Denise and Bandwidth. I saw funny psychic space bugs and ran as fast as I could. Listen, you say they're funny psychic space bugs. I say that they're the enemy and that they attacked first. So I justified my own TBK of their entire planet because it was self-defense. Yeah, what's up? For the longest time, I didn't know. Bro code included. Up is you don't know them, down you do know them. Just like, what's good, bro? Hey? Or I think it's the other way around. It's if you know them, it's up. If you don't know them, it's... Like, I did that subconsciously for the longest time. Early birds, it's night here. No, you're the enemy! You can talk about Dead Space from a completely scientific perspective, Sanak. I love having smart people in my audience. Because they can talk about all the things I don't know. They can talk about all the topics that I'm too stupid to understand. Gosh. No, see, when I say early bird, I mean streaming early bird. Because I am live right now at 11 a.m. I would love to stream at a later time of day. However, I recognize that a lot of my audience is east of the Atlantic. So I have to accommodate you as best I can. Oh my gosh, I was up editing, like work. I was like doing like commissions because that's what I do for a job. And I was up until like 1 a.m. I got a flu shot yesterday. So I'm like passing out while I'm doing my commission. I fall asleep or like I curl up in my chair with my blanket on. And I'm just like snoozing. I'm honk shooing. I'm snork me. And then I get up and I'm like, okay, I'm too tired. I am just going to finish this tomorrow morning and go to bed now. Because like I didn't fall asleep, but like I was really tired, so I was not editing effectively. So what I do is I shut down my computer, I go to bed, all that. I wake up, I realize I can do this in the morning, but I have to wake up early to do that because now I have to finish editing a video for someone that I have deadlines for, which strictly speaking, I just missed the deadline, but I'm normally consistent. So the occasional slip up is generally not that bad. And I let them, like, I ended up letting them know, but it's a situation where it's just like, I realized the folly of my actions because I was very tired at night. And then I woke up and I was very tired in the morning. Hey, Acanthus. It's 2 p.m. here. I mean, that's just EST, right? I was on EST for the longest time, which is why even on EST, I still would go at like noon. I still would go at like 11 a.m. noon because my goal was to be accommodating for east of the Atlantic. I understand I have a lot of European in particular, but I also wouldn't be surprised if I have some African and or Asian or even like Oceania area viewers. It's just the ones who are regular commenters that are east of the Atlantic tend to be more Europe, tend to be like Germany, UK. I think those are my 2 biggest hotspots, which makes sense because the UK is primarily English speaking, and then Germany is obsessed with board games and TTRPGs. Sea viewers from Atlantis isn't real. However, El Dorado is. Holy moly, chat finally loaded. We're here to cause problems and be a pest. Well, this isn't the Hollow Knight stream. You can't be a pest here. Also, hey, Can. Oh my gosh, it's 8 p.m. where you are? not wolf shots. Flu shots are the worst. Yeah, wolf. Honestly, COVID shots, way worse than flu shots. I'm going to say it. And I don't think that's controversial. I don't think that's special. I don't think that's unique. But I have found consistently a COVID shot will take me out of commission for an entire night. A flu shot will make me want to not be productive. Right? Doggerland! Listen, Doggerland is the closest we have to Atlantis, I will say. It's not Atlantis because how many of you don't know this? We're already going to MS Paint. It has been 10 minutes and we're already whipping out. We're already just whipping it out. You know? I don't think I'm allowed to do that, but I'm going to do it anyway because I hate society. This is my Joker moment. However, did you know that Atlantis was never intended to be thought of as real? It was a thought experiment by... I can't remember if it was Aristotle, Socrates, or Plato. Basically, like Socrates and Plato and Aristotle all blend together in my mind. Yes, I understand Plato was the student of Socrates and wrote the Republic, where he mostly did treatises on Socrates, lectures, and Socrates is like the inventor of Western philosophy. Like, I understand all of that. But when it comes to specific deeds, I have no idea which one of them said what. It was an example of utopia, and specifically, it was an example of an Athenian utopia. The original Atlantis was the idea of it was everything Plato thought Athens should be, and how great and wonderful and amazing it was until eventually the gods cursed it and sent it into the water and all of that stuff. So it was literally, it was closer to, for my Americans in chat, the City on a Hill speech. It was closer to the idea of saying, like, here's what we should be, rather than actually saying what was. And a lot of people, for whatever, like, not even just conspiracy theorists, a lot of people unironically believe that Atlantis was a real place. Even if it wasn't, like, super advanced, even if it wasn't magic, even if it wasn't, like, aliens or whatever, a lot of people still believe that Atlantis exists. Even though, in its conception, when it was first brought up, it was completely just a thought experiment. El Dorado, similarly. This one is not like proven as far as I'm aware. I'm pretty sure this one is just like an inference. But like with Atlantis, it is explicitly said by the source material of when Atlantis was first brought up, like, I'm talking about this faraway place that is exactly the ideal of what I think our place should be, and then it got taken out of the picture, but we're better because we're Athenian. Which is very clearly a aspirational allegory. With El Dorado, I'm pretty sure this was literally just like a honeypot by the conquistadors and the Spanish explorers, where it was literally just the idea of like, hey, did you hear? Off in the wilderness over there, there's a city of gold. There's an entire, like, the streets are paved with gold. The native populace, they like throw gold in the river because they have so much to spend. You should go there and find it. And if you don't find it, you should report back anyway and give us all of the maps that you made. And it's basically just like an incentive to get chumps to go do work for them. Right? Does that mean that Atlantis is speculative fiction and thus sci-fi? I would say that the modern conception of Atlantis is. Because I don't know if anyone here follows conspiracy theories. I don't. However, I do watch a couple channels that debunk conspiracy theories, like Mini Minuteman on YouTube and TikTok and whatever. So a lot of conspiracy theories are based in the idea that, like, the pyramids or Atlantis or like whatever ancient civilization that they're talking about had technology more advanced than where we are now. And 40 years ago, the super advanced technology that the ancient Atlanteans had was different than the super advanced technology that the ancient Atlanteans had in our modern conception. The difference of like 40 years completely changed the power level, so to speak, of what Atlantis had, of what the pyramids were doing. If you remember, like, the difference between modern, like, 2025 conspiracy theories about the pyramids And like 2010 aliens, for instance, ancient aliens. There was the idea that the ancient Egyptians were so incompetent that they can't move stone because how would they be able to move stone without modern technology, that aliens must have done it. And now it's like, well, it's subterranean aliens because there are these caverns beneath the freaking pyramids. Even though that's not what they are. The spirals that were like sonographed underneath the pyramids is probably because there's a massive rock on top of it, which compacts the sand in comparison to the sand around it. It doesn't have like caverns or pillars or spirals underneath it. That is what happens when you have a massive hunk of stone on loose ground for thousands of years. It compacts it. There's also the racist version where you assume ancient Europeans could build big things. That's the thing. A lot of these people, I don't even think that, because Atlantis, a lot of people say it's in the Atlantic because I think it sounds similar. Atlantis was probably in like the Mediterranean because it's originally a Greek conception by Plato. So the ocean to the Greeks was the Mediterranean Sea, right? So it's not even as if it's some far away out of like the Europeans could do it, but no one else could do it. Like Atlantis is some Mediterranean super advanced civilization that had the power of like magic or aliens, because clearly they couldn't have done it themselves. Same thing with like and let's not get it twisted. I'm not saying that the ancient aliens theory isn't racist, because it is. The whole conception is this people group is so incompetent that they couldn't do this thing, so it needs to have been some sort of like alien divine intervention thing, right? It is a erasure of their accomplishments in order to assert superiority. But at the same time, I think a lot of like conspiracy theorists don't even recognize, one, that's what they're doing, and two, they do the same thing with European inspired ones. They just say it happened elsewhere. As a parallel to the Persians, yes. The real Atlantis was Rome, don't at me. Actually, I think you mean Constantinople. The real Rome, the true Rome, was Constantinople. Don't at me. Carthaginians are weeping right now. No, it's scuba vampires. Okay. Scuba vampires, I like. My concern is, how do they feed? Because for those of you who don't know, scuba vampires is the idea that vampires don't need to breathe. Water diffracts sunlight, or deflects sunlight, so it would be less painful, if at all damaging. And vampires generally have some control over like their own metabolism and or body features. Like they don't have to worry about intense cold. They can probably handle pressure. So a vampire could just go into the ocean. Doesn't need to breathe, is safe from the sunlight, doesn't need to worry about intense temperatures, and just live down there as a scuba vampire. But how do they feed? So unless they're feeding on fish, which even then, have you ever tried to by hand grab a fish? Even a big one? Marine mammals? Like, what are we operating under? Are we operating under the world of darkness, where depending on your blood potency, that determines how much replenishment you get from feeding on animals? Are we going off of like Marvel's Morbius, where it's all about plasma, where I would say it's closer to life force than anything? Thank you for the follow, even though currently this is a YouTube stream, not a Twitch stream. Hey Arafik. Hey Gray. Hi Bayhammer. Wait, what about the flowing water thing? That's a great point. That's a fantastic point. Would the ocean's currents count as flowing water? Because generally it's associated with rivers. But if you think about it, in Dracula, so you're not allowed to cross running water. Dracula got put in a coffin on a boat, crossed the Atlantic. Or was it the Atlantic, or was it just the UK? Because he went from Transylvania by boat to somewhere else, and I think it was still in Europe. But the idea being is that he crossed running water. It's just he didn't step foot in it. Right? So, question. If I'm a vampire and I can't cross a threshold, which actually in my Vampire the Masquerade game that I was playing with my roommate, I took that flaw. And I can't enter a threshold unless invited. If you grab me, hey, Great Lakes. Hi, Callie. If you grab me and push me through a door, I'm entering a threshold uninvited. Question mark? Because what is an invitation if not gravity? If I am above a building and I fall into the building, did I enter uninvited? I did not intend to enter. I'm trespassing, but I still entered without being invited, despite the fact it was not intentional. And like in World of Darkness, it's if you want to do this, you have to spend a willpower or take a point of damage kind of deal. So this is a situation where I would say if you willfully, I think it's when you willfully cross a threshold you have not been invited into, you must spend a willpower or else you cannot do so, right? So World of Darkness actually accounts for this. But assuming it's like, no, you're barred from entering an area. If Sanok invites me into Cantus's house, I was invited by not the owner of the domicile. And someone asked me this a while ago on Arrow Answers. And I didn't answer it because I have not made an Arrow Answers in like 3 weeks. They asked me, I think it was if you want to enter an apartment, do you need the permission of the apartment owner or the renter or the building manager? Would the security officer suffice? Do you have to get separate permissions to enter the apartment building versus the apartment suite? Hey, Jonathan. I think that's also a question of what happens when you break a given rule, not just the bounds of what the rules are. That's the thing. Is breaking a rule unintentionally breaking the rule? And for instance, in Kane, in the TTRPG Kane, there is a power that you can get where you make a game. It's a schoolyard game like Floor is Lava, Tag, Hide and Seek, or whatever. And if you willfully break the rules, you take damage. But if you unwillfully, unintentionally, you don't, like it's not that you're forced into a situation, then you don't take damage. So long as you do your best willfully to avoid the rule, to accommodate the rules. So for instance, if I say floor is lava, what that will do, every time someone willfully touches the floor, they take damage. Because the floor is lava. We're playing that game. It's a psychic manifestation of that game. If I push DP onto the floor, DP will not take damage. Because DP did not willfully touch the floor. Now, if on DP's turn, they don't immediately jump up and jump off the floor, they will take damage because they willfully stayed on the floor. However, I don't know how that would apply to like a vampiric thing, right? I think it's more like a Fae type of rule. That's the thing. The Fae have such overlap with like classic vampires. They both tend to have weird rules. Politeness is incredibly important to them. They both take things from humans. They usually have some control over nature, whether that is animals or like the seasons, depending on if you're a vampire or fae. And this is where it's a very funny overlap, where it's if you have a fae and a vampire, if you eat a fae's food, you are like taken over by the fae. The fae has control over you if you eat their food. Vampires have control over you if they feed off of you. So if a vampire feeds off of a fae, who's in control? Because the vampire fed off of fae has control over what they feed on. The fae controls anything that eats their food. So the vampire ate the Fae's food, their blood, so they control them. Similarly, it is the idea of both of them have incredibly strict and esoteric rules of courtesy and hospitality that must be followed. Which one of them is going to break the rules first? Japanese kappas with water in a depression on their head. You bow, they must bow, and without the water. Yeah. And that's how you defeat a kappa, right? Is that it's the idea of you have to demonstrate respect, you have to bow, and then they bow. You have to bow deeply enough that they will match your bow. Because the idea is that if you bow lower than someone, you are showing them more respect. So if you do a really shallow bow, they'll match your really shallow bow, and then not a lot of water will leave their head, and then they're not disoriented. So you have to do like a really deep bow, show them a lot of respect, they pour all the water out of their head, and then they get stunned effectively, and you can leave. Someone said Fae or vampires are just Fae. Disagree. But what I'm going to say, and I don't know if anyone is going to get this. They have the same energy, but they have different vibes. And what I say by that, generally, like when I say energy and vibes, I mean energy is the core of what they are. Vibes is the feel of what they are. Right? They have the same energy. They have the same core. They are both polite. They both have esoteric rules. They both take things from humanity. They both are have control over nature. They are the same, like, under the hood mechanics. But the chassis is different. The feeling that they give off is different. Fae is dangerous whimsy. It is ambiguity with something that you cannot begin to understand. It is unchecked chaos that is not malicious, or that is not hostile, but is malicious. Meanwhile, vampires is a predator you are aware of the constraints of. They're stalking towards you. You understand usually quite well what their strengths and limitations are. It is the fear that they will be able to overcome those limitations, right? So that's what I often say, that two things have the same energy but different vibe, is when they feel like functionally very similar, but they flavorfully are somewhat different. Fae is a manifestation of misunderstood nature, vampires antagonistic to life. Yeah. Vampires and Fae both have those core mechanics, but Fae are glitter goth coded and vampires are mall emo goth. Okay. And like the two genders of my community are Fae and vampire. And also, so, okay, not quite. We do have a third gender. We have the fiends. So I've talked about this before. Hey, Adreek. I think vampires tend to reach much higher kinetic energies than Fae, though. So something that's been brought up is that you can be either Fae coded, you can be devil coded, or you can be undead coded. I've talked about this before on stream. My roommate said I am somewhere between Fae and devil coded. However, I feel personally I'm kind of like the perfect medium of these, because when you have undead, it's not just like skeleton, ghast, ghoul, zombie. It can also be a lich. It can be a vampire. It could even be a mummy. Like what vibes you associate with. The Fae is pretty straightforward, but it doesn't have to just be like a trickster. It can be a fairy. It can be Queen Mab. It doesn't just have to be Puck, right? It could be a satyr, for instance. Those are very Fae coded. If you're following D&D, a goblin would be very Fae coded. And then the devil's usually just kind of like manipulative. The devil is usually just, you're kind of like a rules lawyer. You're devil advocate. So I definitely feel like I fit the more the vampire vibe of the undead, but I also hit that like that trickster and that devil personally. First time I have ever wondered about the fluidity of my identity. Congrats, Arrow. That's what I do here. Hey, Till. What category do the puppy girls fall in? I feel like puppy girls are pretty Fae, right? Like, am I wrong? I feel as though a puppy girl is extremely Fae, but in the kind of like fairy angle, in the non-hostile, in the very like whimsical, affectionate as opposed to the whimsical derogatory. Arrow makes her insides fluid so Arrow can... I'm not drinking you. Puppy girls go in the good girl category? Okay. We'll make a special one just for you. You've been a very good girl, so you get your own category. Puppy girls are fey-coded, but like pixie... Exactly, pixie fey. Puppy girls aren't mischievous, so I think that you have never met a puppy girl. If you think that they aren't mischievous... Like, if your vampire is nobility-based, then the rules are a matter of mind and will. If your vampire is coded like disease, a la Nosferatu, then breaking the rules shouldn't hurt them. So, Nosferatu... And I'm not operating off of the Vampire the Masquerade interpretation of Nosferatu. I'm saying, like, the 2025 movie, like the 1921 movie, this was based off of Bram Stoker's Dracula. And the original 1921 movie was actually a more faithful adaptation than the contemporary Dracula movies. Because the Nosferatu movie follows the plot of the book, the characters, the names, in some cases, more closely than like the movie adaptation of of Bram Stoker's Dracula. So Nosferatu is still nobility. Nosferatu is still a representation of like the predation of wealth and then powerful men. It just happens that he doesn't have the facelift that Bram Stoker's Dracula, or that the movie Dracula has. Puppy girls are nothing but mischievous. Hey, Olympus. Hearing about Fae is funny to me because I'm Irish. It's neat hearing how our folklore coming from another source. That's the thing, Cantus. If I say the term Fae, I think aesthetically, a lot of people think Irish. Some people think Celtic. But Fae, oh my gosh, the modern conception of Fae is an amalgamation of most European folklore. Goblins, brownies, pixies, house sprites, all of these different things are all from different parts of, like, hearth spirits, even. These different sections of medieval Europe sprung up, and over time they got coalesced. I don't know how to spell coalesced. Coalesced into one big mythos. And it's a little bit like the Greek pantheon, in a sense, just on a larger scale. Because the Greek pantheon was a situation where across all of the Hellenic world, there was no canon. Even things like Zeus being king of the gods was not always the case. I think it was in Mycenaean Greece. So like old Greece, like the ancient Greece of ancient Greece. Poseidon was the king of the gods. And similarly, Poseidon, even in ancient Greece, was not considered primarily the god of the ocean. He was primarily considered the god of earthquakes. He was the earthbreaker. That's why he has horses, which were very important to the ancient Greeks. Earthquakes, which was very important to the ancient Greeks. Oceans, which, I mean, yeah, the Mediterranean was very maritime, particularly the Athenians. But the Greeks as a whole didn't put much stock into the Mediterranean as you would expect. So Poseidon was not focused on that part of his domain. And then similarly, you would have different cults of the gods that had different interpretations. For instance, Sparta had an interpretation of Aphrodite, who someone in chat probably knows what the name was, but it was the idea of as a warrior maiden, as like a shield maiden, effectively. Aphrodite, goddess of love, typical diva who could never even like lay a hand on anyone, was a war goddess in Sparta. And similarly, Aphrodite had different interpretations of like which type of love she represented. Hey, Alza. Also, hi, Yogg-Sothoth and Dragon's Hobby. Like, Aphrodite, even in the same area, would have different cults dedicated to her for those of who wanted like carnal love and those who wanted romantic love. and those who wanted familial love, because in ancient Greece, there was different, there were different words for different types of love. Like eros was physical, carnal love, whereas there was the love that you have of someone romantically, the love you have for your family, the love that you have for your friends. There was even a love for just like your fellow man. The idea of I'm human, you're human, I love you, and basically human decency is what it was. So like Aphrodite had different interpretations, but nowadays, and this is in part the fault of the theogony, because with the advent of the theogony, we had a single quote unquote source book of Greek myth that a lot of people took to be like, oh, this is how everyone thought of it, when in reality it was one interpretation of it. We now have this idea that Aphrodite is like love. It is the modern conception of love, of just like romance and carnal desire. Poseidon was the god of the water and the ocean, and it's weird that he has horses and also earthquakes. Those don't seem related to the ocean. Yeah, they weren't related to the ocean. Platonic love stuff, but also the OG Greek bromance. Listen, you say bromance, I got news for you, and this might be shocking. The Greeks invented orgies. The Romans added women. Someone watched the miscellaneous myths video on Aphrodite. I've watched OSP for years, absolutely. But also, I am in fact queer, so you know I had a Greek myth phase. And I by no means claim to be an expert, and I'm not like basing all of this off of like Percy Jackson or whatever, but like I have unironically just like sat down and read myth books about Greek mythology, right? And I've just done like research, and that's why, like unironically, I put this on the back burner a year ago. A video I really want to make is ranking Greek heroes by how pathetic they are. Because who here can define a Greek hero for me? You can listen to OSP go on about Greek mythology for years. Exactly. Hey, Gravitas. Hey, Rhea. What I walk in on the Greeks? Exactly. Everything. OSP carried my history education. Okay. OSP is a channel that like unironically for years I have listened to. I really struggle to listen to them because they're too well produced. And when I say this, I mean, if I try to watch a video, there are too many visual like stimulus and jokes and little like Easter eggs and explanations and context that I have to constantly pause, read what it says, rewind, rewatch those 10 seconds, now ignore the fact that there's stuff on screen so I can pay attention to the audio, and then a second later, there's a second addendum that I have to read that. And that's both for red, that's both for blue. It is too high quality and too... I get overstimulated, unironically. So what I've had to do is I've had to go like podcast mode. I can really only listen to them. And this has been something I've been doing for like over a year at this point, because I love the content. It is too much. Greek hero suffers a lot. Average D&D party members, but without the party. Exactly. Hey, I can. The most annoying part of OSP is the fact that they use the same royalty-free music as everyone, and drives me nuts. So I know Blue, at least, uses the Age of Mythology soundtrack, which I can only recognize because I grew up playing Age of Mythology, and like, prostagma izvoli malista. Like, listen, I grew up with Age of Mythology. Actually, I played more Age of Mythology over Age of Empires. And I think probably one of you is going to understand this, but 100% of you who get it are not going to enjoy this. Maybe one of you is going to understand this, but the one who does is going to hate me and probably unsubscribe. I played more Age of Empires 3 than Age of Empires 2. And I believe I prefer Age of Empires 3 over Age of Empires 2. It's okay. You can laugh. Point and laugh at the streamer who doesn't have good taste in video games. So, for those of you who don't know, Age of Empires 2 is considered to this day to be like one of the best RTS, right? I don't think that's an exaggeration. I don't think it is out of pocket to say the love people have for Age of Empires 2 is so strong that people still in 2025 play this game that was released like 20 years ago. Prosecque. Hey, Freelance. Age of Empires 3 was released a couple years later. And the big thing is that there was a graphics change. And they completely overhauled, I would say... I mean, they changed basically everything. I was gonna say they changed everything except the core RTS mechanics, but no. Because in Age of Empires 2, you can make one unit at a time per building, like StarCraft, for instance. In Age of Empires 3, you can make stacks of up to 5. So if I'm training pikemen, I can for the same cost. So I can like train 1 pikeman and then 2 pikemen and then 3 pikemen, or I can just train 5 pikemen all at once. It takes the same amount of time, but it costs the same amount of resources. So I can either take 5 times the amount of time by making them 1 at a time, or I can make 5 at once. I get a big burst of them, which means if I'm being attacked and I have resources, I can defend myself way easier. Because instead of drip feeding, like you have, say, like 20 pikemen and 12 crossbowmen, instead of making 1 pikeman that then gets shot, I can make 5 pikemen who maybe 3 of them get killed by the time my next 5 get built. So now suddenly I have 2, now I have 7. And then again, another 3 of them die. So now I'm at 4, but then I have 5, so it's at 9. So I'm able to build up a force much easier than had I just built 1 at a time. Any opinions on EU5? I have not played any EU game. Well, real quick. If you have a question, please drop it in the Q&A section because I can get to it later. I want to focus on this Age of Empires conversation first. So Age of Empires 3, in addition to that, also added a system where in all of Age of Empires games, you can like rank up in age. You get new technologies, you get new advancements. But in Age of Empires 3, instead of taking place in this nebulous kind of from the dark, from like a, it wasn't quite classical, but it was like, I think it started at the Stone Age and would go through Industrial. Age of Empires 3 squished that to really just be the colonial era. So you still have advancement of age, you still progress through the ages, but you start with firearms. And you start with pike and shot formations. You start with pikemen and swordsmen, supported by crossbowmen, but in the back line, you can invest in musketeers, skirmishers. And by the end of the game, you have mortars and bombards and large-scale artillery pieces. You've functionally moved past the need for pre-firearm weaponry, which I think is so cool. I think that's a very cool addition. Similarly, because it's so colonial era, it is based in the New World. It all takes place in the colonies, the Caribbean, the east coast of what would later become the US, as well as Central America. I don't think it goes north enough into Canada or south enough into like proper South America. I think it's mostly around the Caribbean and southeast US. But that also means that the natives are actually a massive part of the game. The native populace is like the Iroquois. I think it's the Cree. I'm trying to remember which tribes you interact with. Because what you can do is a major mechanic in the game is there will be tribes around the map that you will build trading posts with. And then by doing so, you will develop a relationship with this tribe. And this is in skirmish maps as well as in the campaign. And you can not only get unique upgrades from them, you can also trade resources with them. You can also recruit special units from them based on the actual fighting styles of the tribe that it was based on. And then also similarly, because you are a colony, a major point of the game is that you can requisition resources from your parent nation. So as I'm playing the game, I'm playing the Spanish, right? I can requisition Spain for extra resources, which basically when I'm playing the game, I get experience. Again, this is even in skirmish matches. This is not just the campaign. This is in skirmish matches. If I'm fighting against Rory, Rory has also been telling me a bunch about EU5, which is why I was like, just ask me about EU5 in the Q&A section. I can get to that later. EU5, I've seen Cleo from Phase Connect played a good amount. Rory has talked to me at length about it. EU5 seems really fun. I've played Crusader Kings 3. I've played a little bit of Victoria 3. I have not played an EU game though. Hey, Squeebles. So I'm interested in EU5, but I don't want to spend like $100 on DLC. For reference, I like the idea of EU5 simulating population much more closely. EU4 makes it stupidly easy, just totally after a country, you can remove iris identity in like 50 years. Yeah, and if you're really like motivated, you can, for instance, send people that have the plague to a nation, decimate their population, and then roll up and then turn it into a colony. Yeah, EU5 is kind of Roar's life now. It's kind of taken over. Hey, a pillow. But yeah, so with the kind of resources you can get from Age of Empires 3, it makes it so that if I'm fighting Rory, I might have a skirmish with him that I lose. But then I get a card. I literally build a deck before the game. I choose what I want my available resources to be that I can requisition. And if I fight Rory and I have like, I don't know, 5 crossbowmen fight against his 8 musketeers and I lose, but that gets me enough experience that I can requisition a card that will give me like 20 like Swiss pikemen who are a special mercenary that you can't actually get in the game unless you buy the card for it. I lost that skirmish, but that allowed me to get resources that would push me further in the game. Similarly, I can just get a crate of food. I can get a special unique upgrade. I can get a batch of units, a free wagon that will build a building for free. Right? So it allows me to play. I could go, if I really wanted, I could go all in on resource production, get a bunch of experience, and just save my requisitions so that I can just build an army in 5 seconds. I could just get all of my requisitions so that I can unlock the one that gives me 12 crossbows and 20 pikemen and 8 musketeers. So if Coyd attacks me, it doesn't matter that I haven't built a single melee unit this entire game. I just unload and I get 40 units, where he's attacking me with like 20 guys. I just destroy his army. Maybe I lose 20 of them. Now I still have 4 crossbowmen, 12 pikemen, and 4 musketeers left. I now have a pretty sizable army that I can then go retaliate, or I can leave them as a defense and build up a proper army. And probably the coolest thing out of all of Age of Empires 3, which I did not realize for years, unironically, I did not know this for years, there are 3 campaigns that take place at different time periods. For the longest time when playing this game, when I was growing up, when I was younger, I thought there was one campaign that ended with the Fountain of Youth. Because the entire point of the first campaign is that you are a member of the Knights of Malta, you are a swordsman, or you rather, like the main character that you're controlling is a swordsman. Hydreek is a swordsman, a representative of the Knights of Malta. You're exploring the New World. You're fighting against Ottoman janissaries who are attempting to take over the Fountain of Youth. And then you realize that the Fountain of Youth will cause nothing but strife. So you have to destroy the Fountain of Youth. In a big final mission where like you take over an Ottoman bombard, you have fire ships that you can ram into it. It's this big climactic mission, and I thought that was the end of the game. No, that's the end of campaign 1. There are 2 other campaigns which I don't ever think I beat the second one, so I don't even know what happens in the third one. But it starts in, call it 16th century, maybe 17th century. I do love a good comeback. Maybe 17th century. I'm actually not sure when it happens because there's no American faction. It is still the colonies. But campaign 2 time skips, I think, to like the 1800s, if I'm remembering properly. Because at that point, it's about cross-continental railroads. It's about like cowboys, effectively. Never actually played the other ones. Reinstalling it now. Wait, we could PvP in it. We could have a skirmish match. Pog. You might have some interest in Arcane Wilds. It has some vague vibes that remind me a little of AO3. That's the thing. AO3, I've played AO2. AO3? No, that's the fanfic site. AOE3. I've played AOE2. I have AOE2 on Steam, right? I don't have AOE3 on Steam. I had the disc growing up for it. AOE, thank you. Thank you. AOE, I realize what AO3 means. Hush yourself. AOE 2 is a good game that I also have nostalgia for. I did also play this growing up, but AOE 3 is one that I grew up playing more. And I don't know, I just like it. Although I will say, out of all of the Age of games, Age of Mythology clearly is my favorite. I've played Age of Mythology like within the past year. And yes, like I understand that they just did a re-release for it, which, you know. You might also enjoy 0 AD. It's a bit closer to Age of Empires 2, but it's pretty neat. They just shut down Age of Empires 3's online multiplayer. You were gonna challenge me. I don't have the disc on me right now, but there are ways of having privately hosted PvP games, I will say. My hot take, I like Empire Earth more than the Age of Empires. Okay, first off, hey Sigmar, what is Empire Earth? Okay, as you tell me what Empire Earth is, can I just say how goated Stronghold was? Like, this was another game that like I grew up playing, and I had so much fun just like building a little castle with all of the different like industries going on. And it was a game where I loved High Assault. I loved the combat because I thought it was cool. But the fact that you had to like, in order to make a knight, this is an RTS where you control Stronghold 2. I have 4,000 hours on. No, Rory, I'm saying Stronghold 1. I never played Stronghold 2 or any of the DLC. I played Stronghold 1. But to make a knight, you would need to first have a peasant that you assign to a workshop that you have to build for, I think it's like a quarry to get, or no, it's a mine to extract raw material for iron. Then you have to bring that, I think, to like a smelter. The smelter then has to go specifically to an armor smith, not a blacksmith, an armor smith. And then also you need a separate guy to also be a weaponsmith. Each of these requires another peasant. And then you need a peasant to be able to assign to being a knight. So you need to actually build up the industry before you can do cool stuff like knights, even like pikemen, right? The only guys you can get at the very beginning are spearmen and archers, because they don't require armor. They only require a fletcher for the bow, or I think spearmen don't even need a weaponsmith, maybe. Maybe they also just need the fletcher. Then what do blacksmiths do? I don't think there was a blacksmith. I think that there was an armor smith. There was a weaponsmith. There was like other non-combat oriented smiths. But there was no generic blacksmith. You never played Wonder Crusades. I tried to get in Stronghold 3, but the building was... Okay, I played briefly. There was a Stronghold game which was online only. And you'd like, it was basically like Clash of Clans, but Stronghold. And I played it briefly and it was so bad. But I was like, hey, it's Stronghold. I'm enjoying it. Okay, I want to show you stronghold opening. Okay, let's grab this. Let's make sure that you're not going to be flashbanged by anything you shouldn't be flashbanged by. And sorry about that. I'm just trying to get this to be okay. So you should be able to hear this. Let me know if you can't hear it. It's so good. This is Rory in my community. This is my community bullying other streamers I bring on my stream. Do you love that, like, 480p? Very quiet but audible? Let me see if I can increase it. I mean, it is just kind of quiet, I'm not gonna lie. Let me see if I can...
There was work, of course, sharpening our minds.
This is me last night editing.
Making us strong.
I don't know about you, this hypes me up so much. Almost as much as the Age of Empires 2 one. The Age of Empires 2 opening cinematic went so hard. That's how I try to leave my collab mates looking.
Yes. And then
There were the neighbors. "400 pixels, we eating good, more than 10. Exactly. Oh my gosh, this was so good. And then there was Age of Empires 2 opening. This one goes so hard. With the music, and it's a chess match. I know I'm being a bit of a reaction Andy right now. However, this is like 20 years old. I don't care. Hi, Reaper. Hi, Agnes. Yeah, old school RTS openings. Do you remember the StarCraft one? Where it's like the two guys joyriding in their Jeep and then they hit into a Zergling? Oh my gosh. Imagine setting up your trebuchet like 50 yards, like maybe 25 yards from the castle you're trying to take out, or the tower. He's so shocked. He's so smug. Imagine trying to set up a tower like on your advanced line, like you would in like Age of Empires or Age of Mythology, where you're setting up like a sentry tower. Okay, Unc, shut up, Spectre. Do I like Pikmin 1 too? I have only ever played Pikmin 1, but I loved Pikmin. I actually recently like 4 years ago, I played through Pikmin 1 again, like properly this time, and actually beat it like 4 years ago. I don't know if you saw my hello, so hello. Hi, Timon. I didn't. Hi, Orion. Late 90s and early 2000s games had so much soul to them. Listen, I would even say that, well, okay. Let's be honest. Survivorship bias. Games today have soul. Let's look at Armored Core 6. Let's look at Balatro. Let's look at Baldur's Gate 3. Let's look at the various Clover Pit. Games still have soul today. It's just the ones we remember from 20, 30 years ago are the ones that did have soul. We don't remember the slop. We forget about the slop. That's the same thing that happened with like Vine. A lot of people say that Vine is so much better than TikTok. No, just people only remembered the good Vines. They forgot the bad Vines. Same thing with like old school YouTube. A lot of people just forgot about the bad, low quality, not proper YouTube videos. But if we go StarCraft, oh, the StarCraft opening cinematic where they're in the trench, because there's the one where they're in the trench, and then there's also the one, I think Brood War is the one where it's the guys in the car. Is this what I'm thinking of? I don't think this is the one I'm thinking of. Oh, yeah, I was thinking of Brood War. Also, Tactical Breach Wizards has so much heart and soul in it. That's the one that Neko played a while ago. Let me know if this is too loud. I think this seems a little loud. I can't even see what's going on. That's how you know it's good. Hi, Neko. Cough, cough, Silk's long. Exactly. Like me sending my Marines to die because they're low-costed units. What the Marine sees. Like you get the fire bat, you get the Marine, the Zerglings, then the Ghost shoots them. Okay, this, unironically, this right here, the idea of having like a gun that shows your ammunition on it, just fully unloading it and then it running out of ammo, has stuck with me since I was a kid. Unironically, I love the visual of having a gun that has the ammo numerically listed and you're watching it like tick down. That's part of why I love Star Wars Republic Commando so much, is because the standard rifle that you have just literally lists the ammo and you can see it getting lower. You can see yourself running out of ammo and it doesn't make it scary, but it makes it tense. The Dawn of War intro. Oh, the Dawn. I didn't grow up with Dawn of War. I played Dawn of War for the first time like a year ago. The Dawn of War intro does go it goes so hard. Also, Neko, if you're good to hop on, let me know. I will be continuing to look at intros for a little bit, though. And he's just rocking out to some music.
Who's in charge here?
Where is our air support?
Where is the air?
Just points upwards. Oh my gosh, and how big the battle cruisers are in comparison to them. Yep, and then he just covers the mask. May I request the Empire Earth trailer? Sure. We are on a trailer binge. StarCraft 2 Gates of Hell. I have never played StarCraft 2.
So, Gerard,
Oh, right, the vaguely Eastern European
I suspect
admiral.
you had a good reason for pulling me away from my duties.
Your vodka can wait, my good Alexei.
Oh, they're just straight Russian.
Here, you need to see this.
I know all about.
I have both
this
Dawn of War and
situation.
1 and 2, but I have to admit I've yet to finish the campaign. PvP is too fun.
We've all
I mostly
seen
just play
it
skirmish.
with 100.
You've seen nothing. Dissecting a dead Zerg in a lab is one thing. Unleashing them on men is another. You must go into this with both eyes open. Once started, there's no going back.
It's unironically so
Are
good.
you prepared to go all the way with this, Alexei?
It's so good. It's storytelling.
Yes. Yes, I am prepared to go all the way, my good admiral.
Good. Good. I knew I could count on you.
Admiral,
I will continue to say this possibly factually untrue statement.
shall we intervene?
Take us into orbit, Mr. Malmsteen.
I don't think that's a fan myth. I think that that's actually literally true. No, so hey Sam, like unironically, this intro brings up the fact that it was the Terrans who unleashed the Zerg. It has like a storytelling beat that uses silence in a opening cinematic, effectively, where it's the two, like the Admiral, like Alexei and the Admiral talking, and then it has the trenches. Okay. Neko, are you trying to hop on call? Because if you are, now is a perfect time. However, Empire Earth opening cinematic. I don't know Empire Earth. Age of Mythology intro. How could I forget? Put me in, Chief. I have to figure out if your audio is going to be doubled. Hello. Oh, give me just one moment. Let me do this real quick because your audio's not coming through. You should be good.
All right.
Okay. Hi, who are you? Why are you here?
Neko Boy Blue, local cat boy. Feed me tuna.
Neko is someone who is very well versed in sci-fi, also a friend of the channel, which is why he's here in the first place. But he was just like, hey, I saw you're going to talk about sci-fi. Can I chat sci-fi? And I'm like, okay. And then we're going to chat sci-fi. But we haven't chatted sci-fi really at all up until this point. So who knows if that's going to happen.
We've done some talks about stuff like Lancer, Battletech.
No. I mean, on this stream right now that I have titled about sci-fi,
gotcha.
we've talked about everything but sci-fi.
All right.
So just fair warning. Have you ever played Empire Earth?
I played the third one, but that was very bad on my computer at the time. And
this is remastered.
Sadly, but,
Oh, boo.
okay.
Sorry.
I want to briefly talk about the so you just shown off the StarCraft Brood War.
Yes,
trailer.
Brood War.
So couple interesting details about that thing. One, love the Apocalypse Now reference in it. Secondly, there's actually 2 Terran factions on display there. I believe that the ones in the trenches was the Terran Dominion at the time, because Brood War is set a year or so.
Right.
I forget the chronology, but basically it's an expansion sequel pack. So you then have the kind of duality of we are from Earth, because that's where you see Alexei Stukov and
Oh, are those actually important named characters?
I like Stukov, but yeah, so they're unleashing the Zerg on the Dominion forces there as a tool. This is something that the Confederates, which was the originals before they became the Terran Dominion, and they had their whole rebellion, which played StarCraft 1. That whole thing happened.
He's a little loud. Okay.
Oh, meow.
Well, no, I think it's because I bumped up my audio way higher so that they could hear the trailers.
That might be it then.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. But yeah, so I love the tone that they're setting with this. Because, Chet's right. Those are humans coming from Earth, because the StarCraft Terrans were originally based off of 4 prison ships that then went rogue, went off to the sector, and then became the Terrans that we know there. They founded the Terran Confederacy. Then Terran Confederacy flipped to Terran Dominion because Arcturus Manx has a whole rebellion, and then that proceeds to play through the whole events of StarCraft.
Oh, he's a bit reverby because it's hitting my mic and it's doubling audio. My apologies. Let me see if I can fix that.
That's interesting.
Well, because I don't have headphones in.
Audio level's nice.
Yeah, don't worry about it. All is well. Simply do not worry in any capacity. I will fix this as I fixed everything up to and including world hunger.
Nice.
So if I do BAM...
Okay. I'm pretty sure the car cinematic you're talking about is actually a cutscene from either the Terran or Zerg campaign, where it's 2 guys driving along, smoking cigarettes.
It's 2 guys in a Jeep, and then they hit something they think is a dog.
Yeah, they hit a Zergling, and they're like, why is there a
Zergling?
Zergling out here? And then cut to them surrounded. It's just really... It's classic, aliens horror kind of analogy.
I'm sorry, everyone.
StarCraft, yeah. They really nailed their... this is a very kind of scuffed aesthetic. It is a grungy shit, does not really work that well. It's not this clean technology suite. It's got the feeling of Aliens, where everything's very analog.
Wait, why is my
thank God for cool. Yes, the one scene where they open up a box which is holding their nuke in it, and it just happens to have a bunch of beers surrounded by ice.
Oh my gosh. Because I'm someone who I grew up playing StarCraft 1, and I also had Brood War, and I never really got in. I remember being super hyped when StarCraft 2 came out, but I never got into StarCraft. Right? I never became a lore hound or anything for it.
I spent a good amount of time in the StarCraft 1 editor, just messing around with stuff, which is partially why I'm so biased towards games having a good editor due to the creative expression you can do with
Yep.
that. But
Or Halo Forge.
Halo Forge is another great example. Just
Yep.
Okay, can we just talk about that for a brief second? Like between the StarCraft editor, or I guess we'll bundle StarCraft and Warcraft together, and then Halo's Forge, I'm pretty sure that those tools are responsible for a lot of like modern games in terms of design and creativity and expression that people did.
I'm sure
There's-
that was the gateway drug for tons of people back in the honestly, late 90s through late 2000s that got into game dev.
Yeah. Like you think about people who want to create but don't have the means to create, and then you have somebody present them with a very easily understandable like tool. Like, okay, here's something, develop your skill set, practice your stuff. Like everyone's first Forge map or StarCraft map probably sucked. Like everyone
Right.
designs
I got into game design where, well, so strictly this happened first, but like stuff happened before then. But in the Age of Mythology editor, I was making little maps and scenarios that literally had like the branching dialogue, choice options, triggers, learning how the flow of game design works. In addition to things, did you ever play Time Splitters?
I know of Time Splitters, but it wasn't ever a series I was into.
Yeah, so I grew up, well, not grew up, like once I hit a bit older, I was playing Time Splitters, and it had a map editor, and it's a first-person shooter, and you can have like teleport points, and you have armor packs and all of that. So it's the same vibe as something like a Forge map. It's just kind of more corridor shooter than outdoor shooter.
Okay.
You have Time Splitters, haven't played it yet? You say that like it's a new game that's been on your list. Time Splitters is a game from like 30 years ago. I love it. But with something like Forge or Time Splitters or the StarCraft map editor, those are all things that, bare minimum, they're cool, right?
Yeah.
Bare minimum. It's just nice to have. But on top of that, that is what keeps a community going for years.
Yeah.
That's what
I think
happens
the
when you
big
have
thing
people that
you
love the
touched on
game and
there
they make
is
maps.
the ability to like create their own stuff and be sustaining with that.
Maybe they just have a 30-year backlog. Stop judging. Listen, if you have I have like a 30-year backlog of games. Let's be real. I have games that I have like the disc for that I have never played and I have had for years.
You have the discs. You don't have a disc drive anymore.
I do not have a disc drive anymore. I have not had a disc drive for like a decade. Oh, you downloaded a game and then got it. End of service before you played it. Luckily, they're free though. I played Time Splitters 2. Love the time travel plot where you get help from your future self. Okay, so I also like mostly played Time Splitters 2. I also played a bit of Time Splitters Future Perfect. But in the plot of, I believe, Time Splitters Future Perfect, there's a scene, and I love this scene because Time Splitters, it deals with time. You're often helping yourself out in a puzzle. Like, for instance, there's one point where there's a locked door, and then from a vent above the door, you hear someone go, "Hey, Cortez," because like your character's name's Cortez, and you look up and you see it's you, and Cortez says, "This might help you out," and you drop yourself a pair of keys from the future. And then you open the door, you go through the level, blah, 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 and then you're going up here, and then you hear from a vent below you, you hear someone going like, "Oh, dang, the door's closed." And then you look down and go, "Hey, Cortez, this might help," and you drop the keys down. So it is deterministic loop. But with that, something that they did, one particular moment I remember, there's a point where you need to hack into like 2 computer terminals at the same time and do like the password at the exact right moment. So what happens is that you enter the room to find one of you is currently leaving, and there are 3 of you in there at the same moment. And they all look at you and say,
Okay.
"Get on this terminal." So you go over to the terminal. You start doing a hacking minigame. And then one of them leaves, a new guy comes in, and everyone turns to the new guy and says, "Get on that terminal." And then you start shooting these guys and like defending the terminal. And then the third guy leaves, and then you hop on the second terminal as the new guy comes in and you yell at him, "Get on that terminal." And it's such a funny like 15-minute sequence where it's just like mini game of terminal and then an action sequence and then mini game of terminal and then action sequence. And then you just split. You just dip. And it's
Like, well, You only needed one guy doing like 5 jobs, so it works.
I mean, and that's the thing, right? Is that it's something where it's very easy to write that off as like, oh, how convenient. No, it's not convenient. It's funny. It's silly. It's a game that doesn't take itself too seriously. At one point, like an Elvis impersonator is your main like assistant on a mission in a co-op mission. So like, it's not trying to take itself seriously. So it can get away with like the absolute stupidest setups that's super campy and doesn't make sense. But it does make sense because it all ends up being deterministic. Right.
I think that you kind of touched on something there, which is that a lot of sci-fi suffers from it tries to take itself a little too seriously,
just like
in the
fantasy
science department, and misses out a bit on the fiction writing. Because don't get me wrong, like you can have somebody who's very intelligent and knows all the sciences involved for their like respective field or like just kind of specifics thing, but that does not necessarily mean you're going to have a good story. Just because you get the math right does not equate to good stories.
No, absolutely. And I feel as though there are too many people who look at sci-fi, who look at the ability for telling a story and think, oh, so you just need to be absolutely perfect in a realistic, this could happen realm. Hey, Brainus. Yeah. I think that kind of misses the point of a lot of sci-fi, whether it is speculative or it is grimdark or it is optimistic. The point of sci-fi fundamentally is to say, wouldn't it be cool if? Right?
I think that, yeah, you're kind of in the right realm where a lot of sci-fi is, it'd be cool if, what if, or hey, this technology, how does this shape things like a world with warp drives, wormholes,
exactly,
etc.
What would change if? Wouldn't it be cool if? How would X affect Y? It's speculative. Whereas fantasy tends to be more, I want to tell this story with this theme, or I want to explore these characters. So you can get away with, well, magic, because we don't have magic in the real world. We have science. And if you want to base something off of science, there's a certain class of nerd that will get very mad at you if it is not scientifically accurate, more so than history nerds getting mad at something not being historically accurate.
Yep. In that same vein, I forget what exactly the term is for them, but there's a lot of sci-fi nerds who will nitpick the fuck out of you because you got something like 0.1 degree off for your like writing thing. And to be fair, like, okay, it can make sense, like, sometimes if you have a number, like, really far out of whack, that's like, all right, that's a bit weird. But as long as you're putting the effort in, like, trying to be mostly correct with this, you can hand wave enough stuff. It's like, what does this do? This is my sonic screwdriver. It does whatever I need in the moment.
Right.
Okay. You don't need to worry too much about that. Why is it a sonic screwdriver? What does that do? Don't worry about it. It is the doohickey. It does the thing.
Well, and the sonic screwdriver, which is a Doctor Who device, which effectively, I mean, it kind of does basically whatever the Doctor needs it to be, but fundamentally, it almost always is, I would say it's almost like Mage Hand a little bit from D&D,
yep,
where it just kind of does minor, like fine motor movement, effectively. It can't kill someone. It can't shut down a vehicle. It's not like an EMP. It has a soft limit on what its power system is, but everything that can do is almost entirely a convenience thing. It is, I want to lock this door, sonic screwdriver. I want to access this computer, sonic screwdriver. I want to turn off your cell phone for a comedic beat, sonic screwdriver. But I can't like get myself out of a dangerous situation just with the sonic screwdriver, usually. Yeah, I can't work on wood, for instance.
Yeah, that's a fun thing where, again, adding limitations to something makes it allowed to be more powerful and also more interesting in that way. Because, again, for every giant super weapon, there's always a big glowing weak spot. Death Star syndrome right there. And that just makes it more interesting in a setting. Because if you have, oh, this is the I win instantly against everything button, it's not really that cool. It's just like, oh, okay, I guess that's that. And then our story just doesn't happen anymore because you have the I win button. Cool.
Hey, Peacemaker. Sci-fi is when lesbian is in the mech. I mean, that is certainly one style of sci-fi, which we are dangerously close to me having to talk about that.
I was going to say, it's not only when they're in the mech, it's also when they're out of the mech, too.
Hello, AO3 mecha writer. I would like to commission a work where they take the girl out of the mech and they don't do anything inappropriate. I'm the Joker.
I just like the idea of like you just haul like your mech pilot out and just carry them like a sack of potatoes and just like, all right, you've been in there for 18 hours. You're good. Go take a nap.
Although I think it is worth mentioning, fun fact, one of my first hyperfixations was Doctor Who, actually. And no, I was not on Tumblr. I was not a part of Super Wholock. I just really got into Doctor Who like 20 years or like 15 years ago.
I believe it.
Which, like, I didn't know it was a hyperfixation at the time, but looking back, very much so. It was like, yeah, I kind of got really into it for like a good couple months. That was all I was interested in. And then I just kind of dropped it.
Everyone gets a good show like binge like that. I think I had the same thing for, well, I was a fan of Star Trek for a long time. Still am. I had a bit of a run with that with Battlestar Galactica, the remake. I'm a little opinionated about the remake. I think they stretched it a bit far, but I also did really like it.
So Battlestar Galactica is one where I've heard fantastic things about the original, and really all I've heard about the remake is this is worse than this particular thing is worse than the original. That particular thing is worse than the original. I haven't heard much about it on its own merit.
So I would say in comparison, the original Battlestar Galactica is very much like Star Trek, the original series. And then I would equate the remake more to one of the later Star Trek series like Next Generation or Deep Space Nine. I think
Deep Space Nine is the space station one, right?
In the later seasons, but
Deep Space Nine is the one on the space station, right?
Yes.
That one I've actually heard very good things about.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of series, Deep Space Nine is my favorite of them. That does not mean it's the best. It means it's the one that I like the most.
Are you the one that told me about Deep Space Nine?
I probably was. I think
because we've definitely talked Star Trek before.
Yeah. In terms of
weren't we watching trailers? We were, but now we have a Catboy that we're chatting sci-fi with.
Yeah. And the Catboy, the chat boy.
Hello, furry mech artist. I would like you to draw a Dorant. Listen, I like dropped a bomb on my community. Dorant short-circuited at least 100 people's brains. And I'm so happy for that. Do you even know what I'm talking about? Did you watch that video, Neko?
I'm not exactly sure which one you're talking about here. I just got here, so...
Okay. Well, no, so one of the videos I made for making a mega dungeon was the gimmick of the room is that it made your speech incoherent. And if you spoke coherently, you would take damage. So the whole point of the room is that you have to figure out, there's a bunch of books on the floor. One of them has speaks coherently, but it's in infernal or abyssal. So it's a obscure language. So if you can read it, then you can get out, because if you don't read it, the door is locked. And the way I presented that without being coherent is I just was like, evil book, read now if you do. Dorant. And everyone just in the comments was just like, what does Dorant mean? The Dorant killed me. Where did Dorant come from? And I found it very funny.
It's just Dornot. It's Dorant.
Dorant.
It makes sense.
Yeah. Listen, I constructed this really cool tower to God in my dungeon.
I'm looking forward to your block out plan for that mega dungeon, just like your flowchart you've got going for it.
So what I started with is I'm just going to make a bunch of different rooms that are going to be loosely fit around a specific vibe, a specific theme, which I've stuck to this entire time, and I think some people have picked up on. But fundamentally, I was kind of trying to keep it generalized. At this point, I kind of shifted towards, okay, I'm just going to make it as if I was making an actual mega dungeon that I would run one room at a time. So now I'm having NPCs involved. I'm having storylines. I'm having callbacks. So it kind of started generalized, and now it's being more specific. So I already made a layout for floor 1. I made a video where I ascribed a actual floor layout for floor 1. Currently, I'm probably a third of the way, maybe halfway through floor 3. So,
all right.
I don't know how long it's going to be, but I jumped from you fight one troglodyte 2, you fight a mind flayer and a yoklo and a drider and an intellect devourer and some ettercaps, which is quite the jump of power, particularly given that the way I'm imagining this progresses is by the time you hit floor 3, you're like maybe level 5. But also, that's assuming that you literally are only in the dungeon. The dungeon is designed in such a way that you can enter it, clear out half of floor 1, leave, and then come back 3 levels later.
Yeah, I think that's the term for this. It's something that you're grinding away progress on, but you will like do certain levels and get to a like stopping point degree, and then I've seen this done before where it's like you slog through a certain number of levels and then basically you get an extraction point that you can then go back to later on. So you're able to grind away at this and feel like you're making progress.
Yeah, one of the upcoming rooms, which I haven't known when I was going to do it, because I actually was considering doing this on floor 1. So I've had this in my back pocket for 6 months at this point, is a secondary entrance, because I feel as though any good dungeon should have more than one entrance. And the lower down it is, the more convenient it is for the party, but also the weirder that it's not causing problems. Because if this is on the floor that has, like, I don't know, a bunch of drow with their ettercap minions and a mind flayer ruling over them, why are the drow not going out and like ransacking the local village?
Yeah.
But if it's on the same level as it's just like a bunch of goblins, the goblins are probably going and ransacking a village, and that's probably how you found this dungeon in the first place. So there's a give and take, and the lower down in the dungeon, the more powerful the enemies, because I'm styling this after like a classic 3-5 dungeon.
Yeah. Because you were describing dungeon types there. Like, you think about dungeons, there's different levels to this. You're like your classic 5-room dungeon, which is good for just running through in a session or 2. Depends how fast your players go. There's the larger dungeons, which is like, oh, this is something going to take a bit more of a grind. We got multiple rooms to clear. I think that some shows like Dungeon Meshi have done a really good job of establishing like this is a dungeon as a environment or ecology thing, rather than this is just a we're gonna like fight through this in one session kind of deal. So what I like seeing for the way you described it, with these multiple different factors, like you might have some goblins or some drow or the mind flayer, and that all these things are somehow interacting with each other in the area. The way you described the goblins like going out, that made me think like, okay, if I'm running this and I want to have an extraction point, like let's say a tunnel leading up to the surface from like the 5th floor of a dungeon or something, right? I would put something in like, say, a giant spider that's blocking the way, preventing it so people cannot get through there. Now you've got a boss battle of sorts, which the party can then choose to fight if they want a quick entry exit route. And this is now allowing other implications, like saying, okay, well, we cleared out like the Shelob equivalent. Cool. This tunnel is now open. We can traverse this as we please. Not only does this mean that they can come back later and do this dungeon as they want and return to the town of safety, whatever you call it. It's a storytelling device. But now you potentially have like, oh, this was blocked off, so it used to be only the drow could like get by. Now everything can get in and out of this hole. So you created now more interesting storytelling tension.
And that's why I think it's really fun when, if the players have any degree of influence, the idea of, hey, town guard who see us as heroes, we want to conscript 4 to 6 of you to act as a rotating guard and make an outpost at this entrance. Now nothing can get out because it's being watched. Suddenly, we have a safe place to rest where we don't even have to take watches because we have at all times 4 guards, and they're only CR 1/8. Like, they're not gonna stop a boss monster from coming out here, but it's enough that if a couple goblins come by, they can stop them. It's enough that bandits won't come by and block this place off or make it their hideaway. And someone said, this sounds like mementos. Funny enough, I actually just started Persona 5 the other week, and it's been very fun. But someone else said a randomly generated dungeon room, which I am not a huge fan of, not because I don't think it can be done well, but because I've said this before, I'm not a huge fan of random tables, because almost always whenever I do a random table, there's gonna be something that I wish it rolled this instead. Or like all of these ideas are so exciting. The fact that it chooses just one of them is disappointing to me. I want to involve multiple of these. Also, hey Pensive, hey Orca, hey Sam.
I'm kind of with you on the random tables, but the way I use random tables is when I'm doing like session prep and I want to have like a setup time for like, okay, where they're going to be doing overland travel. I will pre-roll my random encounters for that. Be like, okay, what do you get this time? Like, let's go D10 table. Oh, you find like a troop of bandits. Okay, I can now prep that ahead of time. I've got all the stuff I need. I don't have to go fishing for minis or maps or stuff like that. And if I don't like it, I'm just like, no, hang on, wait a second. I don't like this, but there's no one holding me to, forcing me to use that. So I'll just be like, okay, what do I actually want instead today?
And my thought process with that, I used to love random encounters because I'm very open about this fact. Probably one of, if not my largest influence as a TTRPG GM, as well as just like a writer, and also just in life, is Matt Colville, who been making videos for like 10 years at this point. I was watching him since like he hadn't uploaded 5 videos, right? Since the very beginning. And he brought up the idea of random encounters. I thought that was really cool. I tried it out. And what I found is why? Because if it's you're walking along, then you fight some bandits, and then cool, you had a combat, that just slows down the game, doesn't add anything. Maybe you get some experience, maybe you get some loot, maybe it was a fun time to like be able to use your fireball when you wanted to go Nova. But it doesn't add anything to the narrative or the plot. All it does is slow down the game, and it doesn't even make the world feel more dangerous. It makes the world feel slower, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing inherently, but a lot of games, at least a lot of my games that I run, tend to have some narrative thrust to them. And the idea of, okay, you're dealing with cultists, you're fighting cultists, you encounter this cult that is infecting bandit camps and nobility and working class, and it's spreading its influence. You need to go cut it off before it gets to the capital. And then you roll a random encounter, and then you fight 4 wolves and 3 goblins. That feels out of left field, and that is because it's literally random. But the players almost always don't see this as like, oh, the world is dangerous, we're encountering obstacles in a world that's larger than us. The players almost always go, why are we wasting our time on this? Why aren't we just fighting cultists?
It is one of those cases where, like, okay, logically, would you encounter something like this? Yeah, you could be attacked by wolves. Like, that could happen. But you have to consider your budgets, right? Players have, like, let's say you dedicate, like, a Saturday afternoon. You might get, like, I don't know, 4 hours or so of everyone able to line up their schedules, play a game together.
And let's say at least an hour of that is someone's late, we're all chatting, someone forgot their mechanics, so they're looking it up. Like, just knock an hour out.
Yeah, so you're already, like, limited on your time budget here. Taking that amount of time and spending it on just, okay, we fight some wolves, does this advance the narrative? Does this develop your characters? For my encounter design, I have one philosophy, which is that it is always some way trying to expand or enhance the narrative. This is a story centered around the players and their perception of the world and its interactions with them. So basically every encounter, I think there's actually just a flaw with the way encounters are designed, assuming that it's just going to be, oh, we fight X now.
We've already chatted, like you and I have chatted about this plenty. Yeah. We're on the same page.
Yeah, like your encounters should not be like, oh, we do combat now. It should be, how do I like basically write more for these characters and set up for a storytelling beat? You mentioned the cult thing, right?
Yeah.
If the cult is now this very active, prominent thing, okay, party might run into cult members, or they might run into the actions of said cult members. You want a really good, fun, random encounter? No combat. You just come across the site of a ritual that happened, and all of the scenery about it, you build tension with this, and you don't release it. You now have the party on edge until they find something else. Then you set the storytelling beat as they get to the weird town like Darkest Dungeon and start moving through that. That's terrifying.
Or alternatively, you have a good person who's a part of the cult that is demonstrably not a bad person, but who is caught up in this, and maybe they're caught up by the idea of the perfect world that the cult wants to make. And then the players have to be like, oh, like you're bad, you're evil. Why are you a nice person? And they're just like, well, because I believe in what this cause is doing. Like, my brothers and sisters in the fires of hell shall rise above to bring heaven to earth. And like, I don't think that you should be rude when you do that. I think that those who aren't deserving are not undeserving of respect, but I do wish the best for them, even if they will not ascend with me. And then you're just like, no, I want to stab you, but I'll feel bad if I do. And then suddenly it's an actual conversation to be had instead of just a bandit who charges at you.
It's one of those, like, every time you want to like spend time running a combat or other encounter, you want there to be some sort of narrative tension or development behind it. It's much more interesting for players than be like, oh, my actions and choices and words are influencing this, rather than, because we described before how a lot of tabletop combat, it boils down to, I throw a fireball, I hit him with my sword, okay, roll the dice, do you hit or not? Versus the narrative of like game mechanics are just supporting telling the story.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Is that so Orca asked, like, what system are we assuming this is in? We're generally on as a baseline, I just talk D&D because that's accessible. And this would be a more combat oriented system. Other people brought up that like classic D&D expected like 8 encounters per day, but the concept of adventuring day is antiquated. Realistically, in any combat oriented game like D&D, like Lancer, like Pathfinder, you kind of need combat, or else the players won't be able to do their cool things. But combat almost always is the longest lasting, most slog inducing, least engaging part of the game. And that depends on your players. But
it's because of the turn-based nature in a way where
exactly,
you're limited until like Dougie over there finishes his turn of 15 attacks or whatever.
Right. And like even in Lancer, where I show up because I want my Pegasus to use its Omni gun to like just delete a grunt from existence, on my turn, I get to do my cool thing. And then it's enemies, and then maybe that affects me, so I need to like roll to resist damage or whatever. And then Neko takes his turn, and then it's the enemies. And then B takes their turn, and then the enemies. And then Ice Reaper takes their turn, and then the enemies. And then it's new turn. But because the way initiative works in Lancer, Ice goes again, because that's what makes sense for the group. And then the enemies go, and then Neko goes, and then the enemies go, and then Orca goes, and then the enemies go, and then I finally get to go again. That was at least 45 minutes between my turns.
Yeah. I think that the way you describe this is a common problem with some card games as well as some tabletop games, which is it boils down to, instead of being like a collaborative, we're going to do actions together, it's now 4 or 5 people playing solitaire. So
honestly, I feel like this is much less the case in something like Magic the Gathering. That being said, I have never played a Commander game where the turns lasted longer than like 10 minutes. Which is apparently a very common thing, which I just don't play at a high enough bracket, but I have never played a Commander game where the turns were not over within like 5 minutes. Which obviously it sucks if I have to wait on like Orca to take a 5-minute turn, and then Cantus to take a 5-minute turn, and then B to take a 5-minute turn. I was waiting like 15 minutes. But if I'm a blue player, I'm probably listening so I can counterspell you. If I'm a green player, I might have an instant that can destroy your flying creature. If I'm a red player, I have direct damage. So like in something like Magic the Gathering, there is more interactivity with instants and activate and at will abilities. But I definitely don't disagree that is a problem at higher brackets in particular. But I feel as though D&D, out of everything, like D&D is probably the absolute worst system I've encountered with that. Because even Lancer has the Gorgon, like people said. Lancer has reactions other than just an opportunity attack that you can take.
D&D is very, like, it is very good because you can always find a game for it. Like your local hobby store, you show up, say, hi, I'd like to learn to play D&D. It's a great way to get into the hobby due to that. But it is also a system that's not perfect. Like the interactions between players in the combat sphere, you don't get that much like team up stuff. Are mostly just there on the board, you do your actions, and then a bunch of players just start looking at their phones instead as the next guy goes on his turn.
Right. Lancer's drones and mines and many things. And I don't play Commander. I played Commander a couple times a couple years ago. More recently, I mostly was playing Magic the Gathering online with Arena. So I haven't played Commander in a while. But with something like Lancer, for instance, the way abilities are designed, if I'm playing as a Caliban, I'm a physical oriented character. I have shotguns. I have machine guns. Probably I have melee attacks that I deal extra damage if I punch you. Right. So if I knock you into an obstacle, I deal extra damage. And Neko might be playing a kobold, which can create cover. So the idea is that even if we're playing complete, like we didn't talk about this beforehand, we're not planning for this, even if Neko just happens to make a piece of cover as a kobold, I could then say, okay, I'm going to position myself to knock them into it. Oh no, I can't move there and also push them at the same time. So then Denise, who's playing a Zhang, can just shift them over 3 spaces. Or Reaper, who's playing a Manticore, can beckon them.
Like collaborative in the moment spontaneousness that makes it so interesting for how all the different abilities in that go together.
Well, and the reason I bring that up is because in D&D, I would say that almost 90% of abilities I would consider selfish, in that they only do something for you in that moment. Even healing, I would consider selfish, because if I heal you, all that does is help you not die, which probably helps me. There's not a lot of stuff that's like control. There's not a lot of stuff like hold person, web, like terrain altering abilities or movement altering abilities. Whereas in Lancer, I would say probably half of abilities, maybe a third, I would consider selfish. Because if I drop a mine, you can push someone into that and explode it. That's not selfish. I have an ability that can make someone jammed and make it harder for them to attack. I wouldn't consider that selfish, because you might have something that capitalizes off them being jammed. But in D&D, it just doesn't really have that.
And that's like the difference of systems and stuff, right? So you get some games that are meant to be kind of simplistic, like focus on one character. Like, okay, we have John Swords over here doing his Battle Master thing. He can swing his sword like 5 different times. Very cool, man. But you don't get like a lot of environmental interactions. And that is a flaw of the system. It's simplified at a cost. So sure, you can like pick it up pretty fast and you do your stuff, but a lot of combat is static base to base. And that's a valid critique.
So I'm not even saying environmental impact, because depending on what you do, like how your GM runs the game, you could have environmental impact. I'm saying from a design perspective, D&D, like I would be shocked if any individual, like, so collectively as a chat, I'm sure that y'all could come up with this, but like any individual person, if you can come up with 3 abilities whose entire purpose revolves around assisting other people do cool stuff, and I'm not talking like I cast Bless, I'm talking like Beckon from the Manticore, or the Sun Zi, which allows all other characters to teleport to them for free. It's always a valid teleportation space. Like abilities that in D&D serve the same function as the only purpose of this is assisting my synergy with other characters. Because I feel as though D&D doesn't really have that. And as a result, I have no incentive to care about what you're doing on turn except tactics. And tactics is something where even the most tactical players will oftentimes say, okay, X do Y, A do B, C do D. All right, cool. I'm going to go on my phone now. And then if the battlefield changes, they might update the strategy so that instead of C doing D, C does E. But fundamentally, they're not paying attention during other people's turns. They just say, all right, Neko, do X, Koid, do Y, Cantus, do Z. And then they check out. Because there's no benefit to paying attention more. Bless spell, spike growth. Okay, spike growth is one of those like 10%, right? Spike growth is an AoE continuous effect that if I, as a barbarian, pick you up and slam your face into it and drag you behind me, you will take a ton of damage.
Yeah.
But
I think the other thing you
how many abilities
have
that?
Because you talked about like interactions there. When it's somebody's turn, other people don't really have much input or stuff going on for that. Like you can cast, like, let's use one example I've done before. Spike growth, you cast Flying the Barbarian, they grapple a guy, ride him like a surfboard through the spike field, they take 1 billion D4 damage. That's cool, but all this stuff is basically like on my turn, I did my action, and then I just kind of check out. Like the only time you actually interact with stuff is, oh, okay, opportunity attack. Like that's my reaction or counterspell, and that's very limiting for that.
Yep. And that's why I keep bringing up Lancer, is because in Lancer, it's so modular, but at the same time, the entire system is designed for a team. The way initiative works is that you decide who wants to go next. And you can't take 2 turns in the same round, but I might go before you, and then the next round you go before me, because that's what makes sense. Spike growth? Don't you mean conjure minefield? No, I don't mean that. I didn't say that. Why would you? We're talking about D&D, not Lancer. You fool. Lancer should be considered a classless system. Yes.
Sort of.
Because Lancer, you're not. So the way I see a class system is that you like pledge yourself to a specific path, and on that path you'll get unique upgrades that are separate from all other paths. And I feel as though under that definition, Lancer would still be a class-based system. It would just have 0 barrier to multi-classing.
Yeah.
But I also think it's fair to say it just doesn't have a class system.
I would say that Lancer is a class system, but a very modular one, because you can mix and match a lot of your different licensing levels and such. So part of the fun is like, okay, you could just play like, you mentioned Caliban, like you just play straight Caliban for that. But suppose you might want to mix in something later on. You're kind of required to as you go to.
Well, yeah, because there's also
stuff.
Assuming, let's not even say LL12. Let's say LL6, which is halfway. You cannot only take like 6 levels of Caliban. There are only ever 3 license levels of a given frame. So I would almost say that it's not a class system because there's no barrier to entry. And it's not just that you are allowed to or incentivized, you are forced to quote unquote multi-class, which implies that like you have no ability to just choose, I'm only going to be a Blackbeard. I'm only going to be a Drake. You have to choose, I'm going to be a Drake and a Tortuga. Which, if you're going LO0 to LO3, sure, you could be quote-unquote class-based, but I feel like the system is explicitly designed around not having classes. Maybe you could make the argument that it's about archetypes. I want to be a striker.
Archetypes is a better fit there, kind of the way that Shadowrun doesn't really have a class system, but you do have your guy you point to and say, this is our decker.
Listen, if the Drake is not a tank, if I want to play an absolute like twink that has the Leviathan chain cannon, I will pick up Drake levels. That does not make me a tank. That does not make me anything other than a twink with a chain cannon. See, Goblin can't have the chain cannon because the chain cannon, I believe, is super heavy. So it only has, I believe, a main mount or maybe a flex mount. So even if it got the mount upgrade where it gets a free main mount, that would not be a heavy mount. You need a heavy mount to have a super heavy weapon. Which is why Goblin was my first thought.
Yeah, like certain restrictions in the setting are good because they allow things to be powerful. Like your heavy weapons, they can be quite strong, and you can make this a limiting factor. The Saladin, I believe it was, that one's only got like a singular normal or medium mount. I forget the.
I believe it's a main mount. It might be a flex. Basically, a flex mount is just a main mount or an auxiliary mount. You get to choose, but it's still a single mount.
But yeah, with that case, it's like, okay, this thing is powerful in its other abilities, but it's limited in terms of like, okay, well, I'm not going to bring out a heavy weapon for this thing. So I think that's a good thing balancing factor wise, because if you have a, like, let's take your starter mech, the Everest, right? That's got, if I remember right, is it 2 mains and a flex? So I've got to pull up the Lancer book now.
Sorry, there's a motorcycle Newman outside. And real quick, Spectre says, if you're forced to multi-class, you still fundamentally interacting with a class-based system. I think a class-based system necessitates division. Right. So if I have a class system, or if I have a ability tree where it's I can be abilities X, Y, or Z, and there's nothing changing them except The Y abilities tend to be more combat oriented. The X abilities tend to be more like healing oriented, and the Z abilities tend to be more utility oriented. But there's nothing stopping me from taking a Y or an X or a Z. I would say that's not a class-based system because there's no differentiation between them except ease of communication. I would argue that there's no real difference between picking up a Blackbeard license and a Metal Mark license and a Manticore license than just the Manticore is the one that you do a lot of self-damage. The Blackbeard is the one where you do a lot of grappling. The Metal Mark is the one where you do a lot of invisible. But none of those are exclusive from each other. So I would almost go so far to say it's not a class system because there is no, like, stripping away the flavor, there is no mechanical difference between them aside what they focus on. Whereas if you choose a barbarian, you cannot also be a wizard if you do not have the requisite intelligence. And they interact with functionally different mechanics. One has spellcasting, one has not, right? So I would say that's the difference.
Just looking at your XYZ graph there, this makes me think something like, say, MMOs. MMO Golden Triangle has been tank heal DPS for the longest time, and when it's not the case, players typically try and make it the case.
Yes.
If we think about your XYZ as your tankiness, your damage dealing, and your like healing support ability, you can consider this now as like a ratio slider. Like, let's say you get 100 points here, just easy percentages. You now decide like how much of this do you want to put into like your resilience and tankiness, how much you want to put into your control ability through your area effects and stuff, how much you want to put into this guy's health bar disappears now. And that's kind of the way Lancer's set up, where it's a very modular system that, by depending which mechs you're going to put license levels into, that kind of dictates what your outcome is through your ratio add up.
Yeah, and I would even go so far to say is in Lancer, it's almost like all of the different frames are closer to like a subclass or like a prestige class almost, where you can double up. There's no penalty for going deep in one. Literally, it's only the opportunity cost of not choosing a different one, but there is no exclusion, right?
On that topic too, it's like, if you think about Lancer, like most of your core Lancer stuff is, okay, we've got the static weapon systems here. Like, you consult your weapons chart on page, look at the core rulebook right now. Where's the core weapon?
Oh, class-based Lancer might be something like being forced into one manufacturer. And that's kind of what I've talked about with like making AC6 pilots in Lancer. I like the idea of, because Balaam in AC6 reminds me of Harrison Armory, it would be interesting to make them, but they can only use Harrison Army parts, or they have to primarily use Harrison Army parts. That would be an interesting class-based system. But I feel like because there is no differentiation, because there's nothing stopping you from taking an IPSN license and an SSC license, it's not a class-based system. But I think you can have a self-imposed class of, I'm only going to take Harrison Armory. I'm only going to take IPSN. And then within that, you have like the subclass of the Drake versus the Tortuga versus the Zang, right?
Yeah. You can also just say narratively, like, okay, Harrison Armory happens to be the like main stake on this planet. So you're just pretty much going to encounter Harrison Armory stuff. If you encounter suddenly a whole whack of like, okay, because I'm Battletech coded, I was going to say a whole lance of like Horus mechs or something. That's suddenly a case of, wait, what are you guys doing here? Hang on, this isn't right. And that could be a narrative storytelling device now of like, okay, this is a Harrison Armory planet. Why are Horus mechs here?
Okay, well, Horus mechs are everywhere. They're like the greenskins. Let's not.
I'm just using like as a pull option here.
No, I know. A class system in Lancer would be something like a pilot, that being way better at piloting a specific Lancer, hackers, heavy supports. I disagree, because that would be closer to what role you fulfill in combat. I can play a damage-based barbarian or a tanky barbarian. I can play a support healing-focused cleric. I can play a damage-oriented cleric. I can play tracking-based ranger. I can play a stealth-based ranger. Like, those are different roles you fulfill in combat. There's different roles that you can occupy, but they're still within a given class. And I think that those are not things that you should ignore, because like the striker, defender, controller differentiation is real. Being an artillery does differentiate what you can do in a given frame than a striker. But it doesn't limit your options. It just gives you tools, and it's like almost tagged with a warning of like, hey, you just chose a controller frame. This will only give you stuff that won't deal direct damage. It won't deal like healing or whatever. It's going to primarily focus on debuffing the enemy. That feels less like a class and more like a sign warning you. The frames are locked in a class structure, but the player isn't. I mean, that's kind of fair. I would say that most pilots are locked in a class. They're stuck in a class with the frame. But as Lancers, as special boys, as puppy girls in the mech suits, you get access to all the cool stuff that no one else does. So you can mix and match no matter you want. Whereas your standard, like Sherman line infantry in a Harrison Armory PMC, they're stuck into the quote unquote class of Sherman. And I think that's where all the NPC templates are great representations of, like, not just as NPCs, those are good representations of classes that you are outside of the realm of. You're too busy being the main character to care about having a class. You're not classy enough.
I think that you touched on something there, which is protagonist perspective. So whether it's D&D or Lancer or something like, let's go with Pathfinder, the player characters are generally the exception to the norm in the setting. And it's worth establishing that as, like, contextually, like, yeah, normal people don't go out one day and decide, I'm going to go kill a dragon, or I'm going to
Wait, you don't?
go and, like, become super private military contractor for XYZ.
Are you a coward, or? Like, I do that all the time. Most of my chat does. You're the odd one out here.
No, this is just the case of I've unfortunately got to go and, like, move Tunicanes around, so I just don't really have time. Look, this fishing trolley's not going to empty itself, all right?
Okay, Squeebles, just because you read pilots as Pilates does not change the fact that all pilots also do Pilates.
Yes.
There's a distinct lack of dragons. Listen, if there were dragons running around, I'd be very bad at my job, wouldn't I?
Yeah. If there was dragons, they'd probably be a Horus mech.
100%. Which is why I made a video talking about how to make dragons in Lancer. Actually, I've killed so many dragons that nobody can find them anymore. Dreek gets it. Dreek, you and me, we're doing the same thing here. We're competing businesses. I'll see you out back of the Wendy's. 1 a.m. Best come prepared.
1 a.m. at a Wendy's? Jeez, can't even do 2 a.m. at a Denny's?
Listen, I have 2 a.m. at a Denny's with someone else. So I have to, like, fit my schedule in. Like, seriously, dude. Come on, keep up.
They're on the other side of town, though. How are you going to get there in time?
There's more than one Denny's, you absolute cretin.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Canadian. We can't have multiple Denny's in our cities.
No, I'm sorry that you live in I was going to say in a smaller country, but no, your country is, like, I think bigger than the continental US.
We're, like, second largest landmass, I think.
Is that counting Alaska?
I don't believe so.
Because Alaska
is just big.
I think, like, a quarter the size of Canada.
Alaska is sizable,
huge.
But map perspective is always...
Yeah, map perspective is always weird. Let me just look up map of North America.
I want to say that Canada is still, like, second largest.
Oh, yeah.
Total landmass.
Alaska is way smaller than I thought it was in comparison to Canada. Because... actually, mainland Canada seems pretty comparable, slightly larger than continental US. Because with the bay, right?
Yeah.
The bay cutting into, obviously you have all the islands, but...
No. We stretch north pretty far up there, but it's mainly just polar bears, so...
Where does it cut off, actually? Do you have the Queen Elizabeth Islands, or do you cut off below it?
That's... question.
Because I know you definitely don't have Greenland. But I'm pretty sure you have these islands. I actually don't know.
There's a little bit of argument over who has sovereignty of what.
Yes,
there.
most of mainland Canada is empty. And so is a lot of, like, at least, like, the Midwest US is also very empty. So I'm not talking, like, a population density. I'm talking strictly landmass. Oh, apparently you do have them, so...
Yep. They are part of Canada there, which makes sense with Queen Elizabeth being former sovereign. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's not used to that, but
Yeah, it's actually closer than I thought. I thought Canada stretched like more north.
I mean, it is also a globe perspective thing. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much of the map you can see at the top there, but a lot of that does get into the Arctic
Yeah,
with
because
its
of
ice
the
sheet that just
striations.
isn't modeled. Yeah.
The Great Slave Lake, what?
Huh?
Huh? Is this like the Great Lake of Slaves? Is this a slave for great, or is this a lake for great slaves? Like, what the deal?
I'm gonna have to look that up. Second largest lake in the Northwest Territories.
Canada's slightly. I assumed Canada was going to be like way larger, or like it was kind of way larger than the continental U.S. and then Alaska took it. I was not expecting it to be like actually very close. It's actually from the slavery people.
About this place, I'm gonna have to.
You can't tell me that. I will just believe you.
Take a look at this thing's.
To be fair, the Midwest did have more population, but how can you keep them all on a farm after they've seen petty? Reykjavik. Huh. Godeb. Huh. I don't think I've ever heard the Icelandic and Greenland capitals before. Oh, the Slavey. Or the Slave. Oh, that makes sense. Not gonna lie, that's hilarious. It was named after John Slave, the guy who discovered it. Spectre, you can't tell me that. I will believe you. I will go around telling people, hey, did you know Great Slave Lake in Canada was discovered by John Slave? Just like how the Land Raider from 40K was discovered by John Land.
I hate that lore so
I don't
much
think his name is
still to
actually
this
John
day.
Land. It's something Land, though. It's so funny.
It's Arkenland. It's stupid.
Oh, well, thank you for the context, Cantus, I think. He was Slavic. Arkenland, thank you.
Yeah.
Also, hey, Warnschnick. There's a town called Friday Night Funkin'. Oh my gosh.
Could be.
Neko, we've talked about this before, but on stream, 40K faction. Which is your favorite? Which one would you play?
So
I think I know,
back to sci-fi with this. Orcs are my favorite because they're the faction that writers consistently know to not take too seriously. 40K as a series and like just a IP in general suffers from trying too hard to be grimdark, edgy, and a lot of it just makes you end up rolling your eyes, or they lose the scaling plot, or it suffers from multiple writer syndrome. I like the orcs because the orcs
have you read War of the Beast?
Always present, always fun, and they still carry a bit of the cheeky original Warhammer 40K tongue-in-cheek humor, which was, hey, let's make fun of like your local football hooligans.
Exactly. Have you read or listened to War of the Beast?
War of the Beast is one I haven't done yet.
Do not.
Some of the ones like War Boss I've quite enjoyed.
Do not the Beast. I just listened to Adeptus Ridiculous, and for all of Orktober, every week they did a video talking about War of the Beast. It is 12, maybe 13 books. I think it's 12 books where the Beast of the War and the Beast gets name dropped for the first time in like book 7. And then they actually properly fight it at the end of book 12. It is a 12 book series where half of the series slaughter. You get it, freelancer. Where half the series has nothing to do with the Beast. It's just to do with orcs. Which obviously orcs are fun, but it character assassinates orcs. It manages to somehow ruin orcs.
Yeah, I've heard that the War of the Beast in general, just for 40K, is a very weird period because a lot of it suffers from being a focus on space marine-y stuff, because that was like what people were pushing for. Oh, we're fighting the Beast
on space marines because everything is focused on space marines. It's about space marines fighting against orcs, which obviously you're going to focus on both sides to some extent.
Yeah. In my case, I like the War Boss novels because Mike Brooks is just hilarious with how he writes orcs. He included some memes in it. Like, I'm
Big
not
Daka,
kidding. Like, actual
Budokan,
just like
and-
slaps the roof of buggy. This bad boy can go so fast. So I love that for the writings because it perfectly captures that the orcs are simultaneously really fucking scary, but also really fucking funny.
Listen, an orc Wa is probably top 3 most terrifying things to encounter in 40k, up there with a Tyranid hive fleet and probably like the Necrons arriving, right?
Yeah. I would say that.
That being said, they're so silly.
Yeah. In terms of like scariness factor, Tyranids, Great Devourer, that's a classic enemy.
Yeah.
I am of the opinion that orcs are scarier because you don't know what orcs are going to do next. And the orcs don't know it either.
Well, okay, so let's clarify a term real quick. Scary. Do we mean scary as in like tough to fight as a foe, or scary as in like horror?
I'm gonna say like just in terms of like tactical, like engaging.
Yeah, because in that case, I fully agree with you, 100%.
Tyranids, they're for all the like hype they get about adaptation and their like infinite possibility stuff.
They just swarm.
They're pretty static in that their goal is just how do I most efficiently eat next, and they go about that pretty consistently. For the orcs, you can have like a wonderful array of character there, and I love their faction for this because you have anything from a bunch of freebooting pirates who might actually work as double-cross mercenaries to a bunch of orcs who are just obsessed with getting the biggest gun possible and painting it bright yellow to make it more flashy. Or you could have another group that just wants to do laps around the star in the fastest cruisers they can assemble. Or
and
you could
all
get
of those you
scariest,
you described are just freebooters.
Not necessarily just freebooters, but you can have all of them. I was going for a bit of Bad Moons and Evil Sons there for your Cult of Speed and your Flash Kitty style. But
well, no, because think about it. Like generally, Interstellar is usually going to be freebooters, right? Not obviously every single clan has some degree of interstellar travel,
sort of.
Most orcs prefer to just slam into an enemy's planet and go crump them old-fashioned style.
Yeah, I would say that I equate a lot of the space stuff is, I want to say more Bad Moonsy, but there's mechs everywhere, so each faction has their own stuff. It's really.
I don't disagree. Like vehicles, obviously.
Yeah. Cult of Speed, obvious vehicles there. For a bunch of the like 40k orc stuff, usually their ships are immune to the end. The guns are fun. They shoot them on the way. They hop in a rock. They hit the planet. Then they're just trying to get in chopping distance of the enemy, and that's very efficient.
Honestly, Storm Boys started out really funny for me, and then they lost their humor because I just started seeing them as normal tactical units in like 40k games. They're so stupid. I love them so much. Storm Boys are an orc that has a big chopper and a rocket strapped to its back that it lights and launches itself like a missile at the enemy, and it screams and hollers and yells the entire time, and then it slams into the enemy, and somehow, like 50% of the time, it will just be fine despite the impact, and it will just start crumping everyone around it. That is so stupid. That is so nonsensical that it is... It was so funny that stopped being funny for a while, and I just kind of accepted it as normal, and now it's back to being funny for me. Unironically, working on my orc shop diorama during this Wa is growing. Listen, green is best.
I think that's the best thing because Games Workshop, I'm a little opinionated on their writings because
a little opinionated.
All right, a lot opinionated. They simultaneously want to have a very like grimdark, everything's awful bad setting, but also are trying to keep they're trying to keep some of the older, like, tongue-in-cheek humor alive because they were named characters that kind of major action, like, bits, like how Gazgul is totally not a jab at Margaret Thatcher, right? But
wait, really?
Yeah, the full name is Gazgul Magarak Thraka, which is supposed to sound close to Margaret Thatcher.
Huh.
And then they'll deny it, but, like...
Right, because they have to deny it, otherwise they could be sued with defamation, but... Games Workshop really likes appealing to fans, and anyone who knows 40k knows exactly what I mean by that.
Yep.
But I do agree
Yeah,
that there is an identity crisis. They want to be super edgy. They want to be super serious. And that's, I think, where a lot of like the Space Marine stuff comes from. But the setting started as satire, and it's supposed to be satire, and the bones of it are still satire. That's why the ecclesiarchy and the Imperium is so backwards. It's not because it's a righteous indignation of like the state of the world and how we need to like become authoritarian in order to like win. It is because bureaucracy upon bureaucracy is really funny. It's a classic trope.
It's a lot of people who look at 40K and get like the complete wrong idea from it. This entire setting was founded as a kind of tongue-in-cheek snubbing satire setting.
Mhm.
And somewhere along the way, it became corporatized edginess. Or corporate-friendly edginess, the best way to describe it. Where
I
you're trying
disagree.
to do a grimdark setting while also being safe for your advertisers who want to sell their next like wacky.
I disagree. It's like chaos, and particularly not just Slaanesh, but also the Drukhari in particular, and the Demon Kalaba with the Iron Warriors. There's so much that I think goes past the point of corporate friendliness. It's we want to be edgy because, oh, look at how cool and edgy we are. Look at how we can appeal to our like 13 to 17-year-old single male audience, right? Where I think that's the angle that they go a lot of the time. There's some things that definitely feel kind of corporate edgy, but I don't think 40K is stuck in a like trying to be edgy but needing to be family friendly. I think a lot of advertisers don't want to touch 40K.
Yeah. All right, hear me out on this, because this is actually something I'm educated on. So 40K, I say, is specifically trying to be its own brand of corporate approved edginess for this because they want their grimdark setting to try and sell stuff, but they also want this to be advertiser friendly, which is why they're not really bothering. Like they'll do things that is like, oh yeah, this is like blood gore, this is approved for in games. They don't release like a lot of models for Slaanesh stuff because much of the Slaanesh stuff is like, oh no, there is a breast on this model that's scandalous. We cannot have this. We're now going to get in a whole bunch of like political flack with shit. It's the kind of like weirdness where it's like, okay, you can have somebody like be brutally murdered on screen for this thing, and that's perfectly fine. But if you have like something that is slightly too wrong, that is just a huge advertiser flag,
Which is an oddly American sentiment to have, right? Because like,
yeah,
it's a very US based thing to have this kind of purity culture surrounding anything like erotic, whereas violence, cursing, totally acceptable. Expected even in anything that is considered adult media, not in NSFW media, but in like anything made for an 18 plus audience or like 17 plus audience is expected to demonstrate how serious and adult it is by cursing and having someone's brains blown out. But you best not show a single nipple.
Yep.
Counterpoint, 13 to 17-year-olds
like,
could never afford 40K. Yes, but they can get their families to spend money on them.
I'm of the opinion that Games Workshop is simultaneously trying to play it as safe as possible and be very protective of their IP. You see this a lot with their lawyers and just various legal claims where every new Games Workshop model, this is partially why Primaris became a thing, because Games Workshop could get all of those names copyright. It's like, oh, these are like our Infernus Marines, these are our Annihilator Marines and stuff. You get something very specific. It's like, this is ours, no touchy our stuff. Or something a lot more generalized, which beforehand they had some issues with. So I see a lot of the 40K design decisions being influenced by how do we trademark our stuff and make it so you're buying like Citadel brand everything.
Mm-hmm. And like moving
and then this
away
also reflects
from
a bit into their writings and
Forge
creativity
World
side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I actually want to push back on Nurgle became, I'm not going to argue with that because Khorne was the basic devil for the longest time, up until I want to say like within the past 10 years, Khorne was the chaos enemy. Like if you remember, in Dawn of War, it is Khornate Berserkers that you get because you are like the Chaos faction worships Khorne, despite the fact it is a sorcerer of Khorne, which Khorne would never allow. And it's the Alpha Legion following Khorne. And for the longest time, no, we're just moving past that.
Point there.
We're moving past that.
Like,
but my point is that for the longest time, up until like within the past 10 years, it was always Khorne because Khorne was the basic devil to fight. And then I heard it was on the MMO that they made Tzeentch. And then the main thing recently is that Darktide had Nurgle. Yeah. And they're never going to do a Slaanesh because a single nipple would get them like an 18 plus rating, which sucks, but not really their fault. And I feel like it's not even that Nurgle is the new Chaos faction. Nurgle is the new like face of Chaos. I think it's literally just they've kind of gone through the cycle and they spent a lot of time on Khorne. They spent decades on Khorne. And then they kind of like slipped in Tzeentch to try it out. They slipped in Nurgle to try it out. And currently the most popular thing of 40k recently is Darktide and Space Marine 2. Where Space Marine 2 again is Tzeentch.
Space Marine 2 was Tzeentchian.
Yeah.
Darktide was Nurgle. For fantasy, you still had Vermintide, which was Nurgle as well, so they could just port over some of their stuff.
Oh, was a Vermintide? I thought that was a Horned Rat. Because I thought the whole thing was Skaven.
No, Vermintide 2 was both the Horned Rat for the Skaven. Well, Skaven was Vermintide 1. Vermintide 2 is a combination between the Horned Rat and Nurgle. Also a bit of Beastmen in there, but that's...
Right, but no one cares about Beastmen.
Yeah. Nobody likes the Beastmen.
Actually, Celerity Dust, when playing Total War 3, would play Beastmen. That was their preferred faction.
Total Warhammer Beastmen are completely different than like Lord Beastmen.
Well, yeah,
Lord Beastmen is always just this is the fodder faction.
Yes.
Because Total Warhammer is like I am now going to proceed to like torpedo the entire map because I am playing the momentum character, or I'm going to horribly die. Let's find out.
Listen, Beastmen being the red-headed stepchild is a long-running meme, not as much of a meme as summon the Elector Counts.
Okay, just because everyone plays Karl Franz does not mean that he's the only guy in that. My boy Grimgor's right over here.
Karl Franz, unironically kind of goated.
I am of the opinion that I think Warhammer Fantasy as a whole is generally better written than 40k, but that also is because 40k suffers a lot from multiple writer syndrome.
Okay. When you say Warhammer Fantasy, do you mean Warhammer Fantasy? Do you mean Warhammer Fantasy Age of Sigmar? Do you mean Warhammer Fantasy
I mean
End
Fantasy
Times?
as in classic, not the Age of Sigmar stuff. Because Age of Sigmar, I'm sure there's some good stuff in it. I haven't really been interested. I tried.
Because I'm not going to lie. It's a little bit of a cheat to say that like classic is better than 40k because this has multiple delineations. 40k has Horus Heresy technically, but Horus Heresy doesn't really get much support.
Yeah, Horus Heresy is certainly a thing. I'm gonna be honest, Chief. I think the Horus Heresy and like the hyperfixation around it really sucks. Like, okay, Horus betrays the Emperor. Cool. We did not need 50 books about this. Like, that series should have been 20 at most. Like,
no, Neko, you're allowing relativity to bump it even higher. You can say with your chest it should not have been more than like 3 or 4 books. That's okay.
But
I think the main
earlier
thing,
ones of it, I can say that there is enough story in that era to get probably up to 10 books.
Well, because think about it like this, right? Let's say you have like a core trilogy, let's say, to keep it really simple, that is the actual mechanics of like Horus's fall into his betrayal, into fighting the Emperor, into Emperor going on the Golden Throne, right? And then let's say you have a single book following every Primarch during the heresy. Because a lot of them had like trilogies, a lot of them, like Erebus had a book, I think, full... Lucius the Eternal had a book. These
Karn,
like minions,
I believe, had one in there as well.
like these lieutenants of the Primarchs had their books.
Erebus.
Yeah, we hate Erebus in this house. So I think you probably could have gone away with a single main trilogy, and then every other Primarch, aside from Horus, maybe even including Horus, gets their own. So you have 18 plus, so that'd be like 21 total. And obviously,
I think
that would require truncating a lot because you more than half the amount of books. But then if you're like, I really want to learn about the Horus Heresy and I'm a huge Iron Hands fan, you could read the main trilogy and the Ferrus Manus book and then be like, okay, cool. Right.
And that works very well as like a sort of, I'd say a primer almost towards like each Space Marine Legion if you wanted to get into it that
exactly.
Angle.
But I mean, Gray brings up the
problems,
point it would be better if there were 0 books and it was just Legend. I agree and disagree. I feel as though from a meta level, it is more beneficial to the company and the consumer to get excited about what happened before. For instance, part of the reason why I love the Alpha Legion so much is because they're so stupid. But I only know a lot of their stupidity from the Horus Heresy. Similarly, a lot of World Eater fans really love the World Eaters, not because of what they are now, but because of their fall from grace and how they were pre-heresy versus post-heresy. That shift, that knowing what they were like and how they fell and how they went from the Warhounds to the World Eaters to slaves to Khorne, really like strikes people. And then there's other factions like the Night Lords, which post-heresy, the Night Lords trilogy is the main thing that got most people into Night Lords, or a lot of people into Night Lords. So there's a benefit to both sides, but I feel as though getting that heresy on a meta level understanding can help you find a faction that you really enjoy.
I think another part of it is so 40K, there's just a lot of 40K books out there. I think that 40K as a setting works best when you tell smaller individual stories in the world rather than when they try and do like the major narrative focus.
Listen,
like I mentioned with the
40K
Horus
works as a
Heresy
coat of
series,
paint.
there's like 50 books. And when you have like 50 books there, you've got multiple different authors all trying to kind of keep in tune with each other to figure like power scaling, setting timelines and stuff. It's messy just from a logistics standpoint of how do we make all of this stuff line up for our release schedules and things to work for that. So anyone who's worked on a group project knows exactly how you get difficulties getting everyone on the same page. Trying to make that work for a 50-book series that I don't think was originally planned to be a 50-book series, that is
or even War of the Beast, like I was saying earlier. 12 books. How long do you think it took to release War of the Beast?
I honestly don't know.
1 year.
Yeah.
Maybe 16 months. But like under 2 years for 12 books. And it had like 6 different authors or 5 different authors, which means each author's writing like 2 books and they're grinding probably over the course of like maybe 6 months. And they're not allowed to check with other authors because the person who's writing the book before yours didn't write it yet. They're still writing it because your book is going to release a month after theirs. So it's something where it's like, it just doesn't work out that way. And to what you're saying before, I've heard the take, and I agree with this, 40K works best as a coat of paint, where you tell a detective story in the 40K universe. You tell a spy thriller in the 40K universe. You tell a buddy cop action adventure comedy in the 40K universe. Like Assassination Kingmaker, or the, not Caiaphas Cain, Eisenhorn, or Gaunt's Ghost even. All of these stories, which are basically like, take a stock plot, put it in the 40K universe, and make it fit the universe.
Yeah.
But it's still fundamentally a detective story. It's still fundamentally an assassination, like spy thriller kind of deal. And I think that works better.
I think the 40K as a background, like you said, works very well for that, where you have like just a fictional story. You've got the certain beats set up. It now takes place in a hive world instead of the, I don't know, like grungy, like New York in the 1980s something. Like you can have all of this stuff work well there in the background of just, okay, we replace a 9mm handgun with some guy rocking a las. This can work very well for narrative and such. But I think that part of the problem people do with 40K is that they're too focused on like big scale narrative, like, oh, this is Ultramar's reclamation campaign. We're following this because Games Workshop's new corporate push, and we need to make sure we get these novels out for this time to go along with this release of 9th edition, whatever stuff. It all kind
Which
of
I love space
ends
operas.
up losing the plot a bit.
I love, and actually I didn't realize this until Rory pointed it out. Apparently I love military fiction. I actually didn't realize this until it was pointed out to me. I think that's really fun. And I love hearing people talk about like the fall of Cadia and hearing like a lore deep dive into it and how cool it was and how everyone was there and how Trazen showed up for Creed and how Abaddon was fighting against people and how Celestine arrived. But at the same time, I don't want to read 14 books about that.
Yeah.
Right. And
this is why I think that the best way they do these things is instead of telling the event itself, they tell a bunch of stories that are happening in the area or scope during the event. One
Comics does that a lot.
Yeah. one of the things I like to describe best is, okay, take like you have a solar system, right? Solar system, bunch of different planets, bunch of different actions going on. Let's say that there's a invasion from, okay? I'm going to just like fast forward a bit and say it ends with a major planet exploding. Like the planet just goes kablooey. We now follow everyone else's story leading up to the big kablooey. We get to see the Navy captain as he's fighting a last desperate stand here, trying to hold back the line, get some ships off planet. We get to see this from the ground troops as they watch this thing descend from the heavens. It's a giant shell designed to crack the planet. We get to see the command forces for the incursion just deciding, okay, we're going to blow up this world. It's in our way. This to me is much more interesting as like, okay, these are smaller stories set in this like surrounding area to an event rather than, okay, well, I fired the gun and now the super magic angel showed up and then we did this thing and it just, to me, feels
and
like
that's how
40K
a lot
is
of the books are
background
formatted,
better
right?
than it is a foreground.
A lot of the books in the 40K universe are formatted in such a way where it's usually you'll have like character X you're following. Maybe you'll also have dual perspective character Y, but you'll also have characters like background characters 1 through 7 that each get 1, maybe 2 chapters devoted to them that just flashbacks or camera shift or like showing some other aspect of the exact same conflict or situation from a completely unrelated perspective. And that tends to work out pretty well, though I definitely feel as though there's this push where I'm thinking like Infinite in the Divine, where there will be like Orican and there will be Trazyn, and then there will be like random Skitarii or random human or random orc that has a chapter devoted to them. And then it's just kind of like, because the book is trying to be Orican and Trazyn spat, these feel like they're interruptions. But an entire book where there is no main character, where it's following a Space Marine captain and then also a Imperial Guard lieutenant and also a Chaos cultist and also a like a Eldar Farseer, all on the same planet at different times, at different locations, reacting to the same stimulus. Could be interesting so long as they're all given equal weight. The issue is a lot of time they don't get equal weight. They don't get treated equally.
I think that's the case of certain times they'll just define this as like, okay, anytime you get like a Primarch or something in a 40K book, it is now the focus of that book. Like
Yes.
you have big name Space Marine character, that's just going to be it. Everything else is kind of second. I'm of the opinion 40K works best as a like whole setting rather than just, oh, the Space Marines are here now and we get to focus on XYZ Legion and their special banner and superpower thing. Tying in this with some of the other novels, I just saw on screen you pulled up the Infinite and Divine summary comic.
Well, because
it's
someone
pretty accurate.
said, do you have a church about Yorikin? I thought so.
Yeah.
It's such a good book. Day of Ascension is my favorite 40K book. Are you the one who earlier like said Gene Stealers in all caps when I asked Neko what his favorite 40K faction was? Because that would make sense.
I'll be honest, I think Gene Stealers are interesting and okay. Can I go on a random hot take about Gene Stealers and such?
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, that was Cantus. Got it.
I think Gene Stealers are a tie-in with something else that I think needs to come back in 40K, which is Traitor Guard. I think Traitor Guard should absolutely be they should be a faction because of the following reason. One, it's a really good way to get Chaos a bunch of other vehicles and fodder that they normally don't really have outside of like cultists or a bunch of demon stuff. You get to have things like just the guard models, things like a Lehman Rust tank. Now you can make rules for, oh, this is on Traitor faction, or oh, this has been looted by orcs, or this has now gone to the Gene Stealer cults. It's a really good way of spreading a like what is the common baseline faction and putting things in scale. Because if you look at something like a big fuck off corn demon, right? You don't get a proper appreciation for how big that thing is until
you see it next to like a platoon of Imperial Guard.
Yeah.
So I actually go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I actually disagree with that, but I feel as though there should be an official addendum. Because, like, for instance, in the Gene Stealers rules for 5th edition, there is a rule that you have called Blood Brothers, which is you can use Astra Militarum units and vehicles in your army up to like 25% of your total point value to represent the fact that they're infected. And chaos CSM can involve like chaos demons up to like 25% of their total amount, whatever. You have different alliances.
Lore. I remember there was something like that where it's like you can have a certain attachment squad. Like there's a whole chart showing like which factions would work together.
10th kind of removed that and made it more specific.
Alliances. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so it made it more specific. But a Brood Brothers, I thought it was Blood Brothers. Thank you. I think it is totally reasonable to have just a normal Imperial Guard army that I paint with a bunch of spikes and red, and I say like blood for the blood god on the side of their Leman Russ, and I just call it Traitor Guard. But I feel like they need a rule that says you can do that and choose either the Imperium or the Chaos keyword. I think that would solve the problem without any major issue. Because then what it is that you can either do Imperium with the Imperium keyword, and then you can have like Space Marine alliances or like Imperial Knights show up, or you can be Chaos and have CSM show up, or Chaos Demons, right? And I think that would be a very simple fix.
Yeah. I'm going to take it one step further. So I like the idea of Traitor Guard because it's not necessarily just Chaos. You can have Traitor Guard that are now working for
Xenos,
the Eldar unwittingly. Yep. You can have them working for the Tau as auxiliaries. Yeah. You could have them infested by the Gene Stealer cults. You could have them, technically, you could have them drafted by orcs. I was going to touch on this briefly. The orcs that are the scariest are the Blood Axes because they use human tactics.
Yeah.
And an orc that can actually think and perform any basic tactics is terrifying.
Actually, 10th would be perfect for this because you do Traitor Guard as a faction. Their core rule would probably be very similar to the core rule of like orders. It would probably be separate than the orders of the actual Imperial Guard. It would probably be something similar to like dark packs of CSM where it's like hurting your own units to gain benefits. And then the various detachments they have, one could be that you are a Chaos Traitor Guard, one could be a Xenos Traitor Guard, one could be a Tau, one could be an Orc. Like you could have detachments flavored after we are following the Eldar. If you want to get like really particular, you could even have one where it's one is you are a slave penal colony of the Dark Eldar, right?
Yeah.
And the whole thing with the detachments is that they get their own special rule. So I don't know if anyone in chat knows this, but the way 10th edition works, the modern edition of 40k, is that you choose an army that has an army rule. So I'll choose Space Marines. Space Marines all get Oaths a Moment. Every single Space Marine, from the Salamanders to the Raven Guard to the Black Templars, all get Oaths a Moment. But as a detachment, I will get a second detachment rule, which might give me a bunch of benefits to when I use fire and flamethrowers and meltas. That would be what I play if I play Salamanders. I might get a bunch of bonuses to artillery and dreadnoughts and heavy like machines, which would be my Iron Hands detachment. But every single Space Marine still gets the special Space Marine ability. So with this one, you could have it be every single Traitor Guard gets the special Traitor Guard ability. And then the different detachments each gets a different special Xenos or Chaos or Orc or Tau or whatever detachment ability. With the ability that probably up to 25% of your army could be Tau or Orc or whatever, specified based on detachment, right? So if you're playing a Tau Traitor Guard army, you could have a single, I forget what they're like. You could have some fire
auxiliary
warriors
making up like a squad or something.
Exactly. So you have like a 2,000 point army, and you have like 100 points of fire warriors because you're working side by side with the Tau. Of course, you would have fire warriors.
Yeah, it's kind of funny you mentioned the fire warrior thing. I think Tau as well. I want to see more of the Tau alien models because they've got some interesting.
Okay,
stuff
that's not a hot
between the
take. That's a
Vespers,
cold take.
but-
Get out of here, Grandpa.
Hang on. Just give me a second here.
Yeah.
So currently a lot of it is like Fire Warrior Battlesuit because that's what people associate with Tau. There was Knight spam for a long time, so the Tau Knight equivalents kind of popped up here and there. I think that they need to bring back a little bit more of like the interesting part of Tau rather than just the blank face Fire Warrior style, because I think that's cool for what they did with certain characters, like is it Farside Enclave, I think it is.
Yeah, the
It's
Farsight Enclave is the
it's
kind
the
of
Tau.
traitors, so to speak, the
Yeah.
outcasts.
So you can do like pure Fire Warrior for that, but seeing the other Tau factions as okay, here's our Vespids for like fast attack detachment. Here's our Kroots for close quarters. Here is like our core Fire Warriors. Okay, they still exist. Here's some of the Traitor Guard because there's actually a lot of Guard that don't like the Imperium because the Imperium fucking sucks.
Vespids? Who? Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome to the Tau. We got Fire Warriors, we got battle suits, we got these weird Krieg dudes, and that's it. These weird Kroot dudes, and that's it. What about all the other like species coming together for the greater good? Nah, don't worry about them. These are all you need.
Like the Tau can exist as a fantastic foil to the Imperium, where instead of being like we're gonna purge all these like alien types, it's now we're now going to keep them in our arms. Sure, they're not going to be equal, but you're going to see battlefield representation here. You get kind of your Star Trek Federation equivalent in a setting of just everyone is horrible. And here's the thing, Tau are not good people either. They're just going to be using these like auxiliaries as their own supplement force because they have to. They are not large enough to get away with Imperiumism.
Well, so yes, so allies did exist in earlier editions, and we had like the alliance matrix where, for instance, you would have let's say Imperial Guard would be like Blood Brothers with probably not like Uneasy Alliance would probably be for like Space Marines. So you had minor penalties to including them, but you could still field them in the same army because they're both part of the Imperium. Meanwhile, Drukhari and Craft World Eldar were like Blood Brothers, where there was basically no penalty to mixing and matching them. You just had a limit. And then something like Chaos and Space Marines would be like apocalyptic, where you had massive penalties if you fielded them at the same time. I got into the game in 9th, where there was a system that you could bring in units of any army, but you lost access to your special abilities unless they all shared the same keywords. So I could field an Imperial Knight in my Space Marine army, and that would be kosher. However, if I fielded a Gorkanaut, I would lose a bunch of Space Marine abilities and basically cripple my army to incentivize me to not take the Gorkanaut. In 10th edition, I can still do that with like an Imperial Knight. I can still do that with like certain ability, like certain factions. The Imperial Knights and Chaos Knights, each as an army rule, have a special ability that lets you take them in other armies, but only like a certain amount of them. And it sucks because if I'm playing Space Marines and I have an Imperial Knight, they don't get Oaths of Moment. Oaths of Moment is my core Space Marine ability. I don't lose it, but my Imperial Knight doesn't get it. So I struggle to want to bring it when I know it's not going to get the benefit of my Oaths of Moment. My stratagems won't work on it. It can't get any enhancements. Similarly, with CSM, with Chaos Space Marines, if I bring in Cornate Berserkers when I am playing Generalized Chaos Space Marines, they don't get Dark Packs because they don't have the keyword Dark Pack, which means the core ability for CSM does not work on these units that I'm bringing in from other armies, which de-incentivizes you from using them. I would say too much, particularly with something like Rubric Marines or Cornate Berserkers or Plague Guard. They are Chaos Space Marines. They are just specialized Chaos Space Marines. So I feel as though in that particular instance, it's very silly to not be able to use my core ability on them when I have a special rule to have them join my army. Imperial Agents was a mistake, yeah.
What you're kind of talking about here is a little bit of the, like, this is the tabletop balancing stuff influencing a little bit of stuff here where people are like, oh, well, mechanically it'd be too strong. And somebody in chat mentioned like hyper optimization because you can now take the Traitor Guard detachment thing. I'm kind of the opinion that 40k as a setting, I don't think should be defined by whoever's running super meta sweat list right now. I understand why people care about that for a term like player versus player balancing perspective thing. But I also think that a lot of settings will hard die when they start just bending the knee to the hyper sweat competitive space for that, unless they are specifically designed as a competitive setting from the get go.
Which and that's something that it was that 40K was struggling with for a while, and 10th edition is much less kill oriented than 9th edition was. 9th edition, we would often end a game where your entire board was wiped. 10th edition, that's
like
not
you get
always the
tabled
case.
in 3 turns, that happens.
Exactly. They usually only show up a lot in armies that focus on debuffs, yeah. But 40K is a game where, I mean, it's a war game. It is by its nature competitive, and for decades, there have been competitions. There have been paid competitions where you'll get like a cash prize if you win. Obviously, that's gotten larger over time. It's very small for any time pre, let's say, like 2010, 2012, 2014. But anytime money gets involved, people get really sweaty. And even if it's like $100, right? Even if it's your entire team of 4 people gets 1K.
When they came out, they were super strong and they did not have any books released really associated with them. So a bunch of people jumped on that train to try and like get win rate. They didn't really care for the faction. They just cared that this has the best win rate stats right now. And then as soon as their book came out and nerfs along with it, they just dropped the army. It's like, okay, you don't really care about this faction. You're just here to try and boost your win rate.
Yeah, and it's like, Jan brings up that only sweats buy 40K models. I disagree. I feel like, if anything, it is the hobbyists who are buying the most models. It is the people who say, I want to have a nice painting project, so I'm going to buy an Imperial Knight, and I'm going to spend the next week on and off painting it, because that's therapeutic for me, and I just enjoy having that. I don't even play the tabletop. I just like the look of it. Similarly,
plenty of people buy Games Workshop minis.
Exactly.
Never wanting to play a Games Workshop game. They just like the mini.
I think that the Tau are cool. So I'm going to buy these like weird battlesuit dudes, and I'm going to paint them, and I'm going to paint them like my favorite Gundam anime because I like Gundam and I think these Tau guys are cool. I don't even know what they are mechanically. I don't know that they're called battlesuits, but I think they're cool. And I think that's a larger percentage of the consumer base than people give it credit for.
I'll actually tack my take onto this. I don't think that you can say Super Sweats buy minis. I think they more sell minis. They sell whatever is not the meta anymore.
Yeah. And honestly,
we'll see it on eBay.
3D
There's
printing.
some guy selling a whole army. It's like, why are you selling this? Oh, they got nerfed in the last patch, so now I just need to buy a whole new army.
Yeah, 3D printing has kind of taken over the scene. What's up, Cantus?
That's another angle from it, where it's like, Games Workshop really wants all their models proprietary to their plastic, their paints, their everything, when at the same time 40K armies are just by and large unaffordable for most people.
Which, and also the quality of their paint is apparently really bad.
I am not a huge fan of Games Workshop paints. I think you can get better paints than they put out for cheaper. I will not say anything bad about the quality of their plastic. I'll raise an eyebrow about some of their like model shapes that they want you to make with a lot of pointy bits there that love to break off in your carry cases. But GW, their plastic, I've never had a complaint about.
They also hate kit bashing now. They used to love kit. They used to officially endorse kit bashing. Now they're just like, nah.
As someone who likes orcs, that one annoys me a lot because I think that the orcs are some of the most fun kit bash, like just as a faction where you can just tack on a whole bunch of stuff. But now, because again, 40K slipped more and more towards competitive side, it's like expecting your battle wagon to be a certain shape. Or it's like, oh, it poked its corner around like this L-shaped piece of terrain. I can now full mag dump it with my las cannon squad. I feel like a lot of the models' creativity or posing and stuff has kind of started to like, maybe not like dying full on, but definitely been influenced by like, oh, this has to fit into like XYZ terrain for our board.
I definitely think having it fit a silhouette is important because it's a game. I think having it fit all of these bases should be 4 inches by 6 inches, and anything past that doesn't count, is a good happy medium. Where I feel as though a lot of people will say, like, no, the function of the model is to be as close a representation as possible. So if my if the wing on my Land Raider, like the armament sticks out an extra 1.5 inches on the right side, yeah, I can still shoot you because I'm peeking around the corner, which I feel as though that can be very easily solved with just making sure it fits the rough silhouette, and anything outside of that doesn't
dimension
count.
Size. Bases were a very good reason for like tabletop,
which vehicles
positioning
usually
stuff,
don't
'cause,
have, right?
Yeah. Like you get some of them, like the Orc buggies, a bunch of them have bases. You get larger vehicles like the Battle Wagon, which doesn't because it's big enough that it doesn't need it. It's kind of all over the place
even a
for it.
Rhino. If you want
the
to
Rhino
put
doesn't have
chaos
base.
spikes on it, that will mess with the silhouette.
Yep, it affects how close you can put it to terrain, and then some people will be like, "Oh, well, you put too many spikes on this thing, and now it doesn't match the
Like now I
profile.
can
It takes up
see
an extra
1
half inch."
centimeter of your rightmost spike.
Yeah,
And which is why I think that there should just be, hey, if it has to be 2 inches by 4 inches, and I have spikes here because I wanted spikes on my tires, the spikes just don't count. It doesn't matter if the spikes would make it so I can't walk through this terrain because the terrain is like this. The mechanically, this is the width of my vehicle, so it's fine. Similarly, if my spike is pointing out and you can see my spike, you can't shoot me. I also can't shoot you. I don't have a line of sight from my spikes. We just ignore the spikes existing. You can move here freely because the spike doesn't exist. Now, physically, the model might be kind of like messed up because you have to like place it around my, like you have to put it so the spike's between your legs so the model doesn't get caught on it. But fundamentally, we're just treating it as if the spikes aren't there. I think that's the best way to do it, but I feel as though because the game wants to be so competitive, it wants to avoid any ambiguity like that.
It's a little bit of death of creativity to the anvil of like sweatiness and templating and such.
Mhm.
It's why I'm a big fan of something like BattleTech, where it's a hex-based system, and if you like measure hex to hex, it doesn't matter what the actual shape of your miniature or model is. You can have a like paper printout glued to a quarter, or you can have the actual like mech 3D printed or whatnot. You can get the Catalyst Games Lab specific ones.
Mhm.
Something like 40K, where it is a
Like
freeboard
it's a
style?
free range. You have to do free measurements. You can't do something like that because fundamentally that will mess with measurements, which sucks.
Yeah.
Though I think it should be reasonable that if I'm using like the 2 inch by 4 inch random, I don't know how large an actual thing is. If it's 2 inches by 4 inches and I have like an empty base and then a cardboard cutout of like a vehicle, I think that should be acceptable because we measure base to base. We measure, okay, this is a 2 inch by 4 inch base. That is how large a rhino is. I don't have a rhino, but I do have a base and I have a little picture of a rhino. So boom.
Yeah, you just like have your stock card underneath it. It's like, okay, the model goes here. It would reasonably be here. You gave it a pseudo base. It's like, here's your expected shapes to go with it.
Yeah.
That's not that hard for Games Workshop to include along with the model. Like just, let's think about my rhino model. Be like, I want to say it's like 4 by 6 inch. So
Yeah, I was saying 2 by 4. It's probably closer to 4 by 6.
yeah.
But
So if you just include like along with it a little ground card that says 4 by 6 inches on
The
this
cardboard
as
Def
your equivalent
Dread.
to base plate. Yeah. I really do like some of the cardboard papercraft stuff, which is why I'm so annoyed by the comparison from like BattleTech to 40K, where 40K they get mad if you have something that's like not an official model, or like I need a proxy standing because I'm not sure if I want to buy this unit yet or not. If you show up to a BattleTech event with like even just a paper crafted army, they're like, yo, that's sick. Yeah, play this shit. Versus 40K is it feels very like kind of premium in a way, where if you're not playing the Games Workshop brand everything, then like
I think the best representation of this is that mechanically, this is a rule in 10th edition that I am not making up. Mechanically in 10th edition, you get at the end of the game plus 10 points if your army is fully assembled and painted.
I know that's for quite a few fan channels and other event stuff. I think it's like 40K in 40 minutes does that as a bit. But
No,
I'm
this
also
like
in the
literally
vein
like this
of
is in the
creative
rules.
stuff. Okay, I don't know the 10th edition core that well because I haven't played much 10th.
But basically,
Did I play 10th or not?
points wise, I think depending on what objective you're playing, you'll usually get like 5 points if you control one objective, 10 points if you control two objectives, and maximum 15 per turn. So 10 points is not going to win you the game if you were losing, but if you're neck and neck, and I'm playing a fully painted army, and Neko is playing like cardboard cutouts, reasonably, I could say I get those 10 points, you don't, and that could win me a game that you would have won otherwise, which I think is dumb, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, that's to incentivize you to, on the meta level, buy more products, but also it kind of incentivizes you to put in effort, which I don't disagree with. Like my Tyranids models that I bought from a buddy last year, he assembled, he primed them. He didn't paint them, and I have them, and I never painted them. I would love to do a painting stream, but I also wouldn't know where to start because I haven't painted models in like 10, 13 years.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a good model painter. I love assembling them, but painting them is always my least favorite part.
Yeah, they call it a battle ready army. Thank you. Everyone adds the 10 points because if you enforce that, you're that guy, but tournaments have it as a requirement. Yeah.
Yeah. The 40K tournaments thing as well, part of the reason they have that 10 points there is because 40K tournaments are in themselves an advertisement for 40K. You want to have your painted up factions of minis, and then people come by, look at this, and think, wow, I want to get these. And then they sign up for the Academy painting course or get their whole Citadel brand, everything.
I assumed Gundam was another painting project because, like, obviously it's assembly, but
I believe that some of them come fully painted. It's been a while since I built a Gundam.
Maybe I should put this in Q&A, but is this a weekly stream or bi-weekly? I thought it was weekly, but it looks like there wasn't. There was a stream last week. It was just that there was a gaming stream last week because I played a video game with Rory, and then I yapped afterwards. But every Wednesday at 11 a.m. PST, I am streaming on YouTube. At Friday, 11 a.m. PST, I am doing a members-only stream where I am doing a read-along. Currently, I'm reading The King in Yellow by William Chambers. And then immediately after that stream is over, I'll make it public so you can listen to it if you want. And then on Saturdays on Twitch at 11 a.m. PST, I'm streaming Hollow Knight. So 3 streams a week, but every Wednesday, every Friday, every Saturday. Gundam plastic is painted to the right color. Well, not painted, but it is the right color. Ah. I never got into Gundam. Well, question.
I will say, like,
what is the difference between Gundam?
I don't think they're bad. I just have a heavy lean towards BattleTech for my mech settings.
What is Gunpla? Because I assume that they're the same word. Because gun.
Gundam plastic.
Oh, is Gunpla like the assembly and Gundam is like the brand?
That's probably the best way to describe it. Gundam is like the sort of setting that's in with all their like very Japanese mech style.
Got it.
And Japanese not quite right. East Asia mech, the best way to describe it. Right. And then plastic is the like pla of that. So yeah.
So Gunpla is I'm going to assemble these models, I'm going to buy pieces, I'm going to paint them or whatever. Gundam is the Gundam brand of which there is Gunpla.
Yeah.
Got it.
Warhammer versus Warhammer Mini.
Right. Because I hear people talk about Gunpla all the time, and I'm just like, it's only ever in reference to big robots, so I assume it's just Gundam.
Yeah.
Although, like, I would be so scared to start one of those projects because I am incompetent, and I feel like I would not assemble it correctly. I struggle with Legos.
That is part of the fun of assembly. And why I also am biased towards assembling orc stuff, because if I assemble a vehicle and it looks like a horrible slap job, I just say the mechs were drunk that day off fungus beer and call it a day.
Listen, orcs. Hear me out. BattleTech and Gundam style mechs are both kick-ass.
Because if it looks dog shit, like in terms of assembly, and you glued it all together wrong, it's still fine.
That's orcs for you.
Yep.
See, BattleTech and Gundam in Lancer. Yes, that is just HA and SSC. There are various difficulties. See, I think this was 6th to 7th edition. I actually don't know when this was, but this was like over 13 years ago. where I had some orcs that my sibling got me because they built Craftworld, Eldar, and had a little bit of CSM. And they got me some orcs, and I remember building and painting them. And I actually have them with... I actually don't think I have them with me right now. I think that I have them back at the old place I was at. Or I left them back cross country, and I didn't take them cross country with me. But my siblings' old models, where I actually painted some of those orcs that they had. And they got me some... or like a thing of boys, and I think a thing of knobs. And I remember making those like 15, 13 years ago. And when I was going through them, when I was starting to get into 40K the other year, because I was like, hey, do you still have those models? And my sibling was like, no, they're probably in the attic somewhere. And I was like, pog. I went through and I remembered painting them. I remembered making them like 13 years ago. And I was like, these look awful because I didn't know how to thin paints.
Yep, that'll get you.
Yeah.
I know the like buzzword phrase everyone goes for is too thin coats because it's what's his name? Duncan, I think, who did the painting on the 40K channel for that.
Are you really gonna let a toy intimidate you? Listen, depends on the type of toy. I said this on Twitter. Wait, did you see that?
I don't use Twitter, but I believe you'd say that.
No, so the reason I'm saying it depends on the toy is because there was a meme that someone posted where a car is driving by. No, there's a meme someone posted where it was like two paths, and the one on the left was like VTuber business cards, and then the one on the right was something incredibly NSFW that men can use in order to relieve themselves. And the caption was just like the two styles of VTuber signature merch. And I revealed the fact that reminded me of the fact that this was months ago at this point. A company reached out to me and said, hey, we would love to make you one of those things from this right path based on you to sell to your fans. And I was just like, I think you're a bit confused if you're approaching me for that. Oh my God. I've also had a company reach out that they wanted me to like join their AI service as like an NSFW companion. I had one reach out that said, and I think this was like a scam, which is why I didn't even respond to it. They had a, I don't even know how to describe this. It was like a machine that's like a whoop, 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 like a thruster. And they're like, hey, we can send this to you for free. And I'm like, what?
What business do they think you're in? Hang on.
I don't know. That's the thing. Over the years, I've gotten like a handful of these, which is so...
Wait, you took them up on it?
No.
You just said you got a handful. What?
No, I've gotten a handful of solicitations. Emails reaching out to me. And
different connotations there.
So all of these, I'm just like, that's not really my brand. Sorry. Yeah, the doohickey. So I don't know. It's just, this was all before Girlframe too. This was all before I made the video on the NSFW mech TTRPG. Maybe they knew. Maybe they clocked me. Maybe they understood what I would eventually become and that I would join the dark side. You went to get spaghetti. How did we get to sussy toys? Because I was accused of being scared of a toy, and I had to clarify what toy, because these toys absolutely scare me. Can I just say I've really enjoyed our time today? They'll probably be gone in a little under an hour. Well, I hope that you enjoy your day, no matter what. Arrow, very quick and important question. 13 generic plastic dice set or 1 metal dice set? I'm not a dice goblin. So I'm not a quantity over quality kind of person. But also, I'm not a believer in metal dice supremacy. I don't think metal dice are inherently better. I think plastic dice can be fine. So if it's high quality, I think the plastic dice. However, given that it's generic plastic dice set or 1 metal dice set, I'm assuming it's a quality difference. So I'll go whichever one is better quality.
I would chime in and say the plastic dice, I'm of the opinion you want a bit more for that. Metal dice can come with a couple issues to them. Plastic dice, generally, you're easier just going through.
Mhm.
I've had metal dice chip tables before, and that's really annoying
Yep.
to deal with. I've had
That's
them
why you
get
have a dice
corroded,
roller. That you have something to
Yeah.
roll it into.
and that's like extra baggage to carry along then. So you can have your own dice tray and set up for that. But if you just go for like a bunch of plastic dice, it's handy. I also play orcs, so my shooting phase looks like me dumping 80 d6s onto a board and then calling, okay, I've got 3 hits. Let's figure out how those go.
You either die, say so, or live long enough to become the lewd tuber. Listen, I'm already undergoing a corruption arc. If we hit like 150 more subscribers in the next month and a half, I think I committed to... Wait, no, that's at 20,000. If we hit 150 more subscribers in the next month and a half, I will make a review of a Not Safe for Work project and actually talk about the Not Safe for Work aspects of it. If we don't hit it in the next month and a half, I was just not going to talk about the NSFW bits, but it seems like we're going to hit that. Although what I should say is that
to your success by making a really stupid
suffering
joke
from
the other week.
although Neko, I don't know if you know this because the video that I announced it kind of got hit by the algorithm curse.
Yep.
I did make a joke where if we hit 20,000 by the end of the year, I would make a other streaming service account and make a fully uncensored review. Which
It does make me wonder, like, just, okay, from a mechanical perspective, right?
Yes.
Like, they can do a bunch of the fluff for this. I'm just wondering, like, mechanically, how are they modeling some of this stuff for it? Like,
okay, so first off, real quick, with the dice, I want to say, as a GM, I'm also of the opinion you get more dice because then if players need it, you can offer to them. And there's a board game that my parents had like years and years ago called Dicecapades, where it was a whole game about like rolling dice to do stuff. I just looted like 6 sets of plastic dice. I don't care about those dice in particular. They're not very good. They're just fine. They're part of a board game. But that means that I have like 6 sets of dice, including like a D20, D6, D8, whatever. So I'm of the opinion as a GM, I want to be prepared to set folks up. Though when you say, when you're questioning how can that even work mechanically, a important point to note about Girlframe, I chatted with the dev about this, was that it's not a game about not safe for work, like lewd activities. It is a game that involves not safe for work lewd activities. So it's a game that is about the horror of being like a weapon that it's an exploitation. It is like you, particularly sapphic and trans experience in mech suits where you are being abused, you are being mistreated, you are not being given the rights and dignity that you are allotted as a person. And it involves NSFW aspects to enhance that experience. But fundamentally, the game itself is not hanky-panky all the time, from what the dev said, right?
They just decided to include this, and then that makes me think, okay, you've included this. How is this mechanically added into the game?
So I haven't read the book yet, and I have a review copy, so that's going to be my homework once we hit 15K. But I do know from what people have said in the comments is that it's very much 20K sub. Listen, if we hit 20,000 subs by the end of the year, I will absolutely unironically consider a girl frame actual play where I will grab my friends like Neko Boy Blue.
No.
And I will play. Honestly, I should probably just get a bunch of loot tubers. It is what I would do. But I think it'd be really
you're
funny.
Threatening to grungle me here. I'm not sure.
I think it'd be really
this.
funny if I grab you and I grab like Rory and I grab like Squeebles. Get in the mech harness, Neko.
Ah!
It would be wild. So you play the pilot that gets strapped into the milk cage,
What?
not the player getting strapped. Wait, where do I come into this? Hey, Squeebles, do you want to play a very not safe for work TTRPG if I hit 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year? Or 25,000. Yeah, Ken already said 25,000.
Corey, run, save yourself.
Yeah, Corey, do you want to get involved? Time to make a lot of... Okay, do not bot my channel. I will unironically like get smitten for that. I'm trying to imagine a bunch of cis men playing the trans sapphic experience of girl frame. Well, that would only be 2 cis men because I'm non-binary and I believe Squeebles is female identifying, unless I'm mistaken. You know what? Yeah, that sounds fun.
Right.
See, this is why I invited you. It just turns into Mech Warrior. Bring Rory. Of course, I'd bring you Rory.
I mean, if it turns into MechWarrior RPG, okay, I'm cool with this too. Let's go to Canopus.
So what I do know, it's Powered by the Apocalypse. Have you ever played Powered by the Apocalypse?
Can't say so.
So it is a system framework that other games are built off of.
Okay, like the D20 SRDs.
So yeah, a little bit like that, but it's 2d6, and then you get like 6 or less is a failure, 7 to 10 is usually a success, and then 11 plus is usually a better success. But in Girl Frame, an 11 plus is actually worse because you don't want to achieve. And you get different playbooks, which are basically your classes. They're closer to archetypes, like we were talking about earlier. And one of them is that you're the ace, right? And the whole thing is that as the pilots, you don't get like dignity or gender, and you're also not considered to have gender. You are an it, right? Your frame, your mech is a her, is a she. And only if you choose the ace, who's like top of your class, the absolute golden child, you get to have she, her pronouns. And there's also a different one where I think it's like you're the face, where you get he, him pronouns. So it's the idea that part of what it is that it's even if you are like female identifying, you are not recognized as female unless you are of value to the Foundation. And if you are like male identifying, you are not recognized as male by the Foundation unless you are like the face of them. And again, you're a high performer. You choose the playbook that gives you that. And then you can lose that in play and be dehumanized. So that's the sort of stuff that it delves into, from what I've heard of comments talking about it. Arrow, you were describing the hottest nonsense ever, and you claimed you say so. What? What? Huh?
You got me. I'm just here.
Okay, I thought Neko was gonna like be like, yeah, you really should have known better. Okay,
I don't know. It sounds like a bunch of stuff where you like describe like identity, worth, and stuff associated with like performance for mech class things. So I know that like
listen, it's a niche. It's a niche.
Thing? Yeah.
It's not me just and okay.
Yeah. Also, I need to argue with someone in chat about this. Someone's saying I'm a warrior of Comstar. No, I'm a Canopian mech warrior. Get it right, okay?
POV, liberal America. This is what happens when Mom Donnie won in New York City. You have a question. What is say-so? So, say-so is the idea of effectively being like innocent or family-friendly, some would say. It is the contrast of being a lewd tuber, basically. So, for instance, Rory very much would not be say-so. I would even say, Neko, based on the comments you make, you would not be say-so. You're more of a gremlin. You aren't like 18 plus. You aren't not safe for work in the sense of either being lewd or in the sense of like you say slurs. But I would say that you're not innocent. You're not say-so. You're not like you don't have that vibe. Yeah, like super safe for work. And I would say that at least for the longest time, I was say-so. And I try to be. And then my community says, hey, why don't you check out this cool TTRPG? And then I say, okay. And then it turns out to just be smut. Neko isn't lewd, but he is a chaos gremlin. Yes, he is. He's also a catboy. That is like, it fits. I want to be dehumanized by a big woman or small man. I'm glad that the short kings are involved, I suppose. All I have to say about the system is instead of a content warning, it has content notes. Yeah,
comes from Japanese idol culture. Yeah, idol culture is it's a thing.
It's a time, all right.
That's a hot topic to get into.
And let's not get into that one.
Yeah,
although it has also been 2 hours, so I have a Q&A section to get through soon.
All right.
So I don't know how good you are. to stick around. Also, you
I'm
sent me a
good.
meme.
If you want me
What
to
is
stick
this?
around for Q&A, I can chime in unhelpfully now and then. Your choice if you've got a questions list you want to read off or not.
Sorry, I'm reading the meme that you sent me and trying to figure out if I can. I don't think that I should show that.
It's an XKCD comic. So.
No, I know. I just read it.
Yeah. I'm just explaining to chat here.
Idol culture, we don't go there. Oh, whoa. Okay, Squeebles, you've lost all respect. You're no longer invited to my girlfriend game. Actually, no, oh, whoa would be perfect. We need at least one. Oh, whoa. Okay, fine, you're re-invited. Japanese VTubers take a lot of inspiration from idols, but English-speaking ones don't bother. Depends. I would say that in the EN sphere, there is still this, I would say, this lingering shadow of like HoloLive, where a lot of people assume that you need to be idol culture because that's what HoloLive did to be successful. HoloLive is not really idol culture anymore. They've very much chilled about this. They're very, like, there's still more idol culture than I think a lot of the EN space, but fundamentally, they did kind of step back from that, and they don't really do that anymore. But a lot of new companies and a lot of like V singers in particular kind of never moved past that and are still thinking, oh, in order to be successful, I need to be an idol. I need to be singing. I need to be pretending about not being in a relationship. I need to only associate with like safe for work people and no boys on the stream. So that tends to get a very toxic but lucrative audience. That tends to be what they do, like GFE, girlfriend experience, the idea of like, oh, I'm going to pretend to be your girlfriend. I'm going to like give you affirmations and then you're going to give me money. So I say your name and then I make a bunch of money off of you because I'm exploiting the fact that you're lonely and that you are having a void in your life filled by a parasocial relationship with me as the streamer. So that tends to be the end result. And then almost what I've seen a couple times happen, I'm not going to say this is always going to happen, but over the years, I've seen this happen multiple times. Someone does all of this, and then they realize that they don't need to do this. So then they try to stop, and then their audience, which is so parasocial and wrapped up in the GFE and the idol and them being like a unicorn or whatever, not only is toxic, they also rebel. And the content creator loses their audience because they effectively pigeonholed themselves into that idol sphere because they thought they had to, right?
It's a very comparable to sort of like almost addiction in that way with like a audience that is very much, you mentioned the GFE experience thing. They're set specifically on this, and anything that deviates from that, they feel like they're now being robbed of something.
Same thing with ASMR.
They're not invested in the creator so much as what the creator does for them.
Yeah.
And then that's a very like self-focused thing where you get people who end up being kind of toxic because of this and feeling betrayed, and that leads to a whole other like can of worms that just gets this increasing like toxicity cycle of, oh, I can't believe this person, like they're so horrible, awful. What do? They stop pretending to be my virtual girlfriend on their stream thing. It's like, bro, what? Like that's what you're off about? Okay.
Honestly, and I thought the same thing was going to happen to me, and not in the terms of like GFE, roleplay, ASMR, whatever, in the sense of like people just come here for TTRPG content, and if I did anything that wasn't TTRPGs, they wouldn't care, which fundamentally is kind of true. Like, I would say at least 60-70% of my audience doesn't really care about me. They care about my TTRPG stuff, which is because 60 to 70% of the audience is casual. 60 to 70% of the audience watches the short I release, likes it, and then moves on with their day. But I have developed a core audience that will watch me like fail at Hollow Knight. I have developed a core audience that will join the stream and have me talk to a cat boy about 40K for 2 hours, and they'll be like, wow, this is cinema. And I never expected that, and I'm very surprised by that.
That's one thing you're touching on here is, like, from creator standpoint, there's some people who would just watch you for one specific thing. I'll use my parallel. I played Nebulous Fleet Command. It's a video game. It's fairly niche. Some people just watch me for my Neb content. Other
Rory's
people
got
watch
FTD,
me for,
same
I'm
thing.
just gonna go play like other game thing. It's the difference between, are you following this person because you like them as a creator, or you like the content that they're making?
Yeah, and I assumed that I would never be at the point where anyone liked me for anything other than just my ideas and what I could provide to them. And for like probably the first year, maybe year and a half, I was kind of wrapped up in this idea of like, oh, well, I'm kind of stuck here because no one will ever appreciate the other stuff I do. And I tried branching out. I tried making like writing advice. I tried making other like non-D&D content that didn't perform well. And then eventually I kind of just got larger and more confident and more skilled that I was able to branch out a bit more. And now I've made a balance where every single week I'm talking Lancer because a lot of my audience loves Lancer, where I do the Lancer frame. Every single week I still talk D&D because I making a mega dungeon. And then on stream, I'll have just variety TTRPG content where like on Wednesday. But I can also do like a reading stream now, and they don't generally get nearly as many views as anything else I do. But one, it's fun, and two, it fits the branding of the channel. It's about storytelling, TTRPGs. I give my thoughts on public domain work. But also, I've had multiple people comment just like, oh my gosh, I love this, it's so much fun. And I was just like, what are you doing? Why are you here? It's so embarrassing.
I think that's a good part of it, where you want like some consistency for your channel. Like I played a lot of Nebulous and MechWarrior on my channel. That was what people kind of knew me for. But I'd also just sometimes go and do other funny game things that would be like, hey, here's a fun stream of me. I don't know, I'll play Fortnite or something. Then everyone laughs about the one Fortnite stream I did. And that's a fun way of like mixing things up. Or in your case, you described you do your regular like video content put out. You're like, hey, here's like our whiteboard table talk stream of just whatever we want to talk about for however many hours it lasts. And that just gives you a fun canvas to essentially paint whatever you want onto.
And it's perfect for having folks on. I had Basil on the other week. I had Rory on. You are obviously here. Vivi hopped on when I was playing Hollow Knight. Like the whiteboard chatting stream is so open-ended, so freeform, and I don't know how to shut up. So it allows just nonstop conversation, particularly if I involve someone else like you. And I love having my friends on. Though I do want to say, Yan, you say that you're apparently a non-toxic ASMR fan. If it's just RP, I don't expect you to keep this up after recording. That is like Omega based. Because what I've heard, and unironically, I've been interested in trying out some form of like roleplay, ASMR, or whatever, like an audio. I think that'd be fun to try, particularly given that I'm a role-playing channel. I mean, TTRPG channel. I think being able to engage in like audio roleplay would be fun. I've heard that once you start doing ASMR, you attract a crowd that just wants you to do ASMR. They want it to be their style of ASMR, and they get angry if you don't do anything about that. And they don't watch anything but your ASMR. And that's something where it's just like, I feel like that's the culture surrounding it.
Like very selfish focus for it. Where,
yeah.
It's like, what was it, the virtual girlfriend thing?
Girlfriend experience, GFE.
Yeah, they're looking specifically for that in their sense of self, trying to take something rather than like appreciating content creators. So it's a very one-way street kind of thing. They get their way or they're upset.
Which is why I think it's so based of you to be like, yeah, I don't really care if they keep that up afterwards. I'm just here for the ASMR. I want the tingles. I want the noise or whatever. I'm someone, personally, I hate ASMR. Not as a concept, but as a like, I can't listen to it. It makes me uncomfortable. So to hear someone be like, yeah, I enjoy it for what it is, and then I move on with my life. Based. So based. Just learn a British accent and style it in a radio drama on YouTube, not ASMR.
I think that ASMR is it's a wide scope that a lot of people hyperfixate on certain things. Like somebody,
a lot of them focus on the lewd, right?
Yeah, they
like the ear licking and like the moaning and whatever.
Personalized, I don't know, like breathing into microphone or something.
Yeah.
The memes where it's like, okay, somebody like literally eats their microphone.
Oh,
then you get other things.
Tell
like,
me one thing your mom doesn't know.
Yeah, you get other things like this is just a babbling brook with like a low voice set over it. It's like, oh, this is kind of a nice environment thing. I think that more of it needs to move past just the very specific like shock value. Ooh, there's like ASMR out there. It's like, yeah, okay, people do that. There's like everything else in the field as well, though. Like,
yeah, there's more scope to it than that. And I would say that as someone who, even the kind of like, I'm just going to do little finger tappies, or like I'm going to rub my beard, or I'm going to do whatever it is, like that, I don't like that personally. I'm not a huge fan of that. But I can appreciate someone who enjoys that for what it is and who isn't weird about it. Because unfortunately, a lot of people are weird about it. I will say, just listening to Arrow is relaxing, just pleasant to hear. A lot of people have said that, and I truthfully don't understand why, because I don't have a very soothing or even voice. I have a voice that's all over the place, and I don't shut up. So it's not as if I'm kind of speaking to you in this lower register, and I'm very soothing and allow you to fall asleep with this kind of ASMR feeling to it. No, I'm like going all over, and I'm like expressive, and I'm loud, and I go, right?
That's the first anime noise I've heard you make in like 2 hours, so that's a pretty good start.
Shut up, okay? Like,
you're the one who has fucking activation noises whenever you are eating, okay?
Okay, I have noises when I eat. I have noises when I take damage in a video game. I have noises when something surprises me. I make noises. Okay?
Literally every anime dub that adds in the that was just based on you, huh?
Okay. What I will say is I am just an anime character in real life, apparently. Literally, I had a comment. I made a video yesterday about a clip from Hollow Knight where I was like yelping because I was taking damage, and I was like, when I was taking damage. And someone literally asked me, how is a human making this noise? And then someone else said I sound like a cat.
That'll be the
Squeebles, you too? I'm here for the express use of free will. I appreciate that. I think your voice can be very calming to a lot of people. I'd label it autistic friend
POV, the hyperfixation gremlin, is rambling about their new choice of item for the next hour for you.
Okay, a couple people have said like, hey, I would listen to you just ramble for an hour. And my honest reaction to that information is just, that's what stream is.
Yeah, it's like,
stream is me not
for.
shutting up for like 3 hours. They did not have the money to animate the expressions. Oh my gosh. Autistic friend is so much fun. Okay. I do appreciate that so many people have like the girlfriend experience or like the mommy experience, right? And I'm just out here like, I'm just the autistic like friend. I'm the maybe like autistic like older sibling, because I feel as though despite the fact that I think a lot of my audience may be older than me, because I think a lot of my audience has mentioned like being 30s, 40s even. I very much so often give advice and my own experience, which feels very like older coded, hag coded. If you ask Royston, I'm pretty sure I make a lot of reaction noises to video games. If you ask my friends, they will confirm they watch me in real time make many reaction noises. I think I'm older than you. I have not revealed my age. I have told, I think, 2 people in the content creation sphere how old I am. And Neko, you're not one of them. However, that's also because you haven't asked. If you do ask, I'll just DM you.
I was pretty sure. Okay, so my basis for age of stuff is depending on like which Halo game people played. So,
and I never played Halo, and not because I was too young for it, just because I grew up in a household where I actually wasn't allowed to play FPSs.
Ah, damn.
Yeah. So like, I didn't play Halo, I didn't play COD, but I grew up in an environment where the Halo COD war was like at its peak, right?
Yep. Console war era was a thing. It was like 2007 to
Working theory is that arrows somewhere between 28 and 35. I've gone as low as 20, as high as 40. I'm not going to lie. I'm an observer in the war. I am the watcher. I am the watcher that does not interfere, for I simply record history. Your mom never stopped you from playing Unreal Tournament? That explains a lot, Squeebles. Gosh, it's been 3.5 hours. Aerotoa, the Watcher. I think a 40-year-old Arrow would be a different dynamic. With
yawn noises again.
What? That wasn't a yawn.
Big gasp at MP3.
That was not. Shut up. I was starting to stretch and then I didn't stretch. Of all your noises, the one you make when embarrassed is the best. Shut up. No. I do need a compilation. I think it would be really fun if someone made a compilation of me just having various noises like yelping or yawning or whatever. But I feel like it would be cringe if I did. I feel like that's a community thing, which would be very funny.
I feel like if somebody posted that, it would immediately get struck by the YouTube copyright thing for not safe for work content.
Shut up. See the grumbly voice you do? Shut up. I have multiple grumbly voices. I can go down to more of a vocal fry if you want and be more like a Valorant E-boy if you'd prefer. Though I don't think this is what you meant by a grumbly voice. Age of Empires 2 is from 1990? What?
Is it from 99? I thought it was 98.
I thought it was early 2000s.
That's definitely what it was still being played, but
It'd be flagged so fast. Listen, if it's just a compilation of me just like stretching, where I've made very sus noises while stretching. I was talking about it too much and now I started stretching. Guh? Don't you guh me? How dare you, Corey? Air stretches would be a very sussy compilation. Listen, it would not be nearly as bad as some of the other compilations I've seen of other VTubers. Shut up! Neko!
So chat, you didn't see this, but I just had to send a message to a group we were in, and yeah.
Shut up.
Probably
I have Discord audio on, so every time I get badooped, you will hear it. I'm so sorry about that.
You have streamer mode, don't you?
I turn off streamer mode so that when you called me, I would know when you called me.
Okay, fair enough then.
Because what I started doing is I started turning off streamer mode. Because for those of you who don't know, if you have OBS or another recording software on your device active, Discord will automatically enter streamer mode, which will hide a bunch of your information. It will mute pings. Very convenient. But since over the past month, I really kind of started leaning into my open door policy of, if you know me personally, hop on stream. I love it. I have started deactivating streamer mode.
Server for it, no?
Sorry?
You could use like a live channel on your server if you wanted to do that.
I can, but I'm not going to lie. I mean, this is going to sound like a little bit of slander because this will be about our mutuals, and I don't want to like be mean to people, but I've seen a lot of those on channels, on like servers that I'm a part of, where I have like you're another content creator role, and they almost never get used. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I would get embarrassed if it never got used.
I say it's nice to have there, or you could do what some people have done, which is just have a hidden live channel, and then somebody, if they want to hop on the show, you just put them in general and then drag them into the hidden channel or whatever.
Yeah, I've seen people do that.
Just logistics, but
I don't know. I generally speaking, if like AE shows up in chat and it's just like, hey, I want to hop on call, I'll be like, all right, call me. Or like you, like before the stream, you're like, hey.
Okay, so it's a filter. Chat? So somebody has to be brave enough to start a phone call in order to actually get on the show. I see.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want someone to join randomly. I need to be warned. What, do you expect me to just sit here and have like Rory join, start calling me like little grub on stream and then leave? Oh my gosh, my voice cracked.
Fair point. I was going to say it's also so that if, say, one day I'm annoying you, I can say, hey, I'm going to get on the show. I call, and then you deliberately hang up on me. I could see us doing that.
Yeah, I can see that. Because I mean, this is something from like a while ago. People call me a freak because I will answer the phone call in almost every circumstance, up to and including when I am actively showering.
How do you answer the what?
Okay, so what I do is I'm in the shower. I'm doing my thing. I'm getting clean. And my phone is usually on the like accessible from the shower, out of the shower, but still like accessible because I'm playing music, which I started doing this like the other year. Up until then, I was just like raw dog in showers, nothing in there. But usually I'll have music playing at this point. And if my music stops and I hear buzzing, I will pick up the phone. And I have had people FaceTime me. And I'll pick up in the shower and be like, yo, what's good? I'm showering. And obviously, I only do this for friends, right? I'm not going to do this for like a number I don't recognize. Raw dogging showers? Yeah, like without music.
I'm flat calling it that you're younger than me, you phone addict.
Okay. You say that? I had to learn to start doing that in the past couple years. I did not do that for the
Why
longest time.
did you learn to start doing this?
Because I don't really listen to music that much. And I've started listening to music more recently. Recently, I've gotten really into Vocaloid. I've been listening to a lot of Teto, and I mean also Miku.
Okay.
But actually, the song that like I've been listening to the past couple like days, like past 48 hours, has been Flop Era by Akira Neru, which is the third one of the Baka trio, the yellow haired one. And
Okay.
it's actually a really good song. I'm actually really enjoying it. Yeah, Teto. I've been listening to a ton of Teto recently. And I went from like only knowing Miku to my roommate started playing like Project Sekai Colorful Stage. So I learned about the other members of like the various Vocaloid groups. And now I've been like, for the past couple of weeks, I've been on like a Miku Teto binge. Those are really the main two I've been listening to. But yeah, Teto Desu, Bird Brain, yeah. I mean, just my phone is tracking me, so I can't look up what songs I've been playing. But like Teto Desu, Dai Denku, I think. A lot of the Teto Miku collabs. Teto Territory. Let me just look up Teto songs.
All right, chat, you're gonna hear Discord ping. This is because I'm sending Arrow the Miku Chug Jug cover.
Teto songs. Yeah, Mesmerizer, Candy Cookie Chocolate. Oh, what's the one? I really PPPP is another one that I've been listening to recently. Tetorisu. Yeah, I've just been listening to a bunch of Teto. Like, I mostly just put on a playlist and I listen to it, and I'll listen to the same like 4 songs on repeat. But then sometimes it will like sneak past those songs and I listen to new songs. I'm like, whoa. All right, what freaking Miku Chug Jug? Really?
Yes.
Yeah, monitoring. So I was mostly listening the Teto songs, but like monitoring. Honestly, like I think maybe this is just because of my personality. I actually really like the Best Friend remix way more. Like not just like vibe wise because it's like happier, it's less weird, it's less parasocial, but also just like the instrumental I like, and also I don't know, I just like monitoring. And the Best Friend remix is just so wholesome in comparison. Do you listen to serious stuff or meme stuff? I love me brand explosion energy. I generally listen to serious stuff where, I mean, I have listened to some of the silly stuff like Deco 27, Utsu P. These are some of the artists that I've been listening to recently. Is it Sawtone who did Confessions of a Lonely Girl or Confessions of a Rotten Girl? That's another one that I listened to recently that like kind of got me into the Vocaloid mood because it was so stupid that I just kind of got into it. The thing with Vocaloid is that there's almost exactly some Twitter, TikTok drama each week. Yeah, same thing with VTubers.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
I have my thoughts on basically
Allegedly.
every VTuber drama that crops up on Twitter, and I simply keep those private. And sometimes I'll talk about them on stream. Like I talked about the Bow stuff recently on stream because I was just like, this is worth mentioning, but I'm not going to make it a focus of my content. I'm also not going to make it a auxiliary form of content. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be authentic. I'm not going to hide my thoughts, but I don't want this to be a drama space. I don't want this to be a negative space. I don't want this to be a space where you're constantly assailed by more negativity. I want this to be a creative space. So I'll like complain about it a bit. I'll say like, oh, isn't this stupid? And then you'll be like, yeah, that does sound stupid. And then we move on. Right.
Can I borrow the mic for a second to talk about this briefly?
Shoot.
So I mentioned I don't use Twitter. I've used Twitter before, but I stepped away from it because I just wasn't finding interest there. I've had people come in and ask me my thoughts on certain VTuber dramas, and I'm like, I know these people exist. I have no idea what you're talking about, and this was not relevant to the stream at all. It's like, how
It's
did
'cause you're a
we get
VTuber.
here? Like, yeah, it's like, okay, I'm a VTuber. Yes, hello, I'm virtual character on the internet. I have no idea who any of these people are or what they're doing for their stuff besides like the name is there and apparently they've got 100,000 subscribers or something. Like, good for them. We don't know what this is about. Like, okay, somebody destroyed somebody's Minecraft house or something. Cool. Is that what we're going on this week? Outrage media has just completely skewed people's perspectives where everything is now about, oh my God, have you heard the latest drama? I need to be informed about XYZ thing that is now so like big in the news and media. And then you find out it's like, oh, this was just like a small misunderstanding thing that got like blown out of proportion. And now it's not an issue anymore, but everyone threw a fit for 48 hours. Okay. Like, why was this a thing?
So the thing with the VTuber space is that there's this, and this was a thing, and it has since burst. The bubble burst, mostly post COVID, around COVID. It was a community. It was, if you were a VTuber with 10 CCV, there was a good chance that you knew most of the other VTubers who had 50 CCV and probably interacted with at least some of them somewhat regularly. And then the ones that had 50 CCV knew all of the VTubers that had 100 CCV. Like, it was a small enough community. It was numbering in the hundreds. It was so niche. It was so weird. It was so ostracized that the community was genuinely a community. It is not the point anymore. Now we are a medium. Now VTubing is a medium more than it is a community, but people still act as if the VTubing community is what it once was because it makes them feel better. And that's kind of what we talked about earlier, where EN VTubers, there's this sentiment of trying to like reclaim the idol culture that got HoloLive popular. Even HoloLive has stepped away from it. Niji Sanji stepped away from it. V Shoujo never stepped into it. FaZe Connect never stepped into it. A lot of the big agencies either stepped away or aren't a part of it at all. Never were. But there's this thought process that to be successful, you need to be an idol. In the same way, you need to have toxic positivity. You need to be friends with everyone, which means you need to care about everyone, which means if something happens, you need to weigh in on it. I don't even think it's a matter of like people clout farming for the sake of they don't care about the community. They just want numbers. I think it's literally people feeling expected or entitled that they need to contribute, where that is just not the case anymore. Like someone earlier said that EN VTubing is kind of in a stranglehold right now, a divide between idol culture and just Twitch culture. And
it's a bit of that. It's also that VTuber software for a long time was very freelance Wild West, and a lot of stuff didn't work. You think about super early VTuber days, Kizuna AI, that is like one of the earliest examples,
Yeah.
2016 era.
Yeah.
That was really rough tech. And then you get closer to 2020 where it kind of hits the pivotal like COVID phase, a lot of people staying home. There's a big like burst of just people exploding into the online space. You now have everyone looking for all these different medias, and this is where Twitch streamers, some of them go virtual, some of them end up just being finally able to start this with a virtual avatar. You get that kind of interesting growth period now where it's not just, oh, this is the niche virtual idol thing where somebody's doing their little bit. Now you've got all these different personalities and flavors of ice cream that are now available to people, and there's the market. Then we talk about how after COVID and people going back into work centers or just the dying down of the large growth we see there, some of them have stuck around, some of them have moved on. There's some who have pigeonholed themselves, some of them who are now trying desperately to sort of stay relevant and feeling like they're failing because they're not getting the same viewership because the world has
it's the life cycle of entertainers.
2020. Yeah.
Same thing happened to YouTubers. Same thing happened to Flush streamers.
Entertainment as an industry is a interesting field because it is very temperamental depending on current hot thing and environment. And sometimes through no fault of your own, a streamer can fall out of favor just because they are not on new hot thing. Or if they change, then people get really upset because they're changing. But they're also upset that they're not following trend. So it's this weird balancing act. Eric described earlier how some people, they'll pigeonhole themselves into, say, specific ASMR content or something like that. You get similar stories with somebody who's pigeonholed themselves into their respective niche field of, I don't know, let's say paradox or something. trying to break out of that could be incredibly difficult because their audience wants their specific thing, but that audience is also now in recession. So do you branch out into other games and try different stuff? Are they coming to you specifically for this type of content you're making or the game? Are they going for you because of the like entertainment factor you provide?
Well,
There's a
happy
lot of
birthday,
different things
Elsa.
there. Is that good?
Oh no, I was just saying happy birthday to a chatter who's saying that they're celebrating their birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Enjoy your cake.
Or don't. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life.
Yeah. If you want to, pick up the thing, throw it out a window. Go for it. Live your life.
Birth. Is that a command or a request?
Incomplete text, baby.
Oh gosh. But exactly, like entertainment, which like probably one of my hottest takes, which I don't think is actually a hot take. I just don't think a lot of people are saying. I think it's less a hot take, more saying the quiet part out loud. I think a lot of content creators don't treat it like they're in the entertainment industry. They treat it like they're a funny person industry. They treat it like they're kind of separate from it. Industry. They treat it like they're their own person outside of the entertainment industry. They're doing their own thing. They're not a part of all of that. And then they get frustrated when they don't grow because they don't engage with the industry. Right.
Yeah. I'm a little opinionated on this because for me, I've strictly made streaming is my hobby as a rule for thing instead of something that I want to kind of try hard, monetize, or go for like.
Yeah, I'm talking more about people who are trying to make it their full time
viewership. Something stat. I forget what acronym it was, but if you're trying to succeed, you do kind of have to play the game. People subconsciously expect certain branding or appearances. Like if you open a Twitch streamers like about section, you kind of expect a certain shape or like form layout to it. It's like, oh, here's like a link to my Discord. Here's my socials. Here's my like PC setup thing.
Do I have that on my Twitch stream? I don't think I do.
My product link. There's a bunch of stuff there that's expected. YouTube channels generally have a kind of expectation for video format structure things. There is rules and kind of like guidelines to play by. I talked before about how MMOs naturally people fall into the tank DPS heal triangle. Kind of same way with content creation. People expect certain things, and when they don't get that, they can't properly voice why they don't like it.
Yeah,
but they don't like it.
It's a matter of taste. Tip of my tongue. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's like something about this isn't right. I'd watch this more, but I can't explain why. So, as someone who deliberately avoids trying to play the game of entertainment industry, I can't be upset if I'm not getting like a viewership thing of someone who's putting an effort to try and chase views essentially by doing certain what do you call it? Like it's like, oh, performative, like this is the trend chase kind of thing. And that's not to knock people who are trying to stay relevant or follow like a trend, like, you mentioned Hollow Knight as an example. It's like, oh, Silk Song came out. Okay, everyone hops on the Silk Song train for like a couple months or so. Everyone hopped on the Baldur's Gate like trend for a while. You saw other games, Elden Ring, you had 1 million people playing through that. It's just
and the weird thing about that, the weirdest thing about that, I feel as though people don't understand the fact that just because the big content creators are doing that means that they should do that. Because people think, oh, it's popular. Everyone wants to watch it. I should play it day one release. But if I'm a viewer and I want to play Silksong and you're streaming Silksong, I'm not going to watch your content because I want to play the game. I'm not going to watch spoilers before I play the game. And if I'm not playing the game, if I'm not going to play the game, and you're not a huge streamer that I follow because you're you, I follow you because you play, like, I don't know, a Destiny 2, for instance. I'm not going to watch you play a different game that I don't care about. So oddly enough, jumping on the trend doesn't always work out well, particularly if you don't have the audience built to jump on trends. A lot of the big content creators have audiences where they want their content creator to jump on the newest, biggest trend, play it for 2 weeks, and then jump off.
That's the critical mass streamers I'll talk about, where a critical mass streamer has, no matter what they're doing, a viewership base that will turn out for it. They are sufficient enough that they could literally just be watching paint dry. There will be people in their chat they're interacting with who will come out and talk about things.
They can lose 20% of their audience and they'll still have hundreds of viewers, if not thousands.
Mm-hmm. And in that case, it's also, as I described, critical mass. people will show up to the stream because they are the big stream in the category, and they're wondering, oh, why is there like 100+ people watching this while everyone else is getting like 10 views? There
Right.
must be something going on here. I should.
And I
what's
want to
up.
watch Silk Song, so you're playing the funny new Silk Song game. I'm going to follow you. I'm going to start watching. Maybe I don't even watch you past when you're done playing Silk Song, but for that time, I compensate for one of the lost viewers who isn't watching you because they don't want spoilers, right?
And on the same topic of popular thing just new released, sometimes like if you want to stream popular thing, you have to realize you're in competition for viewership with everyone else in that category because people contribute a single view. You can only watch one stream at a time effectively. You can have multiple on,
You can have
but
two.
you're only looking at one of them.
I think it's that it stops counting you after 2. It might be after 3, but if you have more
It's
than like
2 or
2 tabs
3 on the
open,
Twitch
it will count
side.
you as no viewer.
Yeah. So that's the case of, okay, is it counted as a view for the viewership statistic? And also how many people are watching, how many people are interacting?
Actively, yes.
Yeah, the big thing with live streams is that viewership is not really what you're going for there with a live stream. It's interactivity. You can have a lot of people watching, but if people aren't commenting or interacting or stuff, you're more or less just kind of playing a live video, which isn't.
Yeah.
as
And you can have
appealing as
10
a live stream where
CCV
you're
that's more
interacting
active than 100 CCV. It's not dependent on size. It's dependent on what you're doing. Chatting streams, like my audience, tends to be on the more vocal end, tends to be more chatty, tends to be more participative because it tends to be more of a conversation. Whereas ASMR, like sleeping or affirmations or cozy streams tend to be less chatty because you're there to put it on in the background as you read or draw or play a video game or do whatever.
Yeah. Second monitor content is a entire genre. We talked about how there's things for ASMR. I'd like to think that some of my stuff where I just decide one day I'm going to play like 8 hours of Dwarf Fortress because I have a free afternoon or something. I can do that, and people can have me as like second monitor while they work on editing a video or, I don't know, filing their taxes or whatever else they want to do for it. And
Yes,
that's
I said a
whole
sleeping
other
stream
kind of
because I
genre.
don't know what people do when they want cozy streams. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe it's 8 hours of a babbling brook as Neko softly eats a can of tuna in the background. Have you considered that?
Okay,
Wait.
the idea of just me uploading like a YouTube short that's literally just me eating a can of tuna has crossed my mind. I'm not sure how
Wait,
I'd record that,
okay.
but
So I've pitched the idea of a couple different things. One is I make a GFE video where it's like unironic, just like, oh yeah, I love you, blah 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 blah, all the affirmations, whatever. But it's like in a riot. So there's like 30 seconds to a minute of me just like doing normal GFE like roleplay affirmation, and then someone throws a Molotov cocktail, and then like the riot squad arrives and they're like screaming and there's bullets being fired and there's like people shouting in the background while I still just continue to do the exact same affirmations. I think that'd be funny. Another thing I brought up is the idea of a voice pack of a bunch of different people who all have a weird hyperfixation that can just ramble for like 15 minutes and you buy it as a pack. So like you, Rory, me, AE, Vivi, all these people who have like some competency they can just ramble about for 15 straight minutes, all bundled together. But I think what would be really funny is if we get like 5 people, all of whom make background like white noise ASMR, and we all just overlay it on top of each other with no coordination. So like you're eating a tuna
5
can.
different audio channels going at once.
Yeah, like you're eating a tuna can, and Rory is like cleaning off like a piece of stone or whatever that he's doing right next to the mic, and I'm like rolling dice continuously, and then AE is just like barking and growling in the background.
The fitness gram pacer test is a multi-stage aerobics capacity test.
I think that would be really funny. I really want to do something like that because I'm not trying to get an audience of simps. I'm trying to get an audience that can be silly.
Yeah. I think that's talking about like audience and interactions and stuff. You mentioned was it CCV or
Yeah. Concurrent viewers.
Never remember the acronym. Yep. You get some of that case
Wait.
where it's like you get 100 viewers on a stream and there's just no one chatting. And that feels, in my opinion, really weird. Like if you've got 100 people there, like let's say, I don't know, like of your viewership, maybe on lower viewership side, like 50% of them are chatters. Like you get 20 views, 10 people talking. That's a good stream. You've got interactions going there. For the same thing, if you get like 100 viewers and still 10 people chatting, that feels kind of odd in a way. After a certain point, like with critical mass streamers,
it's
chat becomes a
proportionality.
single entity.
Yeah.
But it's really weird when you have these high viewership numbers and there's only like 2 people talking. Like I've seen certain streamers where they've got 300 people in their viewer count.
Yeah.
But there's literally just like 2 or 3 people in the chat. And that to me seems strange. Cause I'm like, okay, there's enough people for there to be interactions here. Are y'all just like pure second monitor contenting this guy? Is he just like your background viewership thing? Do you just want to see?
No,
like, the funny
you're
little
still
RTS
mafia
fights?
goons. You're goobers, but you're also mafia goons. It's okay.
Yeah.
Also, pajama pants, sweater, and heater. I have kind of like been rocking it, not for the past couple of days because it's been really hot, but sweater, pajama shorts, and like, I don't have a heater. I don't have a space heater, but and also it's been too hot for that. But I've been rocking oversized sweater plus pajama shorts. It is so comfy, and I gotta say, it's just such a vibe. Neko, what's your go-to comfy outfit?
So for the record, I basically dress like a cartoon character, and my model is pretty close to how I actually dress.
Bow tie,
Basically,
got it.
every day I'm in jeans, a t-shirt, and usually a hoodie thrown over top. So I just wear this.
Okay, so I'm not currently in a sweater. I considered it, but I figured I get hot during stream, so I was not going to wear a sweater. But pajama shorts, absolutely. I wore pajama shorts basically every day. Yes, the calves must be out. No, Neko has
cat fur.
Neko
I'm
has
close
cat
to my
fur.
model. Like that's the thing that most people don't understand, is that this is basically just me.
Mm-hmm. Including up to the blue herring cat fur.
Yeah, it's there.
Listen, so many people are focused on the dogs being out. I'm focused on the entire kennel, right? Well, so question, are the dogs each toe individually? So if someone says like the dogs are out, they're saying that their toes are out. Given that it's dogs plural, I assume that's each individual toe would be a dog.
I guess so.
So like, would your entire foot being out, would that be like a kennel of dogs? I thought the dogs were just each foot. Are the dogs feet or toes?
Here. How did we get on to you talking about having your toes out? Like what?
Well, because I said that my legs were out, and then someone said something about that. Yeah, legs got to be out, Squeeble said. And then I said, yeah, the whole kennels are out. And then I thought to myself, well, what are the dogs in this context?
All right.
The pinky's a chihuahua. I assume you mean chihuahua.
I just got like the weirdest image when you said like the dogs out in specific. Like, oh, that's just. I was thinking, you know how there's like fingerless gloves, right?
Oh no!
Just fingerless,
toeless socks.
Yeah, just toeless socks is a thing. That's got to be something that someone's done, right? Like that's just weird enough. Ugh.
I mean, there are like wetsuit socks, which will conform to your toes with the grippers.
Well, yeah, that's like for a wetsuit, though. That's meant for an environment where you kind of need to have like additional balance. But
okay, I'm gonna look up something horrible. Toeless socks. Oh,
yeah, they exist. This looks more like a foot brace than anything, but
yeah. Like I was expecting this to be way worse.
Yeah,
this actually looks
just like,
very
just
comfortable.
the end cut off. Yeah, that's.
I have arm warmers that look a bit like this.
Yeah, it's kind of close.
Oh no, this is closer to what I was expecting. Yep.
There's some of them that look like they've got the like individual like.
Yeah.
Toe
this one's got the individual.
Yeah.
Oh no, and the sock has the grip too. The grippers are out on multiple ankles. Yep. What are these for? Who wants these?
Good question. I got no answers.
I'm gonna imagine those getting wet too, and like your toes are wet, but not in socks wet. They're just wet.
Oh, they'd be cold too. Oh,
yeah, they'd be
awful.
cold and wet. Combined arms grippers. Okay, EJ.
Yep.
EJ. There's nothing perverted about talking about grippers. It's only if you make it perverted that it becomes perverted. It's only weird if you make it weird.
Exactly.
Just like how there's no such thing as an awkward silence until someone calls it an awkward silence.
Yeah.
They're either for
It's a
people with
quantum
weird sensory
superstate
needs
of
or actual
silence where
freaks.
It's not defined as an awkward one until somebody points it out.
Something for compression, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, it's probably like a sensory thing. It's probably, I assume, like athletic for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Could be.
But,
Could be for people who wear the toe shoes, right?
yeah, but for what?
I know some people ran cross country with those. They say
Really?
it feels better, or it apparently helps with like the I forget what exactly
Isn't calling
it's
them
been a while,
grippers
but-
in the first place a term originated by? I don't know. Do you think I know the origin, the etymology of calling your toes grippers? No, I call them that because it's a meme.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like when I say I'm raw dogging a shower, I say that because it's a meme. That one I do know the origin of, but it's become a meme. People with mani
Actually,
pedis.
if anything, it would be like Arrow. Knowing you, it would be raw pogging it, right?
Raw pog. Yeah. Raw pogging out my gourd. It wouldn't surprise us. Listen. I am a creature of many surprises, of japes, of shenanigans, of downright mischief. You are nothing before me. Arrow pogs, exactly. I think it is shocking, frankly, that I have yet to get a single piece of fan art of me pogging that I'm aware of. Like, I haven't commissioned anything because I do not have the disposable income to spend on emotes. But enough people have made jokes about me pogging. I pog regularly enough. I'm legitimately kind of shocked that it's never happened. The only body part that's weird to like is the knees. Elbows. Like, elbows are just the knees of the arm.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that the knees are significantly different. What about shoulders?
Like, I'm sure that there's like some people who are weird about body parts, but that can be said about literally anything. Like people are weird about the most specific stuff. There's some fucking guy who commissions like what's his like.
Oh, the bread, the white bread.
Yeah, the Wonder Bread. That's the known example of. There's always somebody out there who's got a thing for it.
Oh my gosh, there's a big knee guy who's into big knees. Listen, there's a little guy knee who's into little knees, and that's just as valid as the big guy knee. You know. Excuse me, who said that?
People
Knees are my
into
favorite part.
weird
Knees are your
stuff.
favorite part of what? Of bees? Because it is the bee's knees?
Ah,
Inner knee and elbows are surprisingly soft.
like the inside part. Like
I assume like the inside, like the back of your knee, the inside of your elbow, which I'm feeling and like it is kind of soft, but
it's a skin area that like folds inwards. So
well,
Yeah,
so I'm
it's
thinking
not
like
tension.
from a everyone like do the sheesh, like 2 fingers on your elbow if you can. I feel as though it is softer than the surrounding tissue because it needs to be more pliable. It needs to be more able to flex and flens in the way of an elbow.
I mean, like that's a compression zone as well. If you think about like
Mhm.
your range of motion, so
I mean, same thing with like
So-
armpits, right?
Huh.
Like they're all areas that are heavy use joint areas. Like your neck, for instance, also probably has a similar softness, probably a similar makeup because you're constantly pivoting it.
So that's actually a difference there because so your neck is you've got a range of motion there where it's sitting neutral and then it twists versus something that's like compression. Like if you take your look at your elbow, right, like the inside of it, then that is just going to be like fully extended, like your arm straight out. That's now under tension fully. And then you've got it compressed inwards versus like your
Well, so
It's
your neck
different
isn't just a
musculature.
swivel joint; it's also a hinge joint.
yeah, you've got a range of motion there. So I'd say the neck muscles are very different compared to like the inner elbow. Like you do have a motion there. I just think that the like makeup different.
Well, because like the
And that's
different
also
joint
just, like,
types
a
is
lot
like
of
there's the
muscle above
swivel,
your
there's
head.
the hinge, there's the ball and socket. Various parts of your body have different joints.
Yeah.
The dog outside apparently disagrees with that statement.
Uh.
I am going to step away for a brief moment. If you would entertain my chat and just
All right, chat.
be entertaining.
Anyways, chat, welcome to our conversation about what the dog doing. That is a question. What is the dog doing? The answer is the dog is doing its best. Use the inside of the neck in these situations. Okay, where would you define as like the inside of the neck? Like, are we talking like on your like let's say like okay, the front of like the very base of your neck, like where it reaches your collarbone? Are we going for that? Like, are we talking about like let's say you fold like your head to the side, like where your skin gets soft because you've now got that under compression instead of tension on the other side? There's a bunch of different like things that the human body is a fascinating thing, and it is remarkable that it honestly works most of the time. Under chin, okay, yeah, you get like a little bit of that. Like if you want to like under your chin, like you've got the curvature there. Like okay, it goes from your chin to where it hits your throat, and then like goes down like the front of your body there. So, see, suggestion: if you're looking for RPG, give Horizon's Gate a look. So okay, I mean that's something we're talking about now, I guess. Cool. Yeah. Your neck is too sensitive. Yeah, well, there's another thing where like some people are very ticklish or sensitive with like skin contact. Some people will get upset when they feel like their skin is being touched too much. We were talking about like the toeless socks thing. That can be a thing where people get like, oh, it's like too sensitive. The sensation of like clothing contacting my skin. I don't like this. That's why some people prefer wearing like short shorts as opposed to somebody who likes wearing pants. It's just a case of like depending on like how your skin's like reactivity goes. I know in some cases you'll have somebody who's like, yep, I just can't right now. There's like this clothing is too much for me. I have to like remove my socks is too much for sensitivity thing. And that can depend entirely like on certain neurological conditions. It can depend just like a familiarity thing. If somebody's like way too used to wearing, I don't know, like sandals all the time, wearing winter boots might be a weird sensation for them. Few shorts above the knee, you cannot go outside. Yeah, there's a bit of that thing. All right. I got a second. Arrow's writing. He trapped me. No, the dog. Ah.
I'm free.
Hang on a second. I didn't trap you in anything. Okay, yeah, I did lock the door when you stepped out, but that's just being courteous.
No.
What?
What the dog doing? But yes,
Best?
Arrow is free. Hey, dude. I know I'm absolutely someone who, I don't know about you, I lock doors all the time. Whether it's the front door to my house, whether it's internal doors in my house. I'm just someone who the more barriers between myself and the external world, the better. The IRS can't find me if I lock all my doors.
Let's see.
I don't like that humming and hawing after I mentioned the IRS.
I don't care who the IRS sends. I'm
not paying my taxes. Okay.
Because I'm Canadian and the IRS doesn't apply to us.
I am going to swap over to the Q&A section. I think I'm just going to solo it. So thank you so much for
let me
hopping
just
on,
send
Neko.
you
Oh no.
first sensory picture first. We were just talking about like sensory, like people's skin and how they feel for that. So I'm just going to send you this picture because I like inflicting psychic damage on people with it.
You have 10 seconds before I hang up to tell the people where to find you. It was going to be longer, but now you're getting
Twitch
put in the
channel,
sensory nightmare collar.
Boy Blue on Twitch. You can see it. There you go. I stream a variety of different games there. You can see it, same as my username here on YouTube. Arrow, I hope you enjoy your Q&A. I'll submit a question or something like that. Anyways,
ruined
everyone
my
else
day.
can suffer this image. Yep.
You've ruined my day.
Thank you. I've tried.
All right.
This
Have
has
a
been 3 hours
lovely,
of
lovely
fun.
day.
I got to do stuff, so I'll catch you around when I do, Arrow. We will continue to make worse content on the internet together.
Oh, 100%, bro. All right. See you in a bit.
Anyways, for now, good night, everyone. Meow meow.
Bye-bye. All right. I'm gonna kill him. He really just came into my life, gave me this sensory awfulness collar, and then decided to just leave. I don't like that. I don't know why. You don't like it because I would hate wearing this. This would make me so uncomfortable. This isn't the first time I've been jump scared by the image. Yeah, because you know Neko. The sensory nightmare collar. Pish posh. Hello, everyone, though. I'm finally free from yaps. And now I must chat. Well, I kicked it. No, I didn't kick him. I hung up. There's a difference. It's not quite the same. Because the things that are shirts are the impact label, yeah. It doesn't look too dissimilar to my normal choker. You shut your mouth. You with your incorrect lying nonsense. Wait, I can just do this. What am I talking about? I have the ability to just move my model on OBS. I forgot. Don't tell anyone. Where's my model? What the heck? These are not the same. These look nothing alike. This is a choker. It has some accoutrement. It has gold. It has a rose, which honestly, the rose isn't even like my style. It's just kind of what was available at the store. This evil creature, this nonsense over here, is nothing so undesirable that I would dare deign upon my form, physical or otherwise. How dare you? You absolute mongrel. You complete and utter buffoon. I reject you and all you stand for. Hey, Icelandic Moose. Rose is my style, correct? It's Rorston's. Wonder who bought that for you. I will say, I picked it out and I wore it. And I was like, hey, this is nice. I will incorporate this into my branding and my outfit. And then Rory immediately looks at it and says, stealing my rose, hmm? And I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like, my thing is roses. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it is. And I accidentally matched with Rory. The Call of Romer Stimulus, yes. No, you calm down. People are allowed to like kink stuff you would not enjoy. You calm down. Okay. That's fair. That's fair, Jan. I'm confused. Is this where Arrow got their choker? No, so if you gaze upon mine form, if you weep upon my physical visage by looking at this collar, this is just something I got for me, for myself. However, fellow streamer Rorston VT, another content creator, does also have a rose aesthetic, rose motif. And I did not realize this when I got this. Therefore, he started teasing me that I was trying to match him because he's an absolute gremlin creature. I would never do something so ridiculous. Why is Rorston's thing roses? I've never seen the man tend to flowers once. On his helmet, on his hard hat, he has a purple rose, which he hardly wears the hard hat, but it is accurate. That's basically gardening, is just digging stuff up. Okay, but you have to put stuff there to garden. To garden, you have to dig it up, put some seeds there, plant back over, boom, you're done. Oh gosh, I have Q&A to go through. What is it with Arrow and only associating with gremlins? Maybe it's because only VTubers are gremlins. Name me 3 VTubers that are not a gremlin. I don't consider myself very gremlin core. I don't consider myself to be very gremlin. However, I certainly recognize that most of my associates are. All archaeological artifacts are actually just planted by Rory. Yeah. It's him to prove creationists right. They're a test of faith placed by archaeologists. Where do business-related requests go if you have any spots on my schedule? So, for those of you who don't know, I am actually an editor. And I do have a place on my schedule. So if you want to shoot me an email, it is in my bio. It is arrowkisswrites@gmail.com. It's in all of my socials, have my email listed. That's where I look at business inquiries. That's where some people have hit me up for TTRPG stuff. That is where I got the weird solicitations for products earlier. So if you have any business inquiries, whether it is you're a content creator and you need advice or you're trying to solicit me for editing, those are the places to go. What's my favorite speculative fiction concept? Mine is Hollow Earth, which is silly, but still a really cool idea. I'm not a huge fan of Hollow Earth. Mostly because they conflate it with other things. Like my thought process with Hollow Earth is Journey to the Center of the Earth, where there's like dinosaurs and like a whole jungle ecosystem down there, which just doesn't make sense to me. I think Hollow Earth could be cool if it is all caverns, if it is not occupied anything that would require sunlight, because while there would be geothermal heating, there would not be sunlight, which means that plant life would not develop in the same way. So it would have to be altered. I think Hollow Earth, but it's all water, could be really interesting. A whole underground geothermally heated like reservoir with its own ecosphere, and like it's deep sea but deeper would be cool. But in terms of like speculative fiction, like ideas of what could happen, I don't really read a lot of spec fiction. Unfortunately, I don't read a lot, so I don't know the tropes. I read What's a Q&A, Wrong Answers Only, and I took it literally. No, that's just Deep Sea, but worse. Exactly. It would be Deep Sea, but worse. That would be where Cthulhu would be. That would be where the Kraken is. I hate that idea. It would be so cool. I have thalassophobia. So do I. So do I, you absolute mongrel. World of Darkness, Hollow Earth. World of Darkness, Hollow Earth would work very well. World of Darkness, Hollow Earth would unironically go so hard because you go under and suddenly that's where the second city was. Right? In the cavern underneath the world, that's where the second city was. That's where all of the antediluvians and the Methuselah and even some 5th generation vampires are. That is where Gehenna is actively happening. And the reason all of the vampires are going to the Middle East is because that is how you access the Hollow Earth. There's a portal or a pathway or a tunnel leading from the surface to the Hollow Earth. And that is why Gehenna actively is being waged war under the feet of people. My thalassophobia just triggered. Listen, me too. That's why I don't want to play Subnautica. People want me to play Subnautica because they think it'd be funny. I feel like a Hollow Earth filled with water would just explode. Like the pressure and heat would make everything super boil. Listen, if Hollow Earth was real, the crust would collapse on itself and make it not hollow. Hollow Earth doesn't make any sense. We're talking fiction. We're talking spec fic. Learn to have fun, you silly. Hollow Earth, but it's actually just more like those ocean moons of Jupiter. It would be funny. So, what's some other spec fic? Like, I don't know spec fic enough to make it a actual answer to this. Because would something like secretly we colonized the moon already be speculative fiction? Would, because my understanding of spec fic is our current understanding of the world plus something new. We realize that in Antarctica there is ruins of an ancient civilization. We find that there is life on Mars, right? All of these Hollow Earth, but it's an ocean, is basically setting up barotrauma. Listen, Hollow Earth, but it's an ocean, is basically barotrauma, and barotrauma is basically terrifying, and I do hate it, but also it's really fun and cool. Have you considered this? I played Subnautica and it was fun as long as I could see the seafloor. Then I couldn't, so I stopped playing. Yeah. Hard science fiction and alternate history are examples of speculative fiction, to my understanding. So I guess when I think spec fic, I think robots. I think like Asimov. My thought process behind it is Asimov. So I think spec fic, like what's my favorite spec fic concept, would probably be involving like robotics and the idea of making a robot that is alive and does not, like, not just passes the Turing test, but functionally is alive, has memory and beyond just recalling processing, has emotions that alter its worldview, has biases that it can learn from and adapt towards, that it has no subservience to humanity, or maybe it does. So, wow, I just smacked my mic. I'm so sorry. But it has free will, and exploring what a artificial entity, created entity that can interface with its creator can do. And that's kind of why, I mean, like, this was a little bit explored in Detroit Become Human. Detroit Become Human. Where at one point, Connor goes and meets the guy that made androids. But he doesn't really care. Because at that point in the game, that's not what the point of the game is. The point of the game is about, will Connor be able to become human? So I feel like that could be an interesting angle that I haven't seen much. What if VTubers started carrying out FPV drone warfare against opposing streamers? Okay, what I will say, I did not grow up playing COD. But if I did, I think it would be really funny, particularly given by the fact that whenever I get raided, my community shoots the raiders. If my raid notification was, enemy AC-130 up above! And it's the idea of like us getting raided is literally like an AC-130 strike, and then you're desperately firing off against the raiders. I think that would be really funny. But I didn't grow up playing COD, so I don't have the same like associations with it. But just imagine I'm playing Hollow Knight and I'm like struggling against a boss or whatever, or I'm struggling platforming more likely. And then you just hear in the background, enemy AC-130 up above! That would be so silly. As like 20 people just enter chat and get shot. My understanding of spec-fic is that there is very little that needs to be considered fantastical. You largely avoid even sufficiently advanced technology. That's what my understanding was. Spec-fic, to my understanding, is modern tech plus. It is literally stuff we have today or that we had 50 years ago, that we had 100 years ago, plus. So I feel as though sufficiently advanced AI would be a plus, would be like an addition, would be, you could see that happening sometime in the near future. Discworld is spec-fic. Arrow yelling has awoken me. Well, good morning. Martian is spec-fic. Project Hail Mary. Gundam is not spec-fic. Gundam is literally giant robots. Mechs are not spec-fic. I don't care if it's the modern setting, then they develop. Like, Pacific Rim is not spec-fic. Well, yes. You can have the political consequences of giant robots in a like sci fantasy. Nothing about sci fantasy precludes you from having honest, real discussions about the political implications of having giant robots. But the fact that there are giant robots means that it is not spec-fic. Is Disco Elysium spec-fic? Disco Elysium is alternate, or is Disco Elysium, I would say, is alternate world retrofuturism, because it's a different setting and nothing they have is more advanced than what we have today, but they have like radio computers instead of cable computers, right? And there is, well, I suppose there is the swallow with the pail. So I suppose the pail does make it spec-fic, no? Because my thought process is Disco Elysium is an original setting that technologically is somewhere around early 20th century, right? They don't really have anything that we have to speculate on how it would work. Did Arrow wake me up by yelling and then invoke the late great Sir Terry Pratchett's Discworld series? I did not invoke it. However, what I will say, I want to read Discworld. I don't know where to start. I've heard fantastic things about the Death series, but I've also heard the first book is either very not good or very not focused on death. Pacific Rim isn't spec-fic, but it is allegorical. Well, yeah, so that's my point, is that it doesn't have to be spec-fic to be allegorical. Same thing with Gundam. You can have it be allegorical or talk about the political consequences of giant robots without it being spec-fic. The fact it's spec-fic means that it is like related to real technology, right? The fact it's spec-fic ties it to a 95% of the technology and fantasy of it is based in realism. It's that 5% that's weird. There is a hollow Earth, but we have like normal technology. There is a civilization in Antarctica, but we have normal technology. Gundam is not normal technology, and the Gundams are more than 5% of the tech. Don't they drop a colony on Earth in Gundam? That seems pretty grounded in actual concerns for space colonies. The first book in the series isn't bad, but it is a very pilot episode. Would Freud say Faye has fang envy? What? So would Freud say Faye has fang envy? So I understand the core of this. Freud, the psychologist, the quack. Faye, so this is Faye and vampire? Got it. That makes a lot more sense now. Because with the Faye and vampire conversation from before, we were comparing them. Freud said that a lot of women, or all women, have penis envy, where it is that they want to be a man and or want to have the masculine traits ascribed to what men have. So that obviously that is not necessarily correct. There are certain women that might envy that. There are certain women who might realize that they're not actually women, that they are men. But that is not what he's talking about. What he's talking about is the idealization of masculine traits and the inherent desire for women to have those because women are gross, stupid, icky, and men are cool, awesome, like epic, right? So Faye having fang envy would imply that under this schema from Freud, he would view vampires as superior to Fae. I might say it might be the other way around, though. Women just want someone who can reach the top shelf and open drawers. Okay, what I will say, being tall, I will get conscripted by people I know to reach tall things for them. And I will clown on them for it. But it is like clowning out of love for these people in my life. I was thinking vamps have wing envy. So like, which do we think like Mr. Oedipus himself would be more in favor of? I feel like Freud would be more supportive of Faye. I don't know why. Because I feel like he would ascribe vampires to being the dominant, controlling idealization of the female, of liberated nighttime activities, whereas the Fae deals with rules and aristocracy and nobility, which is a perfectly masculine trait. Like, I feel like you would come up with some pseudo-scientific explanation as to why all vampires are feminine and all Fae are masculine. Because that just strikes me as what he would do. I got some bad lines I'm going to send to you. Keep them off stream. You got it, buddy. What game did I enjoy but never played again? That is most games I enjoyed. I have played like dozens of games. And by never played again, I'm counting that to mean once I put it down, I didn't pick it back up again. Right? Probably the most relevant example to stream is Circus Electrique, where this is a game that I streamed for on-off like a couple months, like last year. This is one of the first games I streamed. And it just took forever. Viewership was going down. It was a long game. It's very Darkest Dungeon-esque. And you play in 1899 a group of carnies that are in London. And a mega corporation is using mind control to turn all of the citizens of London into like bloodthirsty monsters. And you, as a group of carnies, go around in Darkest Dungeon style combat fighting against mind controlled Londoners. So you have like a strong man, is like your melee class, and you have a clown, which is like a support. You have a sword swallower and a snake charmer, an escape artist, a fire spitter. You have all of these carnies, all these weirdos who have unique idiosyncratic classes and archetypes fighting against like a chimney sweep who is mind controlled and has abilities related to like hitting you with like chimney dust that will blind you, right? It was a really fun game and I enjoyed it. And I only uninstalled it like a couple days ago because for the past year, I was thinking to myself, I want to play this again sometime. And it just, in the past couple days, I was like, yeah, I have not opened this game in a year. I'm going to uninstall it. I got probably 2/3 of the way through it. Maybe 1/2, but probably 2/3, maybe even 3/4. I don't know. I really enjoyed the game. But it just was not conducive to streaming, and I didn't have time to play it off stream. And there are like other games where I enjoyed it, and I played it for a burst of time, and I've not picked it up since. Like, I think Payday 2 is a game where I played it I played it on like a 30-day play streak at the top of 2023, to the extent that Payday 2 accounted for 25% of my yearly playtime of all of 2023 in that like January into February window. Because I was hyperfixating. And then once the hyperfixation ended, once I got my Payday 2 done, I don't think I've picked it up since. Maybe I picked it up like once, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't when I was really deep into it. So I just kind of bounced. And this is me with a lot of games where I recognize I don't have the time to play a game over and over and over. There have been very few games I've played more than once. Pyre is one of the few games. And also games that aren't story oriented, games that are like skirmish oriented, like RTS games, FPS games. These tend to be fighting games. Those tend to be games that I come back to every once in a while. Pyre is one of the only story oriented games that I've properly gone back and replayed because it's my favorite game. Like Pyre is my favorite game. That sounds sick as heck. No, Circus Electrique was actually so much fun. And what I could do is that now I have a more established audience. This was back when I was like under 10 CCV. Now that I have more of an established audience, now that I have an audience that I'm better at yapping for long periods of time just without stimulus, I could play it again and like go through it again. But it's a long game. But the fun thing about Circus Electrique, the thing I didn't mention, the thing that got me so excited when I first played it, you're a carnival. You're a circus. So as my strongman and my fire spitter and my escape artist and my magician are off fighting against like Londoners who are mind controlled, my clowns and my snake charmer and my sword swallower are putting on a circus act. So I have to build a circus act of performers that have different roles. They have, one will be like the front man. One is like the lead. One is like the closer. One is the supporting act. Like, you literally have different roles you have to fill, and different characters have different roles they fulfill with different acts they put on. So like, my strongman might be able to bend a steel beam, and that's the lead act. And my clown might have a comedy routine, which is a supporting act. And my fire spitter might be able to, do the Ring of Death as a closer. So I might have to make a show which is lead, support, closer. And so I have my strongman and my clown and my fire spitter. But that means when I go off on my Darkest Dungeon turn-based combat section, I can't access those three characters because they're busy performing at the carnival they're being paid to perform at. So you have this weird balancing act of, do you want to make the best circus as possible, or do you want the best combat troupe as possible? Do you want to have your characters, like my strongman might be my best character, And I know that I'm going into a really tough fight. But my strongman's going to make me a lot of money. So do I go for money or do I go for experience? Do I go for back end or do I go for front end? I love watching videos of people playing Grand Strategy, but I hate playing them. I can't multitask. Someone could mod it to be 40k Harley Quinn's messing with a chaos cult. That would be really funny. That would be very funny. Yeah, but the gameplay is very similar to Darkest Dungeon, which I enjoy. Darkest Dungeon is a game that I've tried a couple times. I keep bouncing. XCOM 2, another game I tried multiple times, kept bouncing. I'd get like a third of the way through it and bounce. I get bored. Same thing with like a CK3, Civ, Grand Strategy. I'll play a Grand Strategy game for like 7 hours and be like, wow, that was fun. I'm done now. Take away the mind control and that's just a pretty normal day for me. Yeah. The scariest part of all that says that it happens in London. Yeah, in 1899. 1899 London. Yeah, so what game did I enjoy and like never played again? If we're talking like extending this to TTRPGs, like City of Mist, I've only played once. That's one that I really enjoyed and I want to play more, but I just don't have time for it. I have other stuff I want to do. Lancer, strictly speaking, I have only played once. Or really, I ran it once, so it doesn't really count. But yeah, most games I don't replay. Like Marvel Rivals, I play a bunch. Persona 4 Arena Ultimax is a fighting game that I played a bunch because I was hyperfixating on Persona 4, and then I stopped. And then I kind of picked it up a little bit in the past couple weeks. It's just very easy to pick up, put down. Dawn of War, Age of Mythology. Those are all games I can pick up, put down. Battletro. But outside of that, I really don't replay games too much. How do I feel about feats that have their benefit continue to scale as a character levels versus a feat that has a static benefit or the same at level 1 and level 20? I think feats are dumb. So you're asking me, what are my thoughts on scaling feats that grow as the character grows versus static feats, which are just as soon as you get them, that's the entire benefit. I think feats are dumb. I think feats are not well designed in 5e. I think in something like 3.5, where feats were the backbone of the system for martials, they were much better designed. Because if I want to get lightning reflexes, I can just get lightning reflexes. If I want point blank shot, if I want any of these floating modifiers, I need to get feat X before Y so I can get Z. In 5e, it's a level requirement, broadly speaking, but not always. So most feats don't require anything outside of you hit a 4th level ASI. Do you not want to know what that means? Every feat has to be balanced around being a level 4 character. Not to mention the characters that can get it at level 1. But that means if I'm level 16 and I get an ASI and I'm like, oh, I want a feat, I'm going to be getting something built for a level 4 character at level 16. That is just not good game design. Like that's just my hot take. That's my opinion. In my opinion, if you call it a feat, then you should be able to get it by doing something impressive. And that's why in the 5-room dungeon, I made a long form making a mega dungeon video called the 5-room dungeon. And I gave a feat as a reward for fighting a very tough encounter. In it, it's like, I don't know, it's like a once per day legendary resistance against something mental. I don't remember what the feat was, but the goal is that like the feat is a reward for doing something cool. It is not you just get +1 on attacks if someone's within 5 feet of you. It is not you get the ability to actually charge someone, because raw 5e, if I run up to you and I smack you, that is the same amount of damage, that is the same to hit chance as if I stood next to you and attacked you. I have to get the charger feat in order to get a bonus. Arrow doesn't like feat confirmed. Hey, you caught me. Thank you for the super though. I do like the 2024 rules for that. I have not kept up with the 2024 rules. I'm going to keep it a buck. I have not kept up with D&D recently. I'm a variety TTRPG channel. I don't care about 2024 D&D because I have not been given anything that made me care about it, frankly. Do you either need stuff that scales well or have feats per level? Exactly. You need either, hey, all feats scale, or no feats scale, but there is a scale of feats. You get access to feats X, like the X group at 4th level. And then you get access to the Y group at 8th level. And then you get access to the Z group at 12th level. And then if I'm a fighter and I get another feat at 6th level, then I just get another 4th level one. The difference between level 4 and level 6 is not as bad as the level difference between 4 and 12 or 4 and 16, right? So it works. It works. And then if I get one at 10th level, I have the option of maybe I choose another one at 4th level, which is significantly weaker than 10th level, or I grab one at 8th level. Like, it doesn't break the existing system of like rogues or fighters getting more feats. Just joined. Why are we talking about feat? Because that is what you're interested in, Cedar. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but welcome on in. Where would you draw the line between post-apocalypse? Sorry. Where would you draw the line between post-apocalypse? Where would you draw the line between post-apocalypse? Where would you draw the line between post-apocalypse? Am I stupid? Where would you draw the line between post-apocalypse and being an established new civilization in sci-fi? Do they know? It's a posta. I feel as though if shut up, all of you. And by scale, it doesn't mean it gets stronger as you get stronger. It could mean that you get more use out of it. Yeah, exactly. It could be as simple as at 4th level, you get to do something once per day. At 8th level, you get to do it twice per day. At 12th level, you get to do it 3 times per day. Like, that's not that bad. Like, say something every time you get an extra attack would scale with fighters. Yeah, exactly. Posta, yeah. So if they know, oh man, do you remember back in the before times when like the great thunder like wrecked the land and the old civilization fell, and then our ancestors grew up in these bunkers away from the mushroom clouds of the thunder gods, and then we eventually exited from our metal shells and came into the world, and now we are living in a new civilization. Like, that feels very post apocalypse, right? We have now built a civilization on the ruins of what was before. I feel as though it becomes an established setting when they stop thinking of it as we are built on the ruins of the previous civilization, which honestly, knowing people, would probably only take like 3 generations. So big, bad, evil thing happens. Oh no, apocalypse. Culture group A, Generation A, survives. They lived through this. They hide. And then they have Generation B. They tell Generation B of what life was like before, what they lost, how it's been. We are firmly in post-apocalypse right now. Then B tells C of what their family and their ancestors told them. And maybe some of A is still alive. Maybe. And then C tells D. And at this point, all of A is dead, most of B is dead. C is telling second-hand, if not third-hand accounts of this. D probably doesn't really believe it. So therefore, they start to move without that, and then you get to the point of where you're at E. Even C is gone, most of D is gone. They recognize, okay, we are our own people. Something bad may have happened in the future that sucks for in the past that sucks for them. We have cities. We have running water. We have electricity. We have an ability to combat the nuclear radiation that is inhabiting the land. We're pogging. I think this is a reasonable trajectory for it. Maybe it's F and maybe it's G. But the fundamental purpose is it only takes a handful of generations for them to forget what it was like not only before, but also what it was like during the post-apocalypse. Right? I mean, we're kind of built on the ruins of the Roman Empire, just like London is kind of built on the ruins of London, and also the US is kind of built on the ruins of the native populace. Like, there's differing levels of how intense that kind of is. Right? And a lot of people don't think of themselves as living on ruins. They think of themselves as the only thing that matters. Q&A stands for quails and apis, as in the birds and the bees. Understood. Gundam, when? Okay. Unironically, if I did a reaction series to Gundam, would that interest you? Yes, no. Assuming it's whatever Gundam you want me to watch. Like, I don't care if it's like Gundam G or like Gundam EX or Gundam like Sombrero Civilization. Like, if it was a full-on like whatever Gundam you wanted it to be, but it's like a reaction, would you want that? Because if yes, I would probably make it content. If no, I'd probably just watch it on my own time. Yeah, so reaction the Anthony hours. Yeah. No. So this is a situation where it's just like, I'm open to the idea of trying out like reaction content, whether it's for members only or otherwise. But I also recognize that like, I'm not a reaction channel. I'm not trying to have that be my main thing. I don't want that to be my main thing. I know that there's a lot of people who seem interested, but I don't know if that's a vocal minority, right? I should do a reaction watch of G Gundam. Maybe a review and thoughts instead of reaction. What I'd probably do, unironically, is I'd probably make another channel called like Arrow Reacts. And it would get like 100,000 subscribers when my main content gets like 10 views, because that's how the algorithm works. And I could make like a proper review on this channel, right? I feel weird about reaction content. Yes, it is getting that bag, but also I don't know. It's getting that bag. I feel like it's low effort. I feel like it would be not aligned with the current niche that I already have. I watch reaction content as background noise. So, I mean, currently this audience, this crowd right here is saying like, yeah, go for it, but I don't really know. So I've considered it. It could be fun. It could be cool. It could be something to consider, but I don't know. Like, if I was to look into Gundam, I would do it for content, right? It's quiet time, no yapping, never. Do yap as much as you want, please. Queens and Asimars, the girly pop action RPG. That's what Q&A stands for. Have I ever eaten an onion like an apple? So growing up, I did not like onions. And even now, I would say I'm not a huge fan of them, but I will eat them. So I must say, no, I have not ever eaten an onion like an apple, because when I was young enough to be stupid enough to do that, I didn't like them. But if someone handed me an onion and was like, hey, would you take a bite out of this like an apple? I'd say, what will you give me for it? And if they pay me, sure. I don't care. I'll take a chomp out of an onion. Like, I'm medieval European noble coded. Shut up. What is my favorite version of Diggy Diggy Hole? Okay. So there's the OG. There is the original like Minecraft music video. And then there's like the remaster. And then I believe there's also like a Office recording, I believe, where it's the OG is what Simon sang while in the Minecraft version. The Minecraft music video is the one where it was like in source filmmaker. They made a music video for it. Like, again, a year after it was in the song, like in the video or whatever. There's a metal version. Holy heck. There's the remastered, which is like a cartoon. And then I think that there's like an office recording where it's like everyone in the office got together singing together. I didn't know there's a metal version. I need to listen to that. I think of this one. I think of the Minecraft one because of nostalgia. I remember watching the Diggy Diggy Hole on the series. What was it? Shadow over Israfel? Was it Shadow of Israfel? Where Diggy Diggy? I don't think it was. I think Diggy Diggy Hole was a different series. But I remember watching the series that the original Diggy Diggy Hole was, and I remember seeing this and being like, "Oh my gosh, this is awesome! This is so cool!" And then this came out years later. It was the difference between like I want to say like 2010 was the OG, 2011 was the Minecraft one. It was like 2017 was the cartoon. Random numbers, not actual numbers. Sorry, I had to sneeze. So there was a big enough gap where I had multiple years where this was my main exposure. This is what I think of. Dwarf Metal, Diggy Diggy Hole was in their original Minecraft series. Might have been season 2. Yeah, but like it was one of their Minecraft series, right? What is my favorite insect, alien, hive mind in sci-fi? Love me Tyranids. I do love me the Tyranids. Like I don't know enough about the Egregorians from Lancer to comment on that. Funny enough, my only exposure to this is the movie Ender's Game. The aliens that the whole humanity is fighting against, they, by virtue of having a non-combative interaction with Ender, actually makes me like them way more than most other fictional hive minds, for the simple sake that they have had an interaction that was not negative, right? I love the Tyranids. They're never going to negotiate with you. I love, I never played Halo, but like the Flood is a example. The Zerg, honestly, Zerg, pretty pog. The Zerg, listen, infested Kerrigan awoke something in so many people, but the fact that the swarm had a mouthpiece meant it was able to work alongside Terrans. Is Flood insectoid? I don't know enough about the Flood. I just know they're like a hive mind. 14 years ago, guh. Oh, apparently it was Shadow of Israfel Part 8. Pog. Dang, waiting for Shadow of Israfel for so long, I turned trans. Never liked the ending because they exterminated them behind the guise of combat simulation. Well, so Ice Reaper, that was the point. The point was, this is a bad thing that the humans are doing. The point was Ender didn't want to do that. Ender wanted to work with them and thought it was a simulation. That was the entire point. And that's kind of why it's tragic. Because they weren't evil. They weren't Tyranids. They weren't the Flood. They weren't trying to take over the world. They were just living their own life. It's crazy that every 5 minutes I hear Arrow mention an IP I love. Well, glad to be of service, Human. Do you think you could beat the blue cat boy in a fistfight? Neko, how much do you weigh? And how tall are you? Arachnid, Zerg, Tyranids, good old spacebug? Exactly. Like, I don't know your height and weight. Oh yeah, I see why you didn't want me saying those stuff that you DM'd me in chat. Ender's Game was child soldiers indoctrinated in committing, yep. Shadow over Israfel, humans becoming shorter, hairier, more dwarfy. I am all skin and bones. However, I'm tall. The two things, so assuming neither person has training, which I don't, the two defining factors of who's going to win in a fight is height and weight. And obviously there's also like temperament. If you're a coward, you're probably going to lose even if you have height and weight over someone who is like vicious, but shorter and lighter. I think I have an inch or two on Neko. I just don't know how much he weighs. Because if he weighs like, if he's like 5'9" and 250 pounds, that's like 100 pounds heavier than me, right? So I don't think I could take him in a fight. Got that street plant physique. Yeah, I always describe it as I'm built like a tree, where I'm tall and I'm thin, and I'm wispy. But I have curves. The curves are real. So maybe not a tree. Do trees have curves? Some of them do. My fighting style is that I made it the F up. True. I've had discussions about how different fantasy and sci-fi really are deep down, other than in terms of aesthetic. Both deal with like what if, but I don't know if that's true. Okay, so the core between the difference between fantasy and sci-fi is obviously super blurry, right? It's sci-fi fantasy for a reason. Sci-fantasy is a very common sci-fi setting, and hard fantasy that involves sci-fi elements secretly that you think is magic is also a fairly common archetype. But that one's kind of fallen out of favor in the last 30 years. Fundamentally, though, I feel as though the difference between fantasy and sci-fi is they both deal with what if. Sci-fi explores ideas. Fantasy explores themes. These are generalizations. There are fantasy novels that explore specific ideas. There are sci-fi novels that explore themes. There are a lot of sci-fi novels that explore themes. But generally, the core of a sci-fi novel is, what if we had FTL? Honest, actual, like, as close to scientifically based as we really realistically could make FTL. What if wormholes were real? What if a super virus killed everyone that had one specific gene in their body? These ideas that are the basis that everything else comes off of. Fantasy is more inclined to say, I want to write a story where good triumphs over evil. I want to write a story where good is punished. I want to write a story where there is a cosmic struggle between law and chaos. I want to write a story exploring discrimination through the lens of fantasy ancestries. Those are less ideas, concrete ideas, than they are vibes, than they are themes. And I feel as though fantasy is expected to take itself less seriously. It is not just allowed to, it is expected to take itself less seriously than most sci-fi. Now, there is goofy sci-fi. There is serious fantasy. There is Game of Thrones, and there is like early Star Trek. But fundamentally, I feel as though if I read fantasy, even if I'm a history nut, even if I'm a pedant little nerd, I'm less inclined to call out the magic being dumb than I am if I'm a sci-fi nerd calling out sci-fi nonsense. Railguns are not reasonable weapons. But neither is like an entire cast of people devoted to fire magic. But I feel like in fantasy, you are more likely to have someone just say, oh, that's cool, than someone just say, oh yeah, railguns are cool. I want railguns in my setting. No, you have to justify how, why, and where it would work. Whereas the cast of people who all do fire magic, that's cool. You know, I feel like that's the main difference maker. Not everyone falls under actually, but even in the softest sci-fi, even in Star Wars, you are inundated with actually. Because sci-fi nerds love that stuff. Sci-fi nerds love actually. Fantasy nerds, I feel as though it's more of a faux pas. If I write a fantasy novel and I say, oh, everyone was drunk all the time because they only drank alcohol because the water wasn't pure, I feel as though I'm going to get a lot of people saying like, actually, that's not how it worked. Yes, they did tend to drink a lot of beer in their diet, even children, but that's because it was a lower API, and also it was massively for the calories and nutritional value. They didn't not know how to boil water, you cretin. It was a matter of calories and nutritional value. And it didn't even get them drunk. They weren't even getting tipsy because it was so low proof. There are going to be people who say that, but those are going to be seen as pedants. Whereas in sci-fi, if I say we developed wormhole travel by using, and that allowed us to go faster than light, I managed to circumvent your FTL problem. And then everyone's like, that's not how wormholes work. Here's a 90-page proof about how wormholes do and do not work in a theoretical setting with every single known understanding of theoretical physics. You're wrong. You should feel bad. You're stupid. I'm not going to read your book because it's dumb. And that's just kind of accepted in sci-fi, at least more so than in fantasy. Like, there are pedants in both sides. There are people who can just shut their brain off and have a good time on both sides. But I feel as though sci-fi, the culture, supports pedantry more than fantasy. And that's one of the big difference makers. That is one of the big qualifiers. Outside of like aesthetics and themes versus ideas, which they both go into. Suspension of disbelief, people need to relearn that more. Yeah. And I think sci-fi tries to take itself more seriously. And so it has an audience that treats it more seriously and holds it up to greater scrutiny. And then it fails that scrutiny and then tries to take itself seriously despite that lack of scrutiny. So then it gets an even more scrutinous audience. And then it builds off itself, right? Whereas fantasy, you have Game of Thrones. You have Cosmere. You have Lord of the Rings. You have Wheel of Time. All of these are fantasy. And all of them have different vibes. All of them take themselves seriously. All of them take themselves differing levels of seriousness. And these are all fairly serious in the world of fantasy. None of these are, oh, we have the dingle hopper man who's gonna scrimble your scrombles if you don't wimble hopple, which is some fantasy. Some fantasy is like just word salad like that. But none of these settings really delve into that. And still, you can have Tom Bombadil. If you had a Tom Bombadil equivalent in sci-fi, you would be called a hack. And I think this is a little bit of the culture shifting over time. I think that people would not be as receptive to Tom Bombadil now as they would previously, but fantasy being based off Lord of the Rings, which Lord of the Rings was based off of folklore, and folklore was intentionally ambiguous. Whereas science fiction is based off of speculative fiction and actual scientific development. It's just like two different origin points. They convergently evolved to be very similar. They married into each other's fantasies to make sci-fantasy and sci-fi fantasy. But they did come from different origins. Isn't that just Q in Star Trek? I don't know Star Trek well enough, so I can't comment. I'm saying Tom Bombadil less from like silliness and more so plot relevance. Tom Bombadil busts in, upends the plot, whistles a little jaunty tune, says, nah, I don't want the ring that corrupts everyone that touches it and makes everyone want to use it. I'm just built different. And then walks away. And I feel like that sort of lack of, I mean, that's why he wasn't in the movies. That's why he was not in Peter Jackson's movies, is because it didn't feel cohesive to the narrative. But fantasy is allotted that freedom that sci-fi is not. Sci-fi writing tends to require every tech question to be explained up to 3 levels deep. Exactly. Actually in fantasy is present, but much less vitriolic and all-encompassing than actually in sci-fi. In the sci-fi, if I have FTL drives that let me just go past faster than light, I will have a major subsect of the audience which will just not read my story because that's stupid because you can't go faster than the speed of light. Actually. And I'm like, that's not important to the story I want to tell. I don't care. And they have this pedestal, which is so odd to me. Some sci-fi fans, not all sci-fi fans, but a lot of sci-fi fans have, where the realer something is, the better it is. Which is so odd for science fiction. It's really walking into the doing things differently store and getting upset if anything is too different from what you know. It's walking into the fiction section and only choosing the stuff that you can't realize is fiction, or that is the least fictional, or that is the closest to is real. And that's speculative fiction, right? That's speculative fiction is that like 95% real. It's so silly. Yeah, realism in video games. Ugh. A petty stall. Oh, I see what you did there. What are my thoughts on Pathfinder 2? I have never played Pathfinder, so I'm not going to say good or bad because I don't have the frame of reference and I've never like read the system. But what I have heard is that Pathfinder 2 took the complexity and robustness of Pathfinder 1 and streamlined it in the same way 5e did, while maintaining the granularity and robustness of the core system. What I have heard of Pathfinder 2 is that it is as accessible as 5e is, while still having the robust complexity of 3.5. I'm not really trying to play it. If I was to play a super complicated system, I do kind of want to play a 3.5 game because 3.5 was the system that I first played back like 20 years ago, 18 years ago, wherever that was. But I do think that that is a very good thing. And I've only heard positive things about Pathfinder 2. People that did not like Pathfinder 1 have said good things about Pathfinder 2. Right? Old? Yeah, shut up. Pathfinder benefits most from virtual tabletops because they have scripts that make math easy. Yeah, and same with 3.5, same with Pathfinder 1. But the idea behind Pathfinder 2 is that it is as accessible as Pathfinder 5 or as a D&D 5e while still keeping that crunch. It is a lower skill floor than Pathfinder 1, but the same skill ceiling, which I think, barring all else, is just awesome. Barring all else, that is just good game design, and I'm proud of them for that. I've never played Pathfinder. I would be open to it, but I really can't say. I'm not a hag just because I played a game like 18 years ago. How heavily do you engage in jaquasing your dungeons? I'm unfamiliar with this word. I do not know what this means, so I cannot answer this question. I'm so sorry. My apologies. Okay, hag is a little far. No. So hag is just a term that most people use for VTubers over the age of like 25, 24. So if you think that I am a hag, by all means, call me a hag. I'm not offended, but I do find it funny when people are like, old hag, yeah, over 23. To many people, you'd be a hag just because you were alive and cognizant 18 years ago. Jaquay was a figure in D&D. I'm unfamiliar with who that is. Elder is true, though. I'm not an elder. I'm not. If you describe Jaquay, I may understand it more, but I don't recognize the name. Are you older or younger than Ancient Sen? Ancient Sen is 25 years old. That's not ancient. That is bebe. That is a young adult. I heard hag was 30. Listen, the age of 30 is in demand. Apparently refers to non-linear dungeon design. Arrow is just age. Exactly. I'm an ageless being. You go straight from minor to hag. Oh my gosh. Apparently there's a Hollow Knight RPG. Oh, so Arrow's 30. I never said I'm 30. Roar was born closer to the building of the pyramids than to now. No, so he's a time traveler, right? You might be confusing him with time travel. So like, I don't know if I'm older than him because maybe he's 25 and was born in the year 2000. Maybe he's 25 and was born in the year 1000 and time traveled. You do enjoy a good cougar and hag. Ugh. What about like Hag Summer, where it's just me like talking about the good old days? All right, so Arrow is 25 plus and Rorston is 25, not 24. Yeah. Ancient Sen just lived through that time. He travels forward in time just like the rest of us. Isn't being a time traveler and archaeologist at the same time kind of cheating? Yeah. Why do you think he does it? Finally, good content ideas. So, like, what would I do if I did Haggis Mar? Would I just talk about how, like, you know, back in my day, you had a flip phone and you had minutes. And with those minutes, you could text a friend of yours, but every single character you sent cost a different amount of cents. So that's where we got shortenings like see you later. But it wasn't as quick as you'd think. Oh, no, it wasn't. Because what you would have to do is there was a keyboard. Yes, there was a keyboard that you would press. This was before your digital age, digital touch phones. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But it'd also be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and so on and so forth. So if I wanted to hit C, I would take my flippity phone and I would select 1 thrice. So I would go A, and then that A would become a B, and then that B would become a C. And if I wanted to be lowercase, I would have to hit it again, and again, and again. So now I have to 111 space, and then U would be 8, I believe. So it'd be 8 to get U, and then L would be like 5, and then I would hit 8, and then R. And what would happen? You'd think this would be inconvenient. No. Back in the aughts, back in the ooze, the ancient era of the aughts, you would have people who could type faster utilizing this texting method than they could type on a keyboard. Because neuroplasticity. You don't seem to understand that when you're a youngin', when you're a teenager, when you're an adolescent or a young adult, you have the neuroplasticity where neuron connections can still form in that cranium of yours. And they can create new muscle memories and associations. If you want to be a good old typer in this ancient, antiquated form of communication, you just had to be there when you were young enough. Oh, yes. What's Arrow talking about? None of this makes sense. I'm sorry. Arrow is adorable. I would even say Arrow adorable. Granny Arrow is surprisingly adorable. No, Granny Arrow is not. Was that good? Was that as good for you as it was for me? That's why I eat so many microplastics for more neuroplasticity. Okay, have you... I just realized what you meant by that. Plasticity. I was going to say, plastics are pretty hard. They're pretty inflexible. Meaning that you would not have more neuroplasticity, but neuroplasticity. I got it. Don't you worry. But yes, so how heavily do I engage into quasing my dungeons? If it's non-linear design, if we're literally just talking like you walk through one door, the door behind you shuts, I do that occasionally. I think that's more fun in a funhouse dungeon. You may have noticed I don't really teleport players a lot. I've had a couple instances where you can like go to the next floor early in the making a mega dungeon, like the collapsing hallway from floor 1 that collapses and strands you in floor 2, and the Umberon keg, which burrows down into floor 4, so you can follow it if you really want. But generally, I'm not going to like teleport you 4 floors down. That feels excessive. That feels rude. That feels less fun, more punitive. Can I take Gran Arrow to the early bird special? Gran Arrow is a night owl, actually. Gran Arrow wakes up at 11 p.m. and thinks it's early and wants to go back to bed. I got neuroplasticity from the microplastics in my brain. I've used lines and veils ever since learning from you. Oh, thank you. I had a lot of people who on the lines and veils video, they were just like, ugh, I don't want my TTRPG game to have an HR meeting. I had one person who said asking consent to play a game is the most Gen Z thing. And I'm just like, brother, it's not asking consent to play a game. It's checking with the homies to make sure they're not going to be uncomfortable with something I bring up during the game. It's a 5-minute conversation, folks. If you think me asking the homies, hey, are you comfortable if I involve alcoholism in this game? And then you think that's going to be a 50-minute conversation that stalls the game, that's a you problem in your relationship with alcohol. Or maybe it was daddy's problem and you never worked through that in therapy because you don't allow yourself to work through your emotions. You just bottle it up, lash out at people around you, and wonder why you're alone. However, I have an open dialogue with the people in my life. And so when I say, hey, does anyone have a problem with this? They say, yes, I do. And you want to know what I say in response to that? I say, okay, I won't include it because I love you, buddy. And my buddy will say, that's gay of you. And then I'll say, yeah, and then I'll pin them against the wall and then they'll blush. And then like, it's Yaoi or Yuri. I don't know. Am I Yaoi or am I Yuri? I guess I'm flexible enough I can like just conform to whatever the gender of the person I'm pinning against the wall is. I wake up early and stay up late. Listen, I've been getting up early. I get up at reasonable times. Let's be real. I don't get up at like 6 a.m. I get up at a reasonable time. I get up at like 9. But I get up at like 9 and I don't go to bed at like 2, which is not conducive. Content warning, this D&D session may contain Reaganomics. Listen, we just take all of the natural 20s and give them to the wealthy, and it will just trickle down to the players. The DM gets all the 20s, and it'll just trickle down to the rest of the players. Arrow had someone in mind during that tangent. No. How dare you? Yaoi, Yuri. No. Yari. See, Neko, that's literally the meme I was thinking of. That's literally the meme I was thinking of when I was saying that. You're cringe, but you're free? Are spears not straight? Listen. Noodles are straight. Until things get steamy. Remember to talk about how you envision the game with your players and DMs. Actually, our Lancer problem had a problem with the fights being too hard and not the same vibes. You know what happened when we talked to like adults and made compromises? Was it that the game was more fun because it stopped being too difficult? Wow! Like, I'm a big believer of when I pitch a game to someone, I will say like, hey, how much do you want to focus on tactical, difficult combat? How much do you want to focus on in-character role-playing? And how much do you want to focus on a narrative? Like, these are good things to ask. Something I always make sure to ask, because if I don't ask this, I will always read it wrong and I will get off on the wrong foot. I will ask them, how silly do you want this game to be? Do you want to make Blip or Bliplop the like octopus fighter who wields 8 different swords but can't walk because he's wielding 8 swords at once? And also he can't breathe air, so he needs to be in water at all times and has a little like water hat on? Cool. I need to know that before I make my game. Versus you want to play like Xandar Ravenloft, the wood elf rogue who has a past that he refuses to mention, though you do know he has the telltale signs of werewolf scarring across one arm, and you've never seen him during a full moon. Like, those are 2 very different characters that I personally don't want to run for both of them. It might be really funny to have them both in the same game if they're both being played silly, if they're both being played serious, if they're being played in the same vibes. But my reading of that situation is Coid playing Blip Blop Blip Blorp, the octopus, doesn't want the same game that Gravitas wants from Xandar Ravenloft. So they're not going to have fun in the same game, and I don't want to deal with the constant tension of trying to fit both playstyles. At that point, I'm just going to say, okay, silly, serious. Choose one. Blip Blop could 100% work if you only wielded 6 swords. Exactly. But Blip Orb's player doesn't want to wield 6 swords. They want to wield 8. TTRPGs are collaborative storytelling. Got to make sure everyone's on the same page. Exactly. And people whose default response to getting on the same page is, I don't want an HR meeting. My response to that is, do you have friends? No, I don't mean do you have people that you joke around with. I mean, do you have friends that support you and that love you and care for you and that you love and care for them as well? That you have sacrificed things to be there for them when they needed you and that they would do the same for you without hesitation? Because it doesn't sound like you do. It sounds like you have people that you get drunk alongside, make jokes about, and then when you walk away and have that empty feeling in your chest, you throw it away and don't think about it because it makes you feel bad. Like, communication, my guy, my friend, my buddy. Because I know no one else is calling you buddy with actual heart behind it. So I might as well join that trend too. Swords are not a linear scale. 6 swords isn't 75% as fun as 8. Exactly. It's logarithmic. Sounds like you have a short skirt and a long jacket. Oh my gosh. I have a voice that is dark and is tinted as glass and nails that shine as brightly as my idealistic justice. You could have one playing the straight man. See, that's the thing, Jeffrey, is Xandar Ravenloft would be really funny if you're playing Xandar Ravenloft in a game of Blip Blop Blip Blorp and like Buttface McGee and Shining Tyrion, the Paladin of Greatness, who is like an absolute 0 brain cell golden retriever. You could have that work if they're playing the straight man, but I found Xandar's player never wants to play the straight man. Xandar's player in this hypothetical isn't the sort of person that wants to play the straight man. They want to play someone who's edgy. They want to play someone in a serious game that they can brood in. So if they go in saying, no, I want to play the straight man who is so edgy that it's comedic, pog, let's go for it. We're playing silly. But if they're playing a serious character with other people who aren't playing serious characters, that's just going to be tension. You have a kilt and then a long jacket. I need to do guilty pleasures sometime soon. All I'm saying is that Bliplor could use 2 swords as ice skates. No, that'd be daggers. How would you communicate that the dungeon your PCs are in was made by a wizard who decided to make a dungeon while in the throes of a midlife crisis? There's a motorcycle. There's some canoes. There's some like 40K minis. Like there's a lot of really expensive hobbies that very clearly got like a week of attention and then got sidelined and forgotten about. There's a guitar and there's like posters that are like printed out and like not very well formatted for a band that you've never heard of before. And these are just like throughout the entire dungeon. Yeah, most of the rooms are slightly unfinished. Like one of them just has no paint. It's fully mechanically there. Thematically it's there. Ambiance wise it's there, but it's completely unpainted. And there's like a post-it note on the wall that's just like cobalt red red dragon scale crimson ? And it's just like posted on the wall. 100% hundreds of empty white monster cans. Is White Monster a midlife crisis thing? I thought that was like a 20-something-year-old thing. Male living space dungeon. Hallways that go nowhere, random trinkets, a staircase covered in tools and magical artifacts, half finished, a half scribbled circle of teleportation, wet paint, don't touch. See, as soon as I said it, everyone got it, right? We're all on the same page here. It's a femboy in a midlife crisis. Femboy midlife crisis. Interesting. Maybe it just has some patches of different paint colors and some rusting full paint buckets. Oh my gosh. How do I feel about NPC hirelings, henchmen, cohorts, sidekicks, retainers? I think they used to serve a function because back in old school D&D, you got 1 experience point for every gold you collected, and a dragon's horde might have 10,000 gold pieces entirely in copper. So it's 1 million copper pieces. And you had to like track your weight and carrying capacity and storage space. So you would have to hire people whose entire job was to come with you to the dungeon, enter the dungeon with you, not fight, and pick up loot for you and carry it back to base with you. That was like a core part of the game. Now we've not only moved past that point, if I told my players I wanted to do this, they would look at me like I'm crazy. If I said, I want to play a dungeon delving game where the core of the game is that you have to get hirelings and you'll get like stupid amounts of copper pieces that are meant to be really difficult to transport back. You're going to roll random encounters. You have to defend it on the way back. They would look at me like I'm not fun. So I think hirelings now should serve a thematic or narrative purpose. I think the best way I've seen hirelings done recently is in... Help me out. There's a Quinn's Quest video on it. It was the one where you play as knights, and there's like 6 randomly generated quests you have to go on. Kingdoms of Neverland or something. That is a system where you get a randomly assigned knight to you. You might be the knight of insects. You might be the knight of knights. You might be the knight of swords. You might be the knight of trees, and you get some power related to it, and you get a squire. Your squire is basically a hireling, is basically a secondary NPC that you control of a different person's character. So it was on Quinn's Quest. The like Quinn's Quest made a video about it. It's like Knights of something where it's you all get assigned a knight and you go off and engage in these fairy tale quests, right? Tensor's floating disk was originally for loot extraction. OG D&D first and second is best described like an extraction shooter. Yeah, exactly. So this is a situation where if I'm in a game with MD and Neko and Sam might play my squire. I might play Neko's squire. Neko might play MD squire. MD might play Sam's squire. So suddenly there's not only a narrative thrust there, where if I'm playing Neko's squire like a coward, and Neko is someone who is stupidly brave and doesn't think through his decisions, I play as a foil to make not only Neko's character think before he acts, and might spare him from doing something he would regret, but also it makes him feel more brave. Because his sniveling coward of a squire is constantly reaffirming, is constantly playing Starscream, right? To make him feel more like Megatron. That's a situation where I think squires, hirelings, cohorts, extras, sidekicks really benefit. I'm playing a very timid, reserved, intellectual character. And Sam plays my squire as someone who is boisterous, gregarious, constantly singing my praises. So I'm someone that would never announce myself. But I'm a knight. I should be doing that. The point of the game is I should be a public figure. So I have my squire do that for me. My squire is my herald and my hype man and the one that speaks of my accomplishments to fill the niche that my character is lacking. I'm not screwed by the fact I want to play a character that doesn't fit the conception of what a knight is, because my squire can fill that role for me. That's another really good utilization of a sidekick, to fill a need that mechanically not doing this hampers you. Abelard, announce my arrival. Exactly. Like, if I have a D&D character where I refuse to so much as ever associate with the poor, I might have a squire who goes around paying for things for me. I have a character who, core to my character's identity, I refuse to interact with you if I can smell you don't have a 6-digit bank account. So my squire deals with you for me. I would cause a lot of unfun tension and conflict in the game by not paying for goods and services, for ignoring guards' orders, for doing whatever I wanted because I'm snooty and I'm entitled. But because I have a squire, sidekick, a cohort that does that for me, all of that tension is gone, and I still get to be an absolutely insufferable jerk, right? Out of game, no one cares that my character's like a prissy little princess because my squire's doing all the hard work for me. And then I can play my character how I want. It doesn't disrupt the flow of the game. That's another really good way of utilizing them. Do I give off tall or small energy? I don't know. You tell me and then I'll tell you how tall I am. Let me disappear my model for a second as I turn on the lights. Tell me, am I tall or am I small? What energy do I give off? I feel as though the fact that I yap, I feel as though the fact that I don't shut up is like lends me away from tall energy. But I feel as though the fact that I do kind of just like say my thought process, and outside of Hollow Knight, I really have not gotten tilted on stream. I feel as though that leans more tall. So like tall girl energy. Yeah, I feel that. Taller, medium. See, that's the thing. Like I yap constantly. And I feel as though yapping is a very short thing to do. I feel as though silence is very tall coded. Like think about how tall I was right there. Oof. Do I? Oh, I haven't had music on this whole time. Whoops. I turned it off when I turned on the screen share. Sorry if this has been very boring to listen to. My apologies. All the tall queers I've dated are quite the yappers. Oh, really? How flipping tall are you? I am 5'11". I am 5'11". So I am above average height for both men, women, everyone. Not quite as tall as some of the people in this community. Some people are like 6'3", and I'm like, what is wrong with you? What did your parents eat? But I feel as though the yappers tend to be shorter. Short. Yeah, there we go. We're going to get someone who's like, oh yeah, I'm like 6'7". I don't care. What 40k TTRPGs have you played? Sus want to? So I have not played any 40k TTRPG. I know most about Dark Heresy. I think what I want to play most, I love Chaos. Like Death to the False Emperor. I am Hydra Dominatus all day, every day. I think it would be really fun to play. Is it Dark Imperium? Dark Heresy is the Wrath and Glory. Thank you. Dark Heresy is your agents of the Inquisition, right? I wouldn't want to play like a Space Marine. I think that's kind of boring. Psychers, funnily enough, in most fiction, the mages, I think, are generally pretty cool. I don't necessarily want to play one. Like, the magic is cool to me. I want to play, like, in Dark Tide, for instance. That sounds interesting. I want to try it out. But my default is, like, I want to play, like, a guardsman who has, like, a lasgun. I would want to play, like, a company commander of, like, a regiment of guard. That sounds more interesting to me than, like, a lone psyker, right? If I was to play Chaos, I think that would be really fun. Honestly, Gene Stealers sound like they would be really fun for 40k TTRPG. A Gene Stealer cult that I am trying to start up and like enmesh into a hive city where maybe every session I play a new character of a new generation as I slowly but surely expand the cult's influence. That sounds like it'd be a really fun TTRPG game. Dark Imperium was the 8th starter set. Oh, thank you. Have I heard of a TTRPG called Heart, the City Beneath? Heart, unless I'm mistaken, is the one on that Quinn's Quest talked about, where it is a dungeon delver in the same universe and is literally beneath Spire. Is that the correct one? Because if that's the case, my only exposure to it has been Quinn's Quest, and then also a VTuber I learned about like literally yesterday, because I randomly saw them on my feed saying how like they work in TTRPG design and they were giving recommendations, and I was like, I raise you Cain. Because they were talking about like Heart and gosh, I don't even remember the other ones they were talking about, but they were talking about TTRPGs, so I chimed in. Peace, enjoy. Yeah, so Heart is one that I watched like the Quinn's Quest video about, and that's like all I know about it. But it sounds like the perfect mini campaign dungeon delver. It is a game where you are expected to die horribly, much like Mothership, for instance, and you're not expected to play the game for more than like 8 sessions. The game will cut you off after like 8-10 sessions. Hard is the first TTRPG I properly played, and let me tell you, it is designed to be played over a long period of time, not short. Really? Really? Based on what I saw from the Quinn's Quest video talking about it, which again, I've not played it myself, I've not even read it myself, it strikes me as something that wants you to play it for like that 4 to 8 range, maybe that 8 to 12 range, and then call it. Because you're gonna die. And it wants you to like have your big climactic moment at the end of session 9, and then the rest of your friends play out the remainder of session 10 where they barely get what they want, but they don't actually quite get it because the heart is never going to give you what you want in the way you thought you wanted it, and then it ends, right? That's how I thought it would go. I love long campaigns, never finished one, yeah. Favorite type of fish? Honestly, I love salmon. I do love me some salmon, but unironically, I grew up with canned tuna. Canned tuna with relish, and sometimes my parents would add mayo to it because my father liked mayo, but I didn't really like mayo. My mother didn't really like mayo. So in more like since childhood, canned tuna with relish on a bun, unironically, like childhood food. Right? Like that is one of the meals, and I associate it with sometimes like Lay's potato chips and sometimes cut up bell peppers. Those are like the two sides we'd usually have. Like now I want canned tuna right now. I provided a graphic for your 40k player character. Oh. Hello, player. We're making an action game. Would you like to know who you'd rather play as? Badass hero that can solo armies, or coughing infantry soldier. Forgot her mask. Playing the coughing infantry soldier. Yeah, that's me, all right. That's me with the guard. I do love me some guard. I ain't even gonna front. They're just neato burrito. Neko. I just read your previous message. I'll have you know I'm not. Neko! Coughing infantry soldier, 100%. Exactly. You wish, Neko. Shut up. You know nothing about that part of my life. Arrow joins the Phoenix Squadron from Arma 3. Oh my gosh. Am I going to make a video on the next Games for Freaks? Yes, once it becomes free. 1, I'm not really in a position to buy it. 2, I feel as though it would be at its best disrespectful to do a like full review where I like show the material like I did last time for Games for Freaks Volume 2 if it was behind a paywall. Hey, Broccoli. It's so... I'm really excited. And honestly, I have a video for Drifters that I recorded like 2 months ago. And I just have not released, right? I have not released my video for Drifters, and I probably would want to alter a little bit, but it's on the back burner. It's on the back burner. I have other friends who gave me like lines for it that I got recordings for that I never got to publish because I never released a video yet. So like I have a video. Drifters, yeah. So I've heard that Games for Freaks Volume 2, Issue 2, is filled with Drifters for Kane. And Games for Freaks Volume 3, I assume Tongue, Tone, and Mother are going to be in Issue 3. Or maybe he's just... I know he released Tongue already. I just don't know if he's going to release all of them in Issue 3 or if it's going to be like a just on the Discord kind of deal. So I am excited to see where it continues to go. Why are we awa-awaing? There are 4 blasphemy... 4? Really? I didn't know that. I thought it was just 3 of them. How many other VTubers could I beat in a fight? Okay, unironically, straight up, if I had to bet on me versus like 70% of VTubers, I'd put money on me for the sole fact that I work out regularly. I am not like in my like, old age. I'm fit of mind and body. I work out somewhat regularly, even if I don't work out a ton, even if I'm not like pumping iron at the gym regularly, even if I'm not super in it. I feel as though the fact that 70% of VTubers don't take care of themselves physically, I nearly daily will do cardio and weights, and I don't really have the space for abs, but I should be doing more abs. I'm more of a core workout. But like the fact that I just work out semi-regularly and I'm 5'11", I think I would win most times, right? I think that other 30% are those that are either way more than me, are taller than me, work out regularly, or have fight experience. I'm operating off the assumption that 70% of VTubers don't work out, don't take care of themselves, and also don't have fighting experience. I think if someone like got into fights growing up, they'd beat me up. I think if someone has like kickboxing experience, they'd beat me up. If someone goes to the gym regularly and is like 250 pounds, they'd beat me up. But most VTubers don't think do that. Arrow versus Bibu. Okay, that's something where if we're talking mainstream names, I would really struggle mentally because I respect these people. Like, let's not get it twisted. I could beat Bibu one-handed blindfolded because she would just slam into a wall and knock herself out. Let's not get it twisted. I'm not saying that I would lose, but I would really struggle with like the respect angle, because basically every Hollow member I have a deep-seated respect for. Not just because they're like captains of industry in my regard, like in the VTubing sphere, but because they've been on the grind. I respect that. They've been on the grind. They've dealt with more hate than I will probably ever deal with in my life. They have dealt with more uncomfortable situations and more eyes on them than I will ever have in my entire life. They are talented in their own regards. They can keep an audience. They can play nice with others. I have a massive amount of respect for basically every Hollow member. Hollow stars as well. So I would really struggle to like beat them into the ground, because that's someone who, even if it's like I don't watch your content, or even if it's someone who you're not my favorite VTuber, I respect you. And I respect you enough to not want to kick your teeth in. I'd still do it, but I mean, I definitely feel Arrow could take on Iron Mouse at the very least. Iron Mouse, again, respect on her name. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I can even comprehend a quarter of what she's been through, good or bad. I'd still win in a fight, probably, but I would respect her too much to like use 100% of my power. People would get mistaken for a minor and not allowed in the arena. Isn't she like 4'9"? Calling Arrow cute and adorable makes him fold her heads. No, I would lash out in the strike you. I thought it would be Sci-Fi, and first thing I'd come up to is grind. Listen, we were talking Sci-Fi for like 4 hours. Now we're talking about which VTubers I could take. And I think I could take all of the Hollow mems in a fight. Not at once, mind you. I don't think I could take on probably a 2v1. I think a 2v1 is where I get like diffed. Even like a Bibu and Iron Mouse situation, where I would say pretty handily I could take on either of them in a fight. Them together would probably be able to take me on pretty easy. Callie has me. Oh, Callie would wipe the floor with me. Like, again, the respect angle means I'm not going into this at 100%. Mori Calliope, probably one of the most respected, I feel, out of all of the Hollow mems, just because I know her content better than a lot of the others. And I know she was at the forefront of a lot of the like EN nastiness. Back when Hollow Myth first came out, there's a ton of nastiness surrounding the EN sphere of VTubing, and she was at the forefront. She and Gura were kind of put forward as two of the centerpieces, although I feel like Gura kind of got more of a benefit. Like, people liked her more than Callie, which was stupid, but Like, I would absolutely not go into this fight 100% because I respect Callie so much. And then she would just like clock me out in one. Let's be real. Let's test that. Aerodorable, you make a cute sound when you stretch. I do nothing of the sort. I will strangle you. Okay, that's very fair. The Hollow Girls are all physically active idols. How much of that is anything other than cardio, though, is my question. How much of that is anything other than cardio? How much of that is like weightlifting? How much of that is strength training? How much of that is endurance? Versus just, we need to ensure that we are like doing core and cardio. Because that's what's important for dancing, right? The cult is out in force tonight, fitting after All Hallows Eve. 70% is hyper generous. Wait, so when you say hyper generous, do you mean hyper generous for me? Or hyper generous for how many of them have fighting experience and also fighting experience or workout regularly? Callie seemed physically active more than the others. Yeah, so like Callie would knock me out. I'm not going to argue with that any capacity. Why do I feel like Crony too? Crony gives me the vibes of someone who like can go beast mode. I don't watch a lot of her content. I've seen most of Hollow Ian at some time or another. I feel like Crony is someone who just like vibes alone, I feel like I'm no diffed, right? I feel like I'm just taken out. Easy. Hey, a fox. If someone is good at cardio, they can run laps around you for days until you're exhausted. Counterpoint, don't exhaust yourself. That's something in like boxing, right? Where if you have one guy or if you have one individual who's just standing there, arms up in defensive position, right? So they're like defending themselves. And this person is like, then the person who's not moving is conserving more energy and not draining themselves as fast as the person who's like trying to have fancy footwork, right? Yes, there is a benefit to keeping the engine warm, to keeping yourself on your toes, to not staying still, but at the same time, that is a much faster energy loss. Crony's one prominent personality trait is that she's super competitive. Crony's the type of person who would instantly take the gloves off when the puck drops. That's the thing, like, entirely off of vibes, Callie and Crony are probably the two I would like genuinely go into and probably have a better chance just like surrendering, right? 70% of VTubers who don't exercise is generous, probably closer to 90. Okay, I wasn't sure if you meant them or me, because I'm counting VTubers who have gotten into fights or who have experience in a martial art or who have previous training that they haven't kept up with, right? People who ran track and field for all of middle school and high school, right? And then now that they're like a 20 something, they lost that when they went to university. So they're not quite in shape, but they know the techniques, they have that training. They didn't go completely out of shape. They're just not at their peak, right? I'm counting that as part of the 70%. You do have to fight the twins together if you pick Fuomoko. No, if I pick Fuomoko, I would feel like I'm kicking a puppy. Unironically, I would feel like I'm kicking a puppy if I was fighting the twins. That is a situation where like, Bibu, I would just like pick her up by the ankle, swing her around, slam her on the ground and be like, okay, you're done, kid. And I feel like I wouldn't even have to use two hands for that. With Fuomoko, I would fear for my own soul if I had to so much as glare at them. I would be kicking two puppies. Gosh. You sound like you can't fight most VTubers properly. No, that's the thing, right? I am very open about the fact that Fuomoko in particular, Fuomoko, I don't know, like they're too cute. Unironically, I cannot watch them with any consistency because they are too cute. They are cotton candy for my eyes and ears. I cannot handle cotton candy for more than a couple bites because it is too sweet. I cannot handle the absolute adorableness that is Fuomoko for more than like a couple minutes. They are too adorable, which is why I would feel bad fighting them. Like Kiara, I could take her on. Bibu, take her on. Gigi, take her on. Cecilia, take her on. All, like, most of Advent, Justice, take them all on. Most of Myth outside of Cali, take them all on. I could just, you know, you and me, we're in the ring together. I'm going to take you out. Give us a bow bow. Pay me money and I'll consider it. I can't believe Arrow would kick Puppy. No. I wouldn't lift Bibu there. Listen, just because Bibu is a rock does not mean she cannot be picked up. I can pick up a rock that is the size of, like, my hand. And I can throw it like a shot put. I can do the same with Bibu. Also, yo, confirmation Arrow loses the dogs. Dogs are my favorite animal. I tell people this regularly, and then people are like, haha, I love dogs too. And I'm like, no, I love dogs. They're so cute. I will cry if something bad happens to a dog, and I'm someone that does not cry. Oh my, really? Seriously? I said that as a joke, and I got, okay. Do I have to hit you with that? Bow bow! Bow bow. There, you got your bow bow. It's like an ada, but for puppy girls, I think. I'm a weirdo, but my favorite animals are moths and spiders. Can hates me for it. Yeah, I did it twice. Don't worry. Every donation is another bow bow. No, why are you hearting? Super arthropod. Got it. For Gigi, she might bite you and you get rabies or something. Listen. With Gigi, I could just, like, you know? Like, do you see the vision? This is how I feel like a Gigi and me fight would go. It's her just, like, flailing her arms around, like, rah, 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 and me just, like, hand on the forehead. You sweet summer child. Throw Yowie Gigi. Ooh, yeah. Oh, I forgot the ankles. Yeah, sure. Arrow, quick. Hit her with that rock floating overhead. Oh my gosh. Wait, how tall are you? 5'11"? Have you ever played a game where you completed it and were glad it was over with? Tabletop video game or board game, doesn't matter. Yes. Any game that goes on for an extended period of time, I'm so glad that it's over. Not because I didn't enjoy it, but explicitly because I'm like, okay, I want to play other stuff. Disco Elysium comes to mind. Armored Core 6, honestly. These were both games that I absolutely loved playing. I really enjoyed them. I didn't want them to stop. But once we were nearing the end, I'm like, okay, I'm ready for this game to wrap up. I've been playing this game for 40 hours, for 50 hours, for 60 hours. I'm ready for it to be done, right? I got my fill out of it. And yes, that is something that, oh no, you shouldn't want to be thinking that on your first playthrough. I think that with most games. Anytime I play a game that lasts longer than a couple hours, I think, okay, let's wrap it up. Civ, CK3, Grand Strategy. Generally, after a couple hours, I'm like, okay, let's wrap this up. TTRPGs, less so. Mostly they just kind of die. And sometimes I'll do a post-mortem. I'll do an epilogue. But not really. They've certainly been on the micro scale where I'm like in a play session. I'm like, okay, I want this to be wrapped up. I want to stop playing this game because I'm bored. I want to do this other thing, blah, 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 blah. But broadly speaking, most games, I enjoy them. And at a certain point, I'm like, I'm done. And I'm happy of the time that I spent. But I want to see it through, so I play it a little bit more, and then I end up beating it, and then I end up missing it. And I end up being like, ah, dang, I want to play that game for the first time again. That doesn't mean that I didn't like it, right? That just means that by the time I've been playing something 40 hours, I'm kind of tired. I don't have the mind space for long games anymore. Visual novels and TTRPGs are okay. I want to play AC6 sometime. It seems exactly your thing. I highly recommend it. I had to be bribed to play it. And I'm so happy I did. Even Silk Song was like that. It's more than double the length of what would be the ideal for me. Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit hitting that point with Hollow Knight already because there's so much to explore. And I think I've explored 2/3 of the map, maybe. So I don't know. But with Hollow Knight, like, I'm enjoying the game. I'm having fun with the game. I know that there's a lot more left. But I'm also like, okay, I've gone through the fungal wastes 4 times. I've gone through the crystalline mound twice. I've gone through the City of Tears twice. I've gone through Green Path 4 times. Like, at a certain point with a Metroidvania, it's like, okay, I get it. I've been through this area enough times. Which might just be my playstyle. Might be the fact that I'm not good at 2D platformers. Or it might just be the fact that I'm like, okay, I'm done. You know? Double question. Have you ever heard of Heart, the City Beneath, or Are There Any 40K? And so you already asked those questions. So if I don't get to your questions in the Q&A, don't feel the need to double them up. I will just get to them eventually. How many Reddit posts are needed for a proper post-apocalypse? I'm someone who was never... Okay, that's a lie. I did have a Reddit account a while ago. I don't really consider myself a Redditor. I will go on Reddit and I will like look up r/virtual YouTubers to like get a bead on what's happening in the drama sphere, or just like who graduated, what's the memes going on, see 12 posts of the same like 15 people posting the same memes and images, because all they do on that subreddit is just post memes and images trying to get viral. Like, I check it out occasionally. That's really the main subreddit I'll check because it's relevant to my channel. Occasionally I'll check like the Lancer subreddit. Occasionally I'll check like a D&D meme subreddit. That's generally where I get my memes that I do voiceovers of. Which, oh heck, I need to record. I didn't record for tomorrow. Yawn. What's a post-apocalypse? I assume they mean post-apocalypse as in after an apocalypse, right? So that's why I'm not really on Reddit. I don't really use Reddit that much, is why I was saying that. So I don't know how that gets involved. No worries, Gray. Stretching was... Shut up. The happy face your model gets after stretching. That's because I smile. Shut up. No. There's nothing cute about anything I do. Also, I make the same noise and I have since before I found you. Don't get self-conscious about it. I'll get self-conscious about what I want. Because as you might have noticed, I can't take a compliment. If you've seen me on stream, or you've seen me in the comment section, or you've seen me on Discord or anything, like whatever it is, anytime I get complimented, I almost always deflect. And that's just like because positive affirmation makes me uncomfortable. That's a whole can of worms that I have not delved into that I probably should. But like, being treated well makes me uncomfortable. That is extremely weaponizable. Yes, and it is something where you get to try out the full Alexander frame. Awesome. This any compliments that my audience gives towards me, I can accept and appreciate. And like, if I was actually literally uncomfortable and I wanted to stop, I would tell you to stop. Like, I don't care when people say I'm adorable or whatever. I'm not gonna get upset over that. But it is something where, like, just broadly speaking, I get uncomfy when people are nice to me. And it's like, no, stop. Expect tons of compliments from chat now that you said that. And blushing is, I don't blush. There's nothing blushy about it. Hi, Kaylee. For stream Arrow, there's nothing cute about Arrow. Get bullied. This is not bullying. This is parasocial. Stop parrying compliments. Exactly. I would stop if asked. Exactly. And I haven't asked because it doesn't make me uncomfortable. It's just kind of embarrassing. You might not blush, but you do stammer. I stammer my words because growing up, I had a speech impediment, okay? Okay? Is that what you wanted to hear? Do you want to make fun of me for that? Parry social. Parry the social platypus! I'm thinking of running a game of Cain. What do you think would be a good sin to show the exorcist the world? Not ogre. Idol could work. Lord could work. Hound could work. Toad could work. Not centipede. Right? Because the ogre hides the world with the fog. The centipede fills it with zombies. You can't really see the world like that. A hound is a maybe. Probably not. I'm gearing up to run Werewolf the Apocalypse with a bunch of queer friends. Gotta be sweet. Yeah, awesome. Literally stammering. I stammer when I'm caught off guard. And you're making fun of me for this. This is cyberbullying. And I need you to know that this will not be tolerated. Arrow, the way your hair falls over one eye is really cute and I want a hair grow out. See, that's the thing. I like hair covering one eye. I just think it's neat. Stammering's it's not cute. It's not, there's nothing cute about it. It is being caught off guard. It's being surprised. It is being rejecting of your unreality. I got that dog in me, literally. I would go idle to really hammer home the psychological horror. See, my thought process is idle. You can involve politics. You can involve cops. You can involve local stores. You can show off factions that are part of the cult. The Lord would be really cool to show off someone who has an ideal version of what the world once was. You could give lore that way. And then the Toad is just, we'll take this world and push it somewhere else. And like you deal with like a PMC, you deal with sec units, you deal with someone who is taking parts of the world and hiding them somewhere else. Love that dog in me, the dog about to separate your limbs from your body. Exactly. It shows vulnerability and was cuter than vulnerability. Well, fine. You got me there. I'll give you this one. Just don't go around spreading the word, okay? Oh, the lore point is really good. Yeah, because if you have a lord, which in showcasing someone's view of how they think the world should have been, could show off the lore of like a small town and really dive into that, of the contrast between what it was and what it is now. The way her eyes bulge is, shut up. I'm not on the Discord, so I cannot brag there. Are you still not on the Discord? I thought you got a new account. Oh my gosh. Exploring Lancer's side content or non-canon stuff. Shadows of Gehenna, Enhanced Combat. So with Lancer. Whew, gosh. Gotta stretch. Lancer side content is pretty... I usually don't care about anything but the mechanics. Personally. As cool as I think the long rim is, I don't need it. As cool as I think Wallflower is, I don't need it. Yes, they have frames behind them, but the core for me is the mechanics. So if there is a way to access the frames, like for instance on the Lancer wiki or with CompCon or whatever, I'm not interested in picking up the long rim because that doesn't have anything that would be of value to me. Right? What the heck? I just heard like a scream outside. And that's not to say that I don't think it has value. I don't think no one should like it. Oh my gosh, my voice. Just personally, when I look at a TTRPG book, I look at it for the mechanics. I look at it for how to play. I look at it for character development options. And yes, these other books have those, but they're mostly lore. They're mostly settings. They're mostly adventures, right? That's not what I'm looking for from a book. That urban and non-urban areas for you? Yeah. Oof, Lancer, I had to dip out of my first game due to just starting a new job. Aw. Arrow Samar noises. Shut up. Arrow, you are a wonderfully creative person whose content hasn't been just entertaining, but also genuinely helpful in helping me get better at something. This has been fun and insightful. No. Bad. Stop. Shut up. My content is mid at best. Modules are nice for a niche, but I don't hesitate to change stuff. Exactly. Continue for fun. No, stop. There's what I do this for. The reason I do this is to inspire people. And I've talked about this before. I've talked about this in an Arrow Answers. The way you get all squeaky when you read a compliment in the chat is extremely funny and cute. It just encourages me. No. This community that you have cultivated helped me grow as a person and expand my knowledge. We're not doing this. We're not doing this on a Wednesday afternoon at 5 p.m. IRL and online, and inspires me to get back into DMing and writing. I have to wait like at least a month? Oh. Wait. I've been upfront about this. I make content to inspire others as a creative outlet, and because honestly, it's something that I've always loved. For like since YouTube came out, I've wanted to make YouTube content. And for 15 years, I didn't because I was nervous or I was shy or I didn't have the time or I didn't have the money to invest in equipment. And then I eventually just decided to start, and I did, and I love it. And I've had very tough times, had very good times since starting content creation. But I fundamentally do it to inspire people. So to hear that it is anything other than just like slop is like unironically hitting on like one of the core desires that I've had for like 20 years. So it's a lot. Like I said, one compliment away from Baka. I'm not that bad. Shut up. We're absolutely doing this. It's 2 a.m. for you? Gosh, why are you on here of all places? You have so many better places to be. And I've talked about this before, but like, I had some very not good times. I had some very bad times that I truly do believe that escapism via media, particularly with YouTube, because it was like pre-streamers, or at least pre like big explosion at Twitch, unironically got me to where I am now. And so the ability to not just inspire people who are already having a good time, but be there as a light in the dark for people who aren't having a good time and give them what I was looking for at that time in my life is like if we're talking like Maslow's hierarchy, that's like top tier for me, like top shelf. I give Arrow money for the love of the game. And listen, if I could do this full time, I would love to, but I can't because I don't make enough money. And that's not something that I expect to be able to do unless I have 100,000 or hundreds of thousands of subscribers. And I don't think I'm going to get to that point anytime soon. So I'm not sitting here trying to make it my core income, but it is something where if I had the means, I would love to. If your content is mid, I don't think I can handle good. No, so if you want good content, look at Zactac, who talks about Lancer frames in a much more comprehensive and lore-focused way. Look at Burger Creek, who has 4-hour-long deep dives into the world of darkness. Look at Matt Colville, who has a hundreds of episodes long series about getting into GMing and how to be a good GM and how to properly go from I wish I could do this to I am doing this. Look at Dimension 20 or Critical Role for an actual play series. Look at fantastic content creators who do all these amazing, wonderful things that I am inspired myself by. Patreon is better than YouTube. Yeah, so broadly speaking, pledging to the Patreon is a pretty good way of supporting. I only have a $5 a month tier because I don't do much for patrons personally, and I feel bad about that. Like I could set up a coffee, but I don't think people would just want to donate for the sake of donating. I could set up a throne, but I don't know what people would get me, because throne is like you buy the person stuff. You don't really just throw money. And then like Twitch, YouTube each have their modes of donating, but they each take their own cut. But genuinely, I probably would have only ever dreamed of playing Vampire the Masquerade or Lancer, ever join a campaign again if not for Erica's rights taking me out of such a dark place after a friend betrayed and ruined TTRPGs. Aww. Well, you did inspire me a few times. Heck, I'm tempted to make the Arrow Community Mafia faction in my TTRPG. That would be so cute. Zactech is nice, but I play you on repeat because I genuinely enjoy your voice on a deep platonic level, and I'm glad to have discovered your channel. The way you uplift the TTRPG community and your own community is inspiring. Tom is going to drop Perfect Sins based on The Exorcist Amagos. Okay, I know we're having a really sweet moment. We're having a really nice moment. We're having a really cute moment. But like, Tom is going to drop Perfect Sins based off the Amagos. Let's shift the conversation real quick to that. Just want to shoot you $5, and if Patreon is better, yeah. So Patreon is a subscription service, so be aware of that. But you can throw Patreon $5. Arrow, there's an image of Perfect Ogre in the Discord in Kane. We're being so sweet, Mr. Gosh darn Bloom. I'm not in the Kane Discord. I should probably join the Kane Discord, shouldn't I? I should join the Kane Discord and be like, hey, I think Kane is cool. I finished a shift, look up what's going on. Neko sent a link. Okay, what's going on? No Sci-Fi. Why are they talking about fighting VTubers 1 hour later? And here I am now. Listen, Neko and I were talking Sci-Fi for like 4 hours. So is Patreon or YouTube better for membership? So YouTube cost you $5. I see $3.24 of that. If I wanted, I could make a quote unquote higher tier membership for more money if you just wanted to spend more money on me, but there's a 30% cut. Patreon, I believe, has a better cut. So that, like, both support me. I will say, like, getting $3.24 here and like $4 on Patreon is better than just getting the $4 on Patreon or just the $3.24 there. But oh, the Kane channel. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this nonsense. Holy heck! Oh no, not you. What the hecky heck? I don't want this. I want this. I am betrayed by my own kin. It's not copying. Okay, we're busting out the old snipping tool. This is not what I was expecting whatsoever. Okay, so the Perfect Ogre. You see it too? For me, it's always like this. Only the dead receive flowers. That's so edgy, but so good. Perfect Sin based on Exorcist Imagos. So what this is, why are they so hot? Is there more? Oh my gosh. No, so this has to be the Lord. This has to be the Lord because they're all color coordinated. The Lord is teal. Idol is pink. Centipede is purple. Toad is yellow. Hound is red. Ogre is blue. Lord is teal. This is absolutely a Lord imago. Perfect idol. Or perfect sin. Holy heck. So what are we thinking? So Suffocate. Exorcists cannot rest inside the miasma for any reason, nor can they use any kit with a consumable tag. Any stress taken from the ogre traces on a 1 to 3 grants the Rotting Affliction. The Perfect Ogre deals +1 damage with reactions. Pulverize rips off a limb for each rolled one instead of just a single limb if 2 or more. Holy! If an Exorcist has 3 or more ripped off, they suffer instant death. So my guess You tell me if there's any word on this. Can I watch member stream if I sub on Patreon? No, but I should add that. That is something that I should set up. I don't know how I would set that up, but I should look into that. It just dismembers you. So my assumption is if you're an imago and you're becoming an ogre, then once the imago matures into a perfect ogre, that is because you are an exorcist. You had sin, you had blasphemies prior to your manifestation. So you are a stronger ogre than just a normal ogre. Same thing with the Lord. Holy heck. That's crazy. That's crazy style. Looks like Kamen Rider villain. Yeah, this ogre is ripped. Listen, could you take this ogre in a fight? In a fight? Isn't this ogre supposed to be pathetic? So the ogre is not supposed to be pathetic. It's supposed to be a representation of despair. It is a representation of running from your problems, hiding, being sad, yes, pathetic, being wallowing in self-pity and despair and depression. So this is jacked, but it's also not like hot. It's menacing. It's violent. It will tear your problems apart limb from limb for you, which is not a healthy coping mechanism. I can take an ogre, not in a fight. Same. In a fight, no. Yep. Crazy reminds me of zombie VTuber. I wonder how you would fare against that star. Yo, you burnt the popcorn before manifestation. I want popcorn now. Maybe it's because I haven't eaten anything in 6 hours. But I want popcorn now. I'm hungry. Wow, I've been live 6 hours. I didn't have juice this morning. Oh no. Every morning I tend to have like a little bit of orange juice and a little bit of pomegranate juice, like as a little mixer. And I didn't have that this morning. Unpog. Sad. What part of this isn't hot? Okay. What I will say, this is hotter than I think it should be. I'll give you that. Like, do not the ogre. However, if you do, I can't really blame you. Why does it look like just your average shonen villain? Complete with the long hair. And like the yaoi hands. Not the palm. Shut up. Maybe I'll give in to the despair inherent to modern humanity. Listen, all I'm going to say is that when the world screws you, sometimes something else screwing you would be all the better. In this court, sci-fi is hot. No, this isn't sci-fi. This is sin is hot. Also, hey, Gemini. Is that a nose or tongue or... I don't... Is this like an ooh-woo face? Like... You can't unsee it. You cannot unsee it. It is a cat face. Mandible? Yeah, that checks out. There is no inherent despair. Stand up and fight for your hope. I disagree. I feel like there's a lot of inherent despair, particularly in the modern world. For instance, blue lights outside are meant to confuse your circadian rhythm, which will make it so that you are more alert and more stressed, which is not a good thing and is kind of inherent to the modern world. So that is like an inherent despair that's part of the world. That being said, I feel as though if you are in despair, if you are despairing the world as it currently is, you have to at least give it a chance to be changed. Not a chance to change, a chance to be changed, that you can change it. And if that doesn't work, I am less inclined to be critical of you for falling to despair. But if you're the sort of person who just looks at everything, instantly gets overwhelmed, and is like, there's no hope,
I struggle to respect that stance, is what I'll say. If you're the sort of person who tried your best, tried to affect change, tried to be a good person, tried to befriend people that didn't want to be befriended, and then you got burned, and now you're stuck in despair, I am much more sympathetic to you because I can empathize with that. I can empathize with what it's like to try your absolute best, be burned, be beaten down, and grow cold. And I also know what it's like to go to a tipping point where you need to make a decision that will be a very permanent consequence, and choosing as a last-ditch effort to believe in the good of others and not making that decision, and as a result of not making that decision, go through some of the toughest parts of your life that only afterwards you manage to crawl out of, and then you manage to limp, and then you manage to walk, and then you manage to jog, and then you manage to run, and then you stumble, and you go back down to limping. And you fear that you're approaching another tough part of your life, but in reality, what matters is that you're continuing to crawl, you're continuing to limp. Because eventually you will get back up to running, and eventually you will be able to sprint one of these days. That is the sort of journey that I respect. That is the sort of journey, and then you fly, yeah. That is the journey that I respect. I will support you. I will be there for you as best I can. Hey, Andromeda, what's up? That's the sort of thing that, and this is entirely just like me playing a self-insert, right? Like, this is just the story of my life. This is a rough outline of past events for me that I can empathize with, and therefore I respect. I know people who very much so didn't do that, and who still, thankfully, are crawling around as they do. They never got past limping, not because circumstances conspired against them, but because their mindset never changed and they refused to allow themselves to walk. That is an opinion and a stance and an ideology and a struggle that I struggle to empathize with. But I'm not going to dismiss your struggle out of hand, right? And then you managed to fly Icarus, fear not the sun. Okay, you're heading out for the evening. Night shifts are unpleasant, but I wanted to say, hey, take care. They conspired against themselves. Exactly. Oh my gosh, we have so many questions. Have I ever read Ursula K. Le Guin? No, I know about her. Is she Three-Body Problem? Three-Body Problem? That is an author I recognize the name of and have heard very good things about. So I can't claim to have read it, anything by her, but I know I've heard great things. Well, I'm glad Neb was fun but cursed. That's how it always ends up being. You need to see the VOD. Well, so the VOD, because this is a YouTube stream, will just be on YouTube right after I'm done. Friday's VODs, which are member streams where I do a reading of the King in Yellow public domain work, is members only. But the VOD, right after I'm done with stream, I make it public. So that's all fine. And Saturday on Twitch, I stream on Twitch. So I have a VOD channel that I upload everything to. Neb, or Nebulous Fleet Command, is a game that Neko, the catboy who was here earlier, plays a ton of, has a great time with. I've never played it. It is a top-down RTS where you control fleets of ships in space. Yeah. Also, the anarchists on the moon. What the heck? Oh, Ursula's Earthsea. Thank you. Three-body problem. Look inside. 4 bodies. Okay, fine. It starts top-down, and then you can do 360 camera movements. 315 has been worth it, but I should really go. Okay, enjoy, Gray, sleep well, and if you want to catch up, watch the VOD. Have I considered making an actual doc with exploration social improvements for D&D classes? Yes, asterisk. I think it would be fun. I haven't touched 2024 D&D, so I feel like I would need to learn that to make a doc for it, because I don't think many people want 5e content. I think they want 5.5 content. Maybe I'm wrong on that. And homebrew is always nervous for me, because what if I'm dumb? But I feel as though it would be a very simple fix to just take every single class, take a 1st level ability, take a 7th level ability, take like a 14th level ability, and give you a utility option, give you a social option, give you an exploration option, so that rangers stop being useless. Wait, Andy, this whole time, Neb has been in early access. Since before I met Neko, he has been streaming Neb regularly. And it's been in early access this whole time. I want 5e since I haven't read 5.5. Oh, then maybe there's a market. What I'd probably do is I'd probably want to make a video about it. But yeah, I could probably easily make a doc. I just don't have the graphic design skills to make it pretty. Right? 4-person dev team, got it. There's an anarchist utopia on the moon called the Dispossessed. I need to read it still. Recently got invited for your first D&D campaign. Awesome. Well, I hope that you have a fun time with that. Do I think I could incorporate elements of the Weird West into an urbanized or developed area rather than being limited to the frontier? I think at that point, that's just urban fantasy. Because a core part of the Western identity is the frontier. Yes, you can have like a Red Dead Redemption, like big town, but they're big towns. They're big villages. They have hundreds of people, not tens of people, right? Maybe it has like 1,000 people. But I feel that the Weird West is inextricably linked to the frontier. What might be fun is a urban setting where you are like a Weird West cowboy hunting ghosts or whatever. And so you have your 6-shooter revolver that shoots out magic spirit bullets, and you can shoot ghosts, and you have your 10-gallon hat that protects you from mental influence, and you're walking around Boston in like the 19th century. So you're still out of place, but it still kind of makes sense. That could work, but I feel as though at that point, that's a different genre, right? I feel as though you could definitely do that, but at that point, why are you playing Weird West? Why aren't you just playing urban fantasy, right? Neb is FTD with gameplay. Oh my gosh. Neb is one of the kind. TBH, no game can come and fill its niche, really. Partner up with another D&D artist. Yeah, that could work. I have a TTRPG that is like, mechanically it's done. I want to release it. I just need to fill out lore. And then I can release it to the community. And then my goal is to outsource art from all of y'all. Because I think it'd be fun to have a community-filled art book for the TTRPG. I just have been so busy. I cannot finish it. I've not been able to finish just like the little bits of like lore on the outset. Because I want to release like a playable product. I want to release something that even if it needs playtesting, it is playable. It is not just a slapdash group of mechanics. This is what Neb might end up looking like when the campaign comes out. What about organizing some community playtests and taking community suggestions? So what this is I've talked about this before. It is a Stone Age TTRPG where you effectively are playing Spore. The goal being is that magic fills the world. It is fading. And now you, as a creature type, as a species, have to rapidly adapt to a world that can't rely on magic to just breathe for you. That can't rely on magic to just reproduce for you. So you are taking traits from other ancestors, from other creatures, and you are, as a species, evolving over time in order to catch up with evolution. And then that's the point of the game, right? So I've talked about this I have not touched it in like a month because I've been busy. And I also had a bit of a struggle throughout October, but we don't talk about that. It is, I would say it is in a playable state, But at present, I have like half the lore written in, and there's not a lot of lore. It's like a couple pages of lore. I just need to sit down and actually finish it, release it, get playtests, and like have the community play it. Have I watched Dr. Stone? It's kind of like Sci-Fi. Okay, I've heard about Dr. Stone. I've heard it's really good, and I've also heard Dr. Stone is a really great arrow ace icon. Is that true? Our group has this idea to play a world building game to make a world, then choose a system. Ooh, nice. If a circle of ants gathered in my kitchen and chanted my true name and invoked rituals to bind you and compel you to grant a boon, what boon would you grant? That's the idea that I love with Lovecraftian mythos. I love the idea that summoning Yog-Sothoth is not some great crazy deal. It is Yog-Sothoth, I beseech thee, come to me in my moment of aid. And Yog-Sothoth is in Yog-Sothoth's kitchen, making some Yog-Sothoth coffee in their Yog-Sothoth mug. And on their Yog-Sothoth floor, they see a group of humans chanting around a dead human that seems to have been like dismembered. And they're chanting, Yog-Sothoth, give us aid. We want food. We want money. And then you as Yog-Sothoth are like, the heck is going on here? I mean, like, okay, let me go over to the other humans and I'll pick up this one and grab all of its money. I'll drop it here and say, okay, here you go, humans. Don't hurt yourself now, I guess. What? And then it's just like this idea of a mild curiosity of like, I don't really know what you're doing, but sure, I'll help you out however I can. And then they say, Yog-Sothoth, make my beloved feel for me the same way I feel for them. And then Yog-Sothoth is just like, I don't know how to make a human fall in love. I guess I can just like kill everyone except for you and your beloved. So now you're in love because you're the only option left. And then the one that beseeched Yog-Sothoth is like, the hubris of my actions. I have been led astray by temptations of the beyond. And Yog-Sothoth is just like, go get him, champ. Hey, Alza. I hope you enjoyed celebrating your birthday. Horrors beyond my comprehension? That's not scary. I don't even know what that is. Excuse me? Horrors beyond my comprehension? I comprehend them just fine. That seems like a bit of a skill issue on your part. The titular Dr. Stone is deaf arrow ace and his buddy is definitely gay. I don't know if I call it good rep. Okay, understood. Would I rather be dead than married and red? Better dead than red, or no communists here. What would you do about a player who wants to date a dragon or a lamia? I would ask them why. And if they're like, because it would be funny, I'd say sure. Or, sorry, if they said it was funny, I'd be like, no, let's take it seriously, bro. I mean, if we're playing a silly game, then sure. But like, if I have a player character who sees a dragon and is just like, I bring the dragon flowers and I bring them like gifts and I'm courting them. And then I'm like, what are you doing? And the character's just like, I think it would be fun if my character like romanced a dragon and like married a dragon. I'd be like, okay, bet. This is what you want for your character. This isn't a bit. You're not doing it to be silly. You're not doing it to be funny. This is what you want for your character. Sure. The dragon isn't interested. And they're just like, you know, what if I just... And the dragon looks at you and says, really? No. And the character gets stonewalled. And they're like, I thought you were going to say yes. And I'm like, well, you didn't have chemistry with the dragon. You can try again later. And the character finds a lamia. And the lamia likes their vibe. And the lamia is receptive. And the lamia is down for it. And then they end up like making lamia babies or whatever you do when you have cross-species romance. I'm fine with that. I don't care about that. If my players want to be freaks, if my players want to be monster lovers, I had a player back in high school who was playing a Dragonborn. And this was a player who like in confidence confided to me that he is it's like a tetraphile. What is the people that are monster lovers? Like he was a monster lover. Like he told me this. And I was like, cool, I don't care. Like some monsters do be kind of schmexy like that. You had a few you had a few hard mics. You think you're a little drunk? Aw. Tetraphilic? Well, no, so like there's a term. Yeah, there's an actual well, so there's monster lovers, and then there's also like tetraphilic or whatever. Tetrophilia? Anyway, I consider myself a tetraphilic the way Siri's been a technophile. They're playing a technophile, they encounter like a tiefling consort. I'll say. Listen, we're in high school. This is like a little gay Filipino boy who's a monster lover, very repressed, and he is in an environment where he's with his friends and he feels comfortable like exploring this aspect. And I'm queer. I realized that at this point I was queer. So like, I'm not judging him. I, as the GM, am allowing him to explore this. So I'm like, Pog. It was a situation basically with the dragon that I described where the tiefling wasn't really interested, and the tiefling kind of led him on because the tiefling was not interested. But I wasn't going to stop him from pursuing this relationship, and I wasn't going to say that the tiefling would never be interested. But the player was like, yeah, I'm interested in my character pursuing a romance with this like tiefling consort. And I was like, sure, like you can try that. It doesn't mean it's going to work. I have no problems with that. Wouldn't it be so funny if I like rolled to seduce the dragon? That's where I'm like, okay, you're not trying to be productive here. You're trying to do bits, which if it's an oops all bits game, by all means. But very repressed. I love a devil with the art of iron and Malevola. How do you feel about players with active romance in their backstory, such as wives? Give me more of background romance. Like, unironically, I'm not even just saying from a backstory perspective. From a backstory perspective, if you approach me and you say, hey, this is my like knight, she's super cool and awesome. Back home, she has this girlfriend that's waiting on her so that they can get married. And then I would say, you just handed me an NPC I can dangle in front of you. Thank you. Love that. Similarly, I think that they're, depending on the vibe of the game, this depends entirely on what the vibe is. I think that cheating as a TTRPG in-character decision is a very interesting consequence that doesn't deal with life or death. If you have a Lamia that seduces that knight, if you have a vampire that seduces that knight, and not in like a creepy, uncomfortable way, in like the player's like, haha, yeah, I want to like have my character sleep with a succubus. They just cheated on their girlfriend. That's drama. That's not a good decision. That's a very bad decision, in fact, but that is a dramatic situation that can arise from the story that does not involve, oh, your girlfriend's going to die. Right? That is a situation where, like, assuming that it's like, you're not being weird about it, and it's consensual, and like, it's the player making the decision, that can lead to really, like, genuine role-playing moments where this character is fighting to protect a person that they betrayed the trust of. And it's entirely on them and their party members to be the ones to tell that spouse or that girlfriend or whatever. That's drama. But also, it's just so wholesome when done like properly, or not properly, but like when it's treated as wholesome, to be able to say like, hey, my character has a boyfriend back home, and when like in downtime, I go back to my house and I have a really cute date with my boyfriend, and like he shows me the song he was playing on his guitar, and I make sure to like try baking for him, and we have this really cute adventure where it's just like in downtime, one person is going to meet with the Thieves Guild and one person is going to like pray to their god. I'm just meeting with my boyfriend and we go on a date and it's really cute and wholesome. And then the boyfriend becomes a representation of what you're fighting for. Then the boyfriend is more than just a cool, cute moment in downtime. The boyfriend is a representation of what you're protecting. If the boyfriend's in danger, the idealization of the world you can return to is in danger. Suddenly, the boyfriend, you didn't do anything wrong. The boyfriend didn't do anything wrong. It was cute. It was wholesome. You love each other very much. It's very sweet. Everyone is obsessed with this romance. You have like other party members making art of it because it's so cute. The boyfriend gets kidnapped. And now you want to go protect your man. drama. Do it for him. Exactly. Do it for your house husband. And that can be so fun. And that's something where you can do that when you have that kind of originate organically in play. But I feel as though it's so long as you play it out. What I found, I've talked about this before. If you rom, if you have a character like a mom back home that you say you care about, and you want to fight to protect him, whatever. In play, you're probably going to care about Boblin the Goblin more than you care about your mom, even though your character really cares about their mom. Because you've never, as a player, interacted with your mom. However, if, for instance, in the first session, you interact with your mother, and then in downtime, after 10 sessions, you talk to your mom again and she gives you like freshly baked cookies and is just like, hey, I want to make sure that you come back to me safe. Thank you so much for sending the money home. We already managed to build that greenhouse that your father was talking about, and we're so proud of you. Just those two interactions instantly make it so that you have a connection to this character. More so than just saying, oh, they're important to my character without reason. Heck, have the character call in a panic if you have to kill them off screen. If you have to kill them off screen. Call drops and now your audience players know there's trouble. Yes, but broadly speaking, with like the boyfriend situation, don't kill the boyfriend. It is more dramatic to keep the boyfriend alive and to have the boyfriend survive and to have the players dramatically save their boyfriend. So the boyfriend can say, you saved me. I love you. Thank you. And then suddenly the player's hearts all melt, right? And the player, and like, you have this really tense, sweet moment of like the love confession back and forth. And then the boyfriend goes back home, and now the boyfriend, someone else tries to kidnap the boyfriend, and the boyfriend manages to beat them up because the boyfriend was training with their spouse, and like blah, 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 blah. And then you have really cool moments, right? Do kidnapping, not fridging. Exactly. But even you saved me. Why? If it's like an on again, off again thing, like if it's like a rivals to lovers thing, in my opinion, it's a good idea to have a discussion in session 0 with the player's lines. I mean, that's what lines and veils are for. If I, as a player, say, go stupid, go crazy, whatever you want, no limits, no lines, no veils, I am good for literally anything, unless it's going to happen to like my child back home, right? I am playing a character where like I am married to my spouse. My spouse is a blacksmith and we have 2 kids back home. Literally anything happening to my kids is a line. I don't want them kidnapped. I don't want them threatened. I don't want them injured. I want them to be safe. That's very different than someone that says like, hey, I'm good with my player, with my like loved ones being kidnapped, with them even like being lightly injured, tortured, just don't go too far. Don't kill them. Don't traumatize them. I don't want anything to happen to them that wouldn't happen in a Saturday morning cartoon show. That's a very different line and veil. And those are 2 different things to come into mind. And then you might have someone who says, listen, I don't want any torture, right? I don't care if it's on me. I don't care if it's on an NPC. I don't care if it's on the other player characters. No torture. You can kill them all you want. You can kidnap them all you want. You can threaten all you want, but you don't do it. Don't actually torture. That makes me really uncomfortable. So then you have the different striations of what your comfort level is, right? How would you play a character where the PC is very weak and incompetent, but an NPC tied to them is the strong and competent one? I wouldn't. I would keep that for the realm of a NPC. Though what you could do is you could have it be a situation where, like, I don't know. So it's like, massive muscles. And you got like a 8-pack. And it's like, sorry, I'm being an artiste. Like this is your big un, right? This is your big guy. And then you have someone who just kind of like, so like this is the PC, this is the NPC. I would say this is a situation where like you're playing mechanically one character. You're playing a barbarian. You're playing physically the stats of the big person, but socially, mentally, flavorfully, you are playing the kind of like person just jockeyed onto their back. Same thing with like a gnome piloting a Warforged, or an example that I know Matt Colville has from many years ago is someone, they were playing like a one-shot, so they just rolled down the line a d20 for every stat, and they rolled a 1 and they rolled a 20. So they chose a goblin wizard that had a 1 in con and a 20 in intelligence, and they were carried on a like a stretcher by 4 goblin slaves, and it was an incredibly powerful wizard who just had no physical constitution, so they had to be physically carried and like have their slaves do everything for them. But in a fight, they could cast fireball at like a DC like 16 at like 5th level or whatever, right? They had very high spell casting ability. So that was a situation where the player character was not pathetic. They were just physically weak and they had compensation for that. But mechanically, they just played one character. It was mostly flavor. Coughing Baby and Hydrogen Bomb, exactly. Sounds like the NPC is the actual player character. Exactly. And that's why I personally wouldn't really do that. I would keep that more the realm of NPC. But I would just kind of absorb the NPC into the player character, right? Because I'm not playing D&D to be a rogue with a 1 dexterity, right? Meanwhile, in Lancer, I think it would be reasonable to have a situation where you are super like incompetent, but your NHP is hyper competent. And in piloting, your NHP is the one basically calling the shots. You're the one that's nominally there. Mechanically, you get to play the fun of having like a super competent fighter, but your player character is clueless and they rely entirely on their NHP. That could be fun. That could be interesting. That could be a nice dynamic. And that's because that fits the setting and vibe of Lancer better. The mecha needs a human pet, exactly. Lancer kind of expects you to play 2-3. Not necessarily, only if you pick up an NHP. Lancer really expects you to play your pilot and your pilot as a pilot. Right? Because who you are out of your mech is different than who you are in your mech, right? Girlfriend moment? Oh gosh. This makes me think of 2 players staring a 2-headed ogre. So in Etten, you just invented Ettins. Which I love, by the way. Ettins, I grew up playing Dragon Shard. I talk about this all the time. Oh my gosh, Dragon Shard. I love Dragon Shard. Dragon Shard makes me love Ettins and the Gelatinous Cube, Umber Hulks, Meriliths, Bugbears, a huge one. All of these creatures that featured in this game. Mind Flayers, yes. Beholders, oh my gosh, Lizard Folk. Honestly, less Drow. I didn't really connect with the Drow too much. But Dragon Shard, I loved it. Have I heard of the Hippocrates dossier? I have heard of it. I could do if anything, I should probably do it on stream. Because it's, I think, pay what you want. So I could pick it up, look at it on a stream. It is freely accessible. So if you want to support the creator, you can. But otherwise, I could look into it on stream and not like breach paywall. So I could do that. I've heard a lot of things about it. It seems cool. The spider sin seems interesting. The virtues that got added seem interesting. The dating sim is just really funny. Yeah, I was thinking of the Warcraft universe version of them. All this BDM is cool and all, but when are we using the mechs to fight. Using the mechs to fight! For a pathetic character, I'd do something like Gurren Lagann with Kamina and Simon. The competent character is kind of forcing the incompetent character outside their comfort zone. That would work if it's 2 PCs. Right? Because if Rom and Alza are playing 2 characters, and Alza's character is pathetic, Alza's character is a waste of space, Alza's character is blah, 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 and Rom's character is their sibling, or their lover, or their mentor, or their friend, and they're constantly pushing Alza's character like past their limits. That would be an interesting dynamic to explore that I feel personally would be wasted by just constraining it to Alza also playing the NPC. I'm sorry, Alza. Echo Knight could work. Oh, Echo Knight could work. Yes, there's a dating sim. There's a dating sim in the Hippocrates dossier where it replaces the normal bond system with virtues with a dating sim, where you rise and you fall in your affection with the various virtues based off of what activities you get up to with them. Yes, you can. Hot dogs or hamburgers at the barbecue? Okay, I am someone who growing up, I loved hot dogs. I don't think I've had a hot dog in years. And frankly, every time I want to, now I want a hot dog. I'm really hungry right now. I've been streaming for nearly 7 hours and I didn't eat for like an hour before then. Now I want a hot dog, but I recognize whatever hot dog I get, I'm going to be disappointed. I have had burgers that were not good that I still walked away satisfied because burger. So like 100% I'm a burger at the barbecue kind of person. Get a Costco. I live by a Costco, and okay, you're gonna say this is like the most autistic thing about me. So first off, I want to try a Costco hot dog because apparently they're really good for their price. They are just apparently good, and I want a hot dog now. I live by Costco. I have a Costco membership. The most autistic thing about me, if I eat something, there's like a 70% chance based on what it is that I need to wash my mouth afterwards because the taste lingering in it makes me uncomfortable. I will eat a hot dog and I will immediately want to rinse out my mouth, even if I enjoyed the hot dog and that was a good hot dog, because the taste and texture of hot dog lingers in my mouth. I will have like a meal of something that I enjoy, that I make for myself because I want it. And then I will need to grab like some blueberries or a couple chocolate chips, like something sweet, something fresh, something light to rebalance my mouth. Like, is that rain outside? Anyway, I need to like rebalance the feeling of my mouth. You should have a food break in the middle of your stream. I should, but I don't because I can just tank it. I can't hear you because for some reason my YouTube mobile won't connect for more than 5 seconds. I'm sorry. That is pretty that's the thing. I feel like that's very autistic, and I'm not going to deny that. Oh my gosh, I'm done with the questions. How do I feel about my resemblance to Watamote Girl? What is Watamote Girl? Watamote Girl. What is this? I would never wear something so like beige. I wear much too much black for that. You see? The lightest color I wear. The lightest color I wear is a like dark blue or a gold. That's the school uniform? I would never. Oh no, arrow lap? What? Arrow crotch? Yeah! I was showing off my shorts! I could not watch Watamote cringe-based comment. Oh, is it cringe-based? I can't handle cringe-based humor. My life is too cringe. You like the collar? It's not a collar, it's a choker. It's a choker. I needed something around my neck to have a better balance of character design. If I didn't have that, then it would just be open flesh. I believe you have more questions. Oh my gosh. Your life is already, my life is too cringe for cringe humor. I can't handle it. Oh, Neko just sent me a gif of someone grabbing her by the face and saying command grab. Checkout error from a year ago for more color. Actually, at this point, a year ago, I was in my 2.0. A year ago, I was in this one. I was in this outfit, which technically it's closer to a 1.5. I don't think I've had a proper 2.0 because I haven't changed my model. I've simply changed my outfits. What's the difference between a choker and a collar? A collar is not something you just walk around daily with. A choker is just something that's flush against your skin. A choker is just a necklace that is flush against your skin. So I guess all collars are chokers, but not all chokers are collars. It's okay, Arrow. Collars are super cool. Getting my... I'm not AE. I'm not a part of the Ashen. I'm not Neko Boy Blue. I don't wear collars. You need some... in the sense of character design, you absolute cretin. Funny how the old... It was not a leash. I thought it was a tie. It was a buckle. I thought it was a tie. I didn't realize that it was leash shaped. I didn't realize that it was like some sort of odd and mysterious handhold that people would make comments about regularly. I didn't think it through. It is not a harness. It is not a leash. It is not a grabber. It was a tie that was oddly shaped. I wore an actual collar to school one day for Halloween. Well, if it's Halloween, it doesn't count. Don't you worry. See, this is a choker, exactly. I'll see you back at my computer. Mobile simply will not connect on. There's no such thing as Ewa Whites. Ewa Whites not wheel. Ewa Whites will not uwu, nor will Ewa Whites owo. Ewa Whites will take your mortal coil and wing the wife out of your wifeless body. Choker tells you what to do. Collar gives you commands. Choker, I hardly even know her. You'd wear... Of course you would. Most of my community would wear a collar because my community is bottoms and I don't know why. If I had to choose one style of clothing that I've never worn before, what would it be? Like unironically, full goth, like hardcore gothic. I want to wear a corset really bad, but one, I don't have any. Two, I can't pull it off. Like I'm generally gonna wear comfortable clothing. I generally have a darker aesthetic. For the longest time, back when I was living with my mother, she would encourage me to not get so much black. And I'm like, but I like black. And then she's like, no, you need more color in your outfit. And I'm like, ugh. So I don't buy clothes regularly. I just kind of like let it ride over time. So, like if my mother ever comes to visit, she's like, oh yeah, let me buy you clothing. Let me buy you stuff. Let me buy you groceries. I'm like, fine. So we'll do that. And she'll be like, do you need more black? And I'm like, yes, I need more black, but fine, I'll get something with color. So I don't have as much black in my outfit as I want, because for the longest time, and like, I just kind of don't cycle through my outfits that much. I don't cycle through my wardrobe that much. And then the times that I do go and like spend money on clothing, I'm either thrifting, or which I don't have good choice for, or it's just like, my mother's like, let me treat you. I'm in town for a bit. Let me treat you. I love goth too. Why do you think most of my outfits have either dark colors or full black? You can pull it off. That's what you do to all clothes. Someday Twitch will pay me enough to commission a proper avatar. True. All bottoms because you can't have a community of tops that conflict with each other. That's the thing. I feel as though I should take it as a compliment, because I feel as though if you're a top, bottoms flock to you. And if you're a bottom, tops flock to you. So the fact I'm surrounded by bottoms does imply I'm a top. Puppy girls are just girls trying to lose the shame of getting spoiled. Yeah. Mama Rights is no. So Mama Rights is autumnal. Mama Rights is autumnal with a lot of brown, beige, cream, white, a little bit of orange, some kind of like burnt yellow. So very much like a warmer neutral palette. That's her go-to. And that's what she's always had my entire life. And she can pull it off, right? I was never into that though. I was like, my roommate says I have like a warmer like undertone. So I actually thought that silver would suit me more. Turns out gold is actually better, closer to my color. And I'll generally have like mostly blacks, whites, grays. I don't have a ton of yellow, but I do have some yellow. What if cat girls and puppy girls just kiss? I think that they just lick each other. Not like that. I meant in the way that puppies and cats lick each other. Top, bottom, just be normal. I'm sorry, Arrow, you are on a top. Okay, let's make one thing clear. There's a difference between top and dom. Let's make that very clear. You can say whatever you want about me. You know nothing about topping or doming. I do mean like, shut up. Okay, another question. What about using holodeck sessions as an in-universe explanation to try a new so you're saying, what about keep the same characters in a holodeck Star Trek situation where it is no consequences, different system. We are playing D&D, but we're going to take our D&D characters, we're going to make them in Vampire the Masquerade because we all had a dream that was brought on by a illusion spell where we all thought we were vampires in a distant reality, right? We're still playing EJ's character, Andy's character, Coyd's character, Rom's character, but we all make them in Vampire the Masquerade to play for a session or two, and then we go back to D&D. I think that can be some of the most fun because it, like you get to just kind of break free of consequence for a bit. And if you keep the relationships through the entire game, you don't need the most boring part of every new system, which is, wait, so I'm learning how to play, and also I'm learning how to fit in with this group, and also I'm trying to fit out my place in the setting. I'm trying to learn all these things at once. I need like 3 sessions before I get halfway comfortable, and then I can start having fun. You just knocked off at least a session from that because you know all the characters. Yeah, you don't know how blood potency works. Wait, what's a rouse check again? Wait, so when I feed off a person, do I have to kill them, or can I just like feed off them a little bit? Like, those are all questions you might ask while playing Vampire the Masquerade, but you're asking your friends who you've been playing with. You have a coterie that all knows each other, and that all of you have an established relationship with each other. And then once you're done with that, you can go back to D&D and continue the relationship. I think that is a fantastic thing to do. Yeah, you get to be part of something. Listen, I call out my chatters. I call out my chatters as members of whatever hypothetical I'm talking about. I try to keep it broad. I try to incorporate as many people as I can. But yeah. Is Arrow secretly a summer but wants to be a winter? I don't know. I've been told like warmer colors look good on me. I've been told brighter colors look good on me. But my preference is darker colors. My preference is lower saturation, like a crimson over a red, a navy over a blue, a gold over a yellow, right? So maybe. Midnight Summer is the vibe for you, understood. Would I ever play the Maid TTRPG? I know nothing about it, so maybe. Like, I'm not opposed to it on principle. I think it'd be really funny if I got, because Neko has a maid Fugi, Rory has his maid outfit, I have my maid outfit. If we played a 3-person session of the maid TTRPG where we're all dressed up as maids, or if all 3 of us are players and we get a mutual who doesn't have a maid outfit to be the GM, I think that'd be really funny. But I also like don't care. I'm not sitting here saying, oh, I want to play the main TTRPG. Oh, I just can't wait to play the main TTRPG, you know? For the expanded virtue list, would I date any of them? I don't know enough of them. The only one that comes to mind is Chastity. And Chastity's whole thing is not wanting to be touched. So I don't think that would work out very well. Like, I'm very touch averse. I'm very not inclined to be touchy-feely. But if I get killed by touching them, that doesn't sound the best, even if it's a long-distance relationship. So I don't know how that would work out. I also don't remember what their likes dislikes are. We need an up-to-date Smasher Pass. Oh my gosh. Wait, I have a maid outfit? Yeah. For Halloween, I dressed up like a maid. And this is how I look like. It's nothing crazy. It's just a maid outfit that I did as a last minute Halloween costume for the Halloween stream, and I don't really wear it too much because it's a bit embarrassing, but I don't know. Hello. Yes, I got, like, people say it's Tavern Maid. I think because it's yellow. I think because it's like brownish. I think it's because it's darker. I think if I kept it full white. Oh, IRL. Awesome. Yeah, for IRL, I just dressed up low effort vampire for a costume event that I went to. It wasn't even like a Halloween party. It was like a costume event at a museum. Oktoberfest. Yes. White with gold trim would go kind of hard. IRL would be too expensive. Yes. Hey, Basil. I was a 9 to 5 wizard. Oh my gosh. See, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. I get embarrassed easily, as you know. I have a summer wear outfit. I have a beach wear outfit that I wear very rarely because it's a lot for what I am normally. With a flask of my most powerful spell, Fireball, do you take a shot every time something happens? Getting embarrassed at the door? No, shut up. But yeah, so I think it'd be fun to do an expanded Virtue Smasher Pass list. Do I think smell is important in a relationship? Holy heck yes. Holy heck yes. If you smell bad, like, smell is the most associated sense with memory. If you smell bad, I'm going to think of you smelling bad whenever I think of you. More so than if you were sweet or kind or pleasant or whatever. So that's a situation where if someone just smells bad because they don't shower or they don't do deodorant or whatever, that's like a yellow flag, I would say. Because I don't like how overused red flags are. I say red flag is like leave immediately. An orange flag is a yo, they need to change or their relationship is done. And then a yellow flag is you should have a conversation about it. I'm of the belief that an orange flag or like a yellow flag being smell is totally reasonable, because if you're dating someone and they smell like they don't shower, you should talk to them and be like, hey, how often do you shower? And they say, oh yeah, I shower like once a day. And you're like, really? And you smell like this. And then you learn that it's because like they don't wash their butt. And like their butt smells really bad, so bad that it smells like they don't shower. That's like I would recommend leaving the relationship because they don't take care of themselves. Or if they say like, yeah, I shower like once a week. That's like a that's a they should fix that, bro. You know? 2/3 of my dates I reject because they smell like sweat. Okay, sweat, I will say, not the worst. I'm saying like they got bad BO smell. I'm saying that their natural scent is really bad. But like sweat, assuming, I don't know. Let's say you go on a date with someone and they're like, hey, just got back from the gym. I didn't have time to go to the shower. So sorry about that. I mean, some people like that. I'm not gonna enjoy that. Sweat can be enjoyable, exactly. If it's like they worked up a sweat because they were being physically active and then they didn't have time to shower, or you just happen to run into them and you go out for a drink or whatever. Similarly, if they are walking to work or school or the museum or wherever you end up meeting up, and then they build up a sweat on the way, they'll smell like sweat in addition to whatever perfume or cologne or shampoo, body wash they had. That's not necessarily like a deal breaker or bad. I mean, if that is for you, that's your choice, but I feel as though someone being like sweaty and smelling like that isn't the worst. Now, if someone's sweaty every single time you interact with them, you dated a smelly League of Legends girl out is real. Dates are not supposed to be stressful. What the F are you on about? Exactly. They shouldn't be stressful. Yeah, being smelly is a big no-no. Holy heck, not even the LOL player the whole game? Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry, I was sweating too hard playing League. They got the sweats. They're an absolute sweat. Anxiety is a thing some of us suffer from. Yeah. Like, I get anxious all the time. That doesn't make me sweat, but... And we end the Q&A. Whew. Like, I don't know about y'all. I don't sweat when I get nervous. I really only sweat from physical exhaustion or from heat. So there have been times where like I'm out and about in shorts, in like a t-shirt, and I'm sweating because I'm walking for like 10 minutes in the sun. And yes, I have perfume on. Yes, I have deodorant on. Yes, I showered last night. But I'm going to smell like sweat because I'm out and about like walking uphill for 10 minutes. I'm constantly sweating, so I make sure I smell good because I'm always hot. Dang, I was just about to put a question. Well, so the thing is, I closed the Q&A. Feel free to drop your questions here. We don't really have a parking lot anymore. We don't really have a section to return to anymore. I'm just going to wrap up in the next few minutes. I have to take 2 showers, especially after the gym. Holy heck. Is the first shower not good enough? Are you just like too powerful? I have been streaming for 7 hours, which is why I want to wrap up soon. I want to make some food. I don't know what I'll make. I'm in the mood for like frozen takoyaki, and I have frozen takoyaki, so I can make some frozen takoyaki, some frozen chicken. I can make some rice. Arrow's hungry and thirsty, so it stands to reason I might get erratical. Why am I erratic? What did I do? Someone has to study the algorithm for Arrow uses to pick which messages to read because it was all over just now. Okay. Calm yourself. It's been 7 hours. I've been reading messages non-stop for 7 hours. That's my excuse. Well, I love food too. It's just I have a bad relationship with it where sometimes I don't love food. Sometimes I go too long without eating. I should drink a protein shake. I considered a protein shake earlier, but I didn't. I tend to have those on stream days because I know I need to take care of myself. But not scent-wise, but I put in the work. Arrow, I'm the strongest. They make the strongest deodorant for me. Okay, so my question was going to be, how do you feel about wearing lensless glasses just for style? Like, I don't need glasses, but I like how they look. I'm of the opinion. Argue with me all you want. The binary swap of glasses, so either you normally wear them and you take them off, or you normally don't wear them and you put them on, will instantly make you more attractive. I think it's pure novelty. I am of the opinion that every single person I have seen who did not normally wear glasses put on glasses, or who normally wears glasses and took off glasses, they have been more attractive. I don't know what it is. It's never by a ton. It's always just like oh, that's cute. That's nice. It's handsome, like whatever, like that's pretty. It doesn't matter what their gender is, like what their body type is, like what my relationship is with them. I can just appreciate the novelty of when someone swaps it. So I would say don't go lensless. I would just say go glass, personally, because if you're wearing lensless glasses, Like, people are going to call you a poser, and I'm going to call you a poser as well. If you wear glasses that have just glass, but they're not like prescription, first off, no one's going to know. And second of all, it does actually help with stuff like stuff getting in your eye. Honestly, sunglasses. Wear sunglasses if you're outdoors. My glasses are my limiter. I was thinking about getting my own glasses besides just cans. Hey, Arrow, what do I wear as a GM for a retro sci-fi setting? Plastic buttons. No, I don't mean buttons like with a pin. I mean like big chunky LED buttons. You gotta get LEDs. You gotta get like chrome, right? You gotta get some instance that no one in their right mind would ever wear and just slap it on. It doesn't matter if it's a single LED that you put on your collar or if it is a chrome trim that you like wrap around your neck, or if it is like big plastic buttons that you like thread into a vest that you wear on top of your jacket. Like, do something that no one in their right mind would ever wear. Suddenly, you're from the future, baby. Yawns morning, everyone. We talking fashion. We're talking what should a GM wear in a retro sci-fi setting. I need to put that cassette futurism vibe on the Traveler campaign. I call it retro futurism. Retro futurism. Like the idea of like big, chunky, glowing buttons instead of screens. Like basically, instead of my computer being a touchpad, my computer looks like what aircraft pilot seats look like, right? With all the flip switches, buttons. I like house clothing, yeah. Wear clothes. I wear wizard robes always, no matter the campaign theme. I just add genre on top. Listen, if you're a wizard and you have an antenna sticking out of your wizard hat, no one can tell you you're not a robot wizard. And if you have an LED hidden in your robes and someone says, "Is that an LED in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?" You can say, "No, it's the souls of the innocent." Who's going to stop you? Are they going to pat check you? Anyway, it's been 7 hours. Thank you so much for swinging by. Whether you were an active participant or you were just a lurker, whether you were a VOD watcher or you were here the whole time, I appreciate you. Whether you're here for Neko or for me, whether you're here for rambling or for me to watch Reaction Andy freaking old game trailers, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I had that experience with purple boots. Suddenly strangers would compliment me on the street. Yeah. Listen. You're a trendsetter. That's all it is. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Next stream will be Friday. It will be a members only stream where we're going to continue reading The King in Yellow. So join membership if you're looking to join that. Otherwise, it will be released for free to the public right after. On Saturday over on Twitch, I will be continuing Hollow Knight. And then next week on Wednesday, we got another Yappin' stream. I might try a vertical stream. So we'll stay tuned. We might try vertical. I don't know how that's going to go. But yeah, thank you so much and have a lovely, lovely day. All of your compliments. And yet, the most humbled I've ever felt was when you just give me your time and your energy and your attention. Thank you.